Hello and welcome to the Iesf Dota 2 African Qualifiers for 2024. I am Waxen and it's my pleasure to be here for you today, joined by none other than the magnificent Black. Black, it's day 2 of the African Qualifiers. Are you ready for some more exciting Dota 2?
Uh, you know, I'm gonna be completely honest. The first game, Egypt they're too good. They're not too good. It's not gonna be very exciting. The second game, however, is gonna be pretty awesome. I think. Two teams and 10 players, at least to me, completely unknown. Question marks everywhere. Lots of potential for entertainment. I don't know what they're gonna
Absolutely.
pick. I don't know their play styles or whatever. But as I said, the first game is going to be very tough for Tunisia because even they said we probably have no chance. Like even yesterday in the interview after they won, they're like, "Yeah, Egypt is probably going to wipe us. Not much we can do about it." Okay.
I'm gonna allow myself, Black. You know, we're friends, we're pals, we're
Yeah,
buddies.
of
We did
course.
not. We didn't get a Tunisia interview, Black. We got actually an interview with the team that defeated Tunisia,
Oh,
and
Morocco.
they
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
and
yeah. My
they
bad.
said they don't
Yeah.
think they stand a chance, which I think
That
makes it even worse if you actually think this through.
that makes it even worse. So I appreciate the bromance because that amplified my point even more.
Yeah,
And I mean, it's gonna be tough, right? They said they have a new coach. They're just ready to go. They have been practicing for a long time. They are still humble, of course, but they did say if they qualify this time around, they're gonna work way harder than they did last year. And yeah, I mean, I can definitely see that. When you talk to these people, they're definitely hardworking. They have big goals to achieve for themselves and for their country.
absolutely. I mean, it's a big ask to represent a strong nation such as Egypt, but even still, Tunisia might have to go in it and take it, make it a dogfight. But we will return to this series because this will be the first series of the day, of course. And later on today, after we complete the first best of three, Black, you are correct. I'm also very excited to go there because it's gonna be the first matchup here on the IESF Dota 2 stream that we get from the South African region. Two teams that I don't think I've ever had the pleasure of casting, Madagascar and Namibia. Obviously, their qualifier is starting today, so obviously it's a bit of a difference. They're going to find themselves in a position where their North African counterparts were yesterday when they began. So if I could just tell you about the teams that you find in the South African region, we will have, of course, Madagascar and Namibia, and then South Africa, arguably the heavy favorites of the region, and Kenya. And obviously, we will have the pleasure of covering those two teams later on this week. So, with that being said, Black, I gotta ask you, right? If you're in this game, first game of the day, right? Egypt and Tunisia. It's coming up next. It's a best of three. Tunisia lost first long series yesterday, we could say, versus Morocco, if our viewers remember. But afterwards, they bounced back. They went off stream and they managed to clutch a victory. They dominated 2-0 Cote d'Ivoire. And if I'm not wrong, it was in a pretty straight, convincing fashion. So you could say that despite a little hiccup at the beginning of their journey, the momentum, they've already managed to turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, as you said in game 1 and 3, they even in those games they played really well. They got off to a hot start.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're a very momentum based team for sure. And once like something kind of ruins the momentum or stops it, they have a hard time getting back into it. Like in game 1, they had like a very nice laning phase lead coming out of the lanes. I think with like a 4K gold lead it was roughly. But then two disastrous team fights, and after that, they kind of just looked a little bit helpless. Like they didn't really know where to go anymore. They didn't know how to really stop the bleeding at that point. And it is also important in Dota nowadays because if you give good players a chance to overrun you, this patch right now, this iteration of Dota is perfect for that. Like they will overrun you, and you have to figure out how to stop it. Smoke gank here, maybe approach the team fight from this direction instead, or do we trade towers instead? Like is our power spike coming up? There's like lots of ways to mitigate, but they haven't really found the answer just yet.
It's gonna be a long battle for Tunisia. But you know what I like about their journey yesterday? They showed us they can play both a quick series with a 2-0 strong victory, but they could also contend in a long battle, right? And that is usually a difference that a lot of the lower tier teams are struggle to make. If the game doesn't go in their favor and they can't win in 25 minutes, they are incapable basically to play a marathon best of three maps going over 40-50 minutes. So I'm happy to see that they've got at least those bases covered, right? Because we don't want
Yep.
to see them coming in being halted by Egypt in map number 1 and then completely losing their morale. No, because they know they have the tools to, like I said, make it a dogfight, push through, come back in map number 2, and maybe even extend it to a reverse potential sweep. Because I have to say, favorites wise, Egypt should probably come in swinging in map number 1. That's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting Egypt to come and get the first game, and only then for Tunisia to potentially bounce back, similarly to what they did yesterday.
Yeah, I'm probably inclined to agree with that. But Egypt yesterday, they looked pretty flawless, pretty untouchable. They made in both games probably one mistake, which was pretty much the same mistake. They were too far ahead. They got too complacent. Like lost one big fight, and then they were like, "Okay, guys, look, we had our fun. Time to finish this game cleanly," and they did both games. They crushed the laning phase. The mid game was amazing. And then, they had their fun a little bit here and there, but I think they're very, very serious about winning this qualifier,
Mhm.
and they're definitely like their skill is definitely there to back it up as well.
We gotta say, of course, let's run through some of these players because Egypt is a squad that have made it last year, like you said. So let's take a first quick look at Team Egypt and their roster that they are coming in hot. And of course, we got Area, my bad, Bob, Forever, Megaway, and Camp. And looking at these names and of course their performance yesterday, Black, is it safe to say that they have an overall unit that shines as a team, or are they one of these teams relying on a single player performance to take it over the finish line for them?
I think they have all played very well yesterday. I mean, I gave the MVP to Forever just because he literally died 0 times in both games, and he just had a very stellar carry performance. He got his items, got his power spikes, and led his team to victory. But that doesn't mean that the other 4 players played poorly at all. Like the supports were amazing, especially Bob with his uh, command bashes. That was
Yeah.
kind of crazy in game 2. Camp, his TA first ban and second game instant respect bans. The team overall, they're very good in every position, and they very well might be the best individual players on every position this qualifier as well. That's yet to be seen, but there's a high potential of that.
I'm excited to see them shine again yet on stage later on this year if they can make it. But I don't want to say that they're already qualified, right? They just played 2 games and they won them, but there's still a long way to go. As we now have the opportunity of taking a look at the Tunisian squad. Let's see. We've got Lorkitis, Conan, Stone, Cancun, and Zanetti. We mentioned yesterday in their first matchup versus Morocco Black that Tunisia had a few names that ring a bell to some of us, like Cancun, Stone, and Zanetti. And yesterday, we have to say the individuals delivered at various points, but it was the lack of unity that Tunisia didn't have, right? It's going to be so hard to overcome those lapses when playing versus Egypt, who is such a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, 100%. The draft though was very good. It was very inspiring for sure. Like they have the meta down. They know what they want to play. They know what they want to do. But yeah, just overall, they really have to make sure that they come out of the laning phase even, preferably ahead, because Egypt, as soon as they get some sort of momentum, some sort of advantage, they're really good at just building upon that momentum and then on that advantage. We've seen it yesterday. Came out of the laning phase with like 5k gold lead, and suddenly 10 minutes later was a 15k gold lead. And yeah, you're just gonna stop Egypt early on if you can.
So do you think we might be considering them going for some cheese picks? If you're Tunisia, you know you're playing versus the favorites back against the wall. And I mean, I predicted Egypt to take game number 1 and maybe later on for the cheese to come out. But if you would be on the team that is definitely the underdog, what would you prefer to do in this context? Like, would you like to go, you know what? We don't have anything else to lose. Let us pick the Broodmother. Let us run the Husker. Let us go for something that is completely unconventional. I don't know, maybe the Tinker or the Meepo.
I think if you have something like that, um, like the concept of saving strats, I've never really been on board with that. You know, some teams have actually done it, but of course it was a meme down the line. Like if you have a strat like that, you bust it out straight away. Why? Because it will always be on everyone's mind after that. Let's say you have a Meepo, you bust it out straight away. Now every team will have to respect that Meepo from there on out. Gives you a massive draft advantage, gives you a massive advantage coming into potential second pick.
Yeah.
So if they have something, you know, holding back is sometimes it's important in life, of course, but if you're holding back for too long, chance is gone.
I mean, yesterday we did see Morocco ban the Broodmother versus Tunisia in 2 of the 3 maps. So maybe Morocco practicing or scrimming versus Tunisia lately know that they are someone that prefers running this, Brood. But if we do see it, right? What are your thoughts on the hero currently? Because I feel like Brood is such a weak hero compared to, well, how it used to be over the last several years. Do you think it still has the potential of taking over a game, especially at higher level skilled players?
I think there is quite a bit of potential with the
Okay,
facets where it's always been a very special hero, right? Like it's
absolutely.
a hero that early on is really focused on lane dominance, and then mid game has a lot of potential to take over the entire map, and of course has free pathing everywhere. And I don't think people have really figured out how to play the hero yet, including myself. I've been playing around with it a bit here and there. Sometimes I completely dominate because your brute mother, that's just what you do. Like some games are super free and easy. Other games are almost impossible, and you just feel like you're the most useless hero in the entire game. So I don't know what it is that makes some games so easy and others so difficult, but you know, I'm just waiting for someone like 33, some really good brute player to come out and just bust out the most broken build, and everyone will be like, ah, yeah, that's the
Brood
one.
is back. Brood is back. I mean, I don't want to see Broodmother back. I'm a support. When there's a Brood core on mid lane, I'm usually just food for him. And I'm looking at matches currently played by Brood over the last 8 days, of course, in Immortal Plus bracket. And as a mid laner and carry, both has a 54% win rate with more matches played as mid laner, 700 to the 400 of a position 1 Brood. So this tells me that some of these very high skill players have tested it out. I don't know. I
I
don't know.
mean,
It's 423 from the Mongolian squad. IHC, I believe, is the one who has spammed it most in pubs. And then I see DM with a couple of games in Sammy Boy, right? But this doesn't really make me, again, like you said, until 33 is running it, or I see Zai jumping in on a pub with a Broodmother, I still don't think the hero's back just yet.
why I'm saying there's a lot of potential, like even more snowball potential than before, is the facet. I think it's called Freeing something Frenzy.
The one with
Uh,
the Broodlings, right?
yeah. It
Yeah,
makes
yeah, yeah.
your hunger apply to brootlings, and every brootling deals plus 75% damage.
Yeah.
So I think they deal like 20 base damage, and they suddenly have plus 13 and life leech. So if you have, let's say, 20 brootlings, which is super easy to get 20 brootlings, suddenly you have an additional 260 damage, and you just explode.
Completely melts the opponents. As we did see an Earthshaker, which is a natural counter to Brood, which was very successful yesterday. But before we jump into the first series of the day of the North African region, let's take a quick look at the schedule we have ready for you tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. And it will be the Cote d'Ivoire versus Libya from the North African region. And then from the South Africans, it's going to be Namibia versus South Africa. That's going to be the first time we have the opportunity of seeing, I believe, two of the teams on stream tomorrow. So Cote d'Ivoire and South Africa will make their debut tomorrow on the Friday, ladies and gentlemen. So tune in if you are obviously a fan of either of these two countries.
Yeah, today will give us quite a bit of input again on how the regions are going to shape up. But as we said, our personal favorite is South Africa for the other group
Yeah.
and Egypt for this group. And until we're proven wrong, we're probably going to stick to that, right?
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I don't see any reasons why they wouldn't still be the favorite, especially Egypt, right? They already won 2 of their matches. South Africa, we haven't seen them play since the last World Championships, but maybe Namibia, maybe Madagascar, or even Kenya, of course, might have something brewing in, trying to surprise the favorites. Like I said, reminding everybody at home, the South African region starts today because there are only 4 teams battling for that first place, where North Africa started yesterday due to having an extra team, and there are 5 in their group. We are now waiting for the first map of this best of 3 to commence, Black. And we're breaking down the meta, right? We're talking about the Broodmother, which is not really a meta pick. So let's go back to these truly tested heroes, because we know Tunisia likes running what is very reliable. They did it yesterday, although with questionable degrees of success. So I'm looking now at their second game of the day, which was off stream, that they won in 21 and 34 minutes respectively. So in dominating fashion. And I'm going to give you some good news, my friend. And that game 1, that was a stomp, you could argue, 22 minutes, they ran the Shadow Fiend.
Oh, nice. I mean, it was banned yesterday in 2 of the games, and then the third game was completely ignored. So I would love to see something like Shadow Fiend, because as I said, they need to win the laning phase. SF is an absolute lane dominator this patch. And yeah, like if you got something like that up your sleeve, bust it out now. 100%. Against a team like Egypt, you're going to need all the tools that you have.
I mean, I'm going to tell you more of their picks, because I really love what Tunisia was playing, even in that game versus the Ivory Coast. The Outward Devour, I think it's really potent as a hero. Second match, Enigma, Invoker, and Visage.
Oh, Visage. That's an interesting one, because I personally actually feel it's not a weak hero. Okay, honestly, it's still a very strong hero. It's just a lot of people complain that all these summon heroes are getting dumbed down a lot, you know? Because it's like auto movement, just like Lycan. Now suddenly the wolves follow you around. You can't really control them as much anymore, which, you know, high-level MMR players are complaining about that. It kind of takes away from the skill of the game. But yeah, they're still strong heroes. Summon heroes will always be strong. I hate them. Please don't pick them. Thank you.
I think it was a push lineup, because they ran 4 range heroes. They had the Pugna, Enigma, Invoker, Visage, right? So you have the Eidolons, I assume the Force Spirit, the Familiars, and the Pugna with the Nether Blast, just pushing towers. And then their 5th to complete their draft was Tiny, right? You have a bit of that reliable, tanky hero taking you in the late game if you need to, also being a bit of a front line, distracting the opponent. So that was a 35-minute victory for them. But Tunisia, even in one of the series that we covered of them versus Morocco, I believe they played the Underlord. Do I remember that correctly?
Yes, they had an Underlord. That's right. And he did surprisingly well against an Ursa in the lane, I believe.
Oh, yeah. And they ran it again. So Tunisia, we know they like playing this Underlord. The teams should know by this point, as we see the Ivory Coast was also banning them after they lost to it in that game number 1. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we will send it to a quick break as we are waiting for some of the server issues to be sorted out by Valve. But we will return with this first game of the North African region for Dota 2 Iesf 2024. Thank you for getting us back. I don't think I could have survived that conversation behind the scenes with Black about the history of football. He's a very excited German man about the upcoming Euros. As I'm more excited about this Dota that we have ahead of us, Black. A bit of a pause before we jump into the first series of the day, but the teams are now ready, and Tunisia will start us off by banning the Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, Egypt did draft it yesterday, although there was an interesting combination, let's put it that way. Night Stalker and Phoenix in the team, generally not what you want. Of course, they made it work anyway. Yeah, it's a strong hero. I'm probably thinking we're gonna see it a lot more, especially in top Dota. Like combinations like Mars Phoenix have been super strong for a long time.
Yeah,
and it's coming back again a little bit, which is, I don't know if it's good or bad, to be honest. I always hated playing against it. It's just so strong. You're in the arena, then you egg, and you can't hit the egg, and you just lose.
even like with the upcoming resurgence of Medusa, right? People want to go hit the egg. We pop the stone gaze on the Medusa. You're like, what do? We need to run from the Medusa, but the egg is gonna stun us. It's interesting how this hero is coming back to life. I feel like Phoenix is almost never out of the meta if you think about it properly, Black. But a hero that also hasn't been out of the meta for that long, it's the Spangolier.
Yeah, City Hero, probably one of my most hated heroes in all of Dota. It's just the hero concept, kind of like Bad Rider. There's just some concepts in Dota that cannot be balanced, you know? There will never be a time where Pangolier is just okay. Either Pangolier is broken, or you nerf him to a point where he's absolutely useless. Same with Bad Rider. Either he's broken, absolutely useless. There's nothing in between. And these kind of concepts I really just dislike. Because that means every time you see Pango, he's just way too strong. And I mean, how many nerfs did you survive now? Like 5, 6, 7 nerf patches in a row, maybe even more than that. And he's still super strong. Like, can you imagine how strong he was back then?
I mean, it was 6 patches, but each patch, it doesn't come just with single nerf. It's multiple nerfs per patch, right? It's really strange. But seeing it banned out in the first phase, Tunisia, a bit of a curious one. Now the Templar Assassin, not so curious. We've seen how strong this hero can be yesterday multiple times, and they will get their hands on the Tiny. I love this. This is one of their heroes that they ran multiple times yesterday, including in their victory versus the Ivory Coast. And now Egypt has the opportunity to get their hands on Shadow Fiend. Come on, Black, manifest it.
No. I don't want Egypt to pick it because it would make the game too easy for them. I want Tunisia to pick it.
Makes sense to me. They're running a bit of reserve time. I thought they might just go straight in with a response to the Tiny. I don't think it's that big of a surprise, and it will come through in the form of the Spirit
back to the
Breaker.
cow. Straight away.
Oh my goodness. Bob
is ready. Bob is ready. Now, one hero that probably will get banned out almost straight away is Lifestealer. Lifestealer is actually the best carry in the game against Tiny, I'd say. Like, Tiny just can't touch Lifestealer. There's nothing you can do. Massive health pool, so Lifestealer just heals infinitely. And you don't really have, as a Tiny, you don't have the best single target damage. You're more like an AoE cleave kind of carry. So yeah, Lifestealer is amazing. Or they banned the SF. Why can't my dreams come true?
Wait. We just talked yesterday about how your dreams came true. You can't say this now.
Yeah, it's a different dream.
There's multiple dreams. Okay, I like that. A man of multiple layers is my friend Dominic, ladies and gentlemen. But now, Shadowfiend taken out. So is the Grimstroke, which was a great hero for Egypt yesterday. I remember seeing them play that. I think it was in map 1 victory that they had versus Libya. This Spirit Breaker, do you think there's any potential for a flex Spirit Breaker here? Can you run this hero as an offlane nowadays, or is he purely a position 4?
The roles I can see him in are probably all roles except carry. We have seen some Spirit Breakers, some 5 Spirit Breakers, some 3, 4. Pretty much seen this here in all roles except carry. And this particular game, though, I would love to see a Lifestealer, because Lifestealer Spirit Breaker is just absolutely insane together. Go for the Gyrocopter against Tiny, actually.
Interesting. And the Venomancer instant response from Tunisia. This is very similar to the draft they ran yesterday off stream, Black. I'm just reminding you, they had Tiny, Veno, OD, Underlord, and Shadow Fiend. The Shadow Fiend they banned themselves, but the other two components of that draft are still available for them if they want to go that route.
Yeah. But Lifesteal still looks like a prime pick here, though. Let's see what they pick next. It could just be a support gyro, right? Support gyro is not bad.
Can I tell you a fun fact? So Tunisia, with this draft yesterday, okay, it's going to be a Slargar. Very good. You were mentioning the Lifestealer, right? Support gyro and then potential Lifestealer. They defeated the Lifestealer in 22 minutes with this tiny carry.
Ooh, interesting. But it wasn't an Egypt Lifestealer.
That is true. I mean, teams and styles do make matchups, of course. We can only theorize so much, but it would be like me playing versus... I don't know, Falcons right now, and I would probably lose no matter what heroes they play.
We could probably make a team that, you know, if they have enough handicaps, we can do something.
What do you mean by that? How many finger or how many hands would they have to not have for you plus me in a team to beat them?
We're talking heroes, strategy, you know. I can give them a pretty terrible draft. They wouldn't make it work. No. I would lead us to victory for sure.
Okay, fine. What would you play in that matchup? What role?
Storm.
Oh, Storm, okay.
I would play Storm, and I would give them like the 5 worst heroes against Storm, and I would just roll them.
And what would you want me to be? Should I be the Lion to give you some money? The Keeper of the Light? Like, what's the plan there?
Coddle works. Io could be good.
We're cooking. I think we're cooking. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it over here. Black and Waxen versus Falcons. Someone make it happen.
Dire team pick.
Right now.
Yeah, I mean, we need 3 other teammates, but we'll make it through. Oh, Chaos Knight. Okay. I don't know what's happening, Black. Chaos Knight was also in that game yesterday that the Ivory Coast ran. They had a questionable draft. They had both CK and Lifestealer in the same team, and they lost to the Tiny and Veno.
Well, I mean, in theory, Tiny is very good against CK. Very interesting.
CK as well.
I don't know why they picked the CK, to be honest. It's an amazing hero against Veno and Slada, of course, but Tiny, as I said, is one of the best heroes against CK. So they kind of counterpick themselves in that regard. The new Dragon Knight, amazing hero. I think there's very little downsides to it. Good stun. Tiny loves flat damage. Sorry, Tiny hates flat damage reductions like Dragon Knight has. If he skills the talent, I think it's up to minus 60%, which is ridiculous. Tiny loses like 200 damage from that.
Are there any chances we're looking at a really funky draft with a Spirit Breaker 4, Gyro 5, and a CK 3?
That could potentially work if they want to be really greedy.
Yeah.
But that's what it really would be. Very, very greedy.
And Tunisia will respond very nicely.
So it's a support Tiny. That makes CK super strong.
Mid-Tiny?
Okay, it could be a mid-Tiny too, yeah. But generally, you wouldn't really build it just like you would a carry Tiny. So the CK now with that Ursa pick got way stronger because CK is actually considered a counter to Ursa.
Yeah.
Not sure why they picked that Ursa. Because it could just be a DK mid, Chaos Knight safe, and then you pick another off and it's really good against Ursa, and your lineup looks really good suddenly.
Could this be, again, I'm thinking like not outside of the box, I'm thinking outside of the realm. Could this be like a, I don't know, TI9 Weeha Ursa mid just destroys the DK mid?
It could work, but the way the matchups kind of evolved throughout time and the defensive capabilities of heroes, it's not that easy to dominate heroes in mid lane anymore, like an Ursa, for example.
The water runes and all that, yeah.
Yeah. Even the lane got a little bit shorter as well over time. So chasing heroes like Ursa a little bit worse than that now. But it could work. I mean, I'm the kind of guy that would definitely do that. You know, it's like, oh, I see some weird mid hero. I'm like, oh, give me Ursa, give me Slark, whatever. I'm gonna poop on that guy. I'm gonna carry you guys.
Could also be a Slaughter mid, right? Something that we've seen a bit more, I think, speaking of Team Falcons, even Malrine ran this a few times with various degrees of success. Various degrees, well, when you lose once a game with a Slaughter mid, when you're winning everything else with all the other heroes, you gotta mention that. But Tunisia is still afraid of a Meepo. I think a Meepo on the side of Egypt would have been absolutely bonkers, and I don't think I wanted to see anything like that from them anyway. But it's going to be the Lion Zeus bands coming in from Egypt, so they're taking out some of the burst that Tunisia could get on their draft to complete this. Plenty of reserve time for the Tunisian squad, whereas Egypt doesn't have reserve time left at all to get the overall last pick draft. So, Black, what would you like to see from Tunisia right now?
5 seconds.
This Ursa pick made things a little bit more awkward. I would have
Yeah,
loved to see a hero like Disruptor that really just starts to fight for them. Because right now they're really good at killing heroes, but they aren't the greatest until Tiny Dagger and actually initiating. You know, they see a Slaughter, they just run away. They see a Venom, just run away. It's very easy for them to just disengage. So maybe I mean, they have a DK already. I would love to see something like a Puck. Puck is like a very good solution if you need a team fight starter and a Disabler. Maybe even Invoker. Invoker is really good against these heroes.
I like that. No, the Invoker sounds like a good choice for me as well. The Storm
I mean,
Spirit
you can always just do Storm. Yeah, Storm is always Storm.
Storm is still there for Tunisia if they want to go that route, and I don't think it's the best Storm game, but he could make it work. And they are gonna go Storm, of course. What doesn't surprise me, to be honest. But we've seen attempts from teams to counter Storm with the Leshrac. That would need to be a DK offlane, but it's gonna be the Enigma. Wow, wait, that means we're gonna have a offlane Spirit Breaker.
They don't use their actual names, so it's
Yeah, it's a bit hard for us, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize. Just checking right now. So
let me see. We have
it's a position 5 gyro. It's a position 3 Enigma. It's a position 2 DK. Position 1 Chaos Knight. Yeah. It's a position 4 Spirit Breaker and a 3 Enigma.
Yeah, 3 Enigma makes sense. I love it against Ursa. Ursa doesn't really deal too well with Enigma. It's a good answer against Storm Spirit as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not easy for them to deal with Enigma for sure. I like it.
On the Radiant side, let's take a quick look. It will be a position 4 Tiny. Q will be the one running that one. Conan will be the position 5. Venomancer, Zanetti, the Slaughter on the off lane, picking the Legaday facet, which, as you know, ladies and gentlemen, me and Black are leg day fanatics. Cancun on the position 1 Ursa, and last but not least, Stone on the truly well-tested Storm Spirit mid.
Never skip leg day. I don't know if they can lose. Look at that DK shield.
I don't know if they can lose. Okay.
Yeah, look. Do you see the DK shield? How do you lose with that?
I mean, it's so massive. It can just defend it from everybody around him. And Kemps has played some really beautiful Dota yesterday, right? I mean, I don't know. It's also very greedy lineup for the Dire side. Can we agree on that? Like Spirit Breaker, Gyro supports, Enigma 3.
Yeah, it's insanely greedy. This here looks exactly like a matchmaking game. Like, yeah, I kind of don't want to play 5, but I was gonna pick Gyrocopter. You know, get a couple of solo kills, get my shot, and shoot some homing missiles. Well, I'm more curious whether Forever will actually die today or not.
Oh, I mean, are we predicting that? Is Forever gonna die today or just game 1?
That's right. Oh,
they're taking contact on the Spirit Breaker Ghost. Is gonna get right as everything connects. Deny will not fly in time as we get the first blood collected by Cancun's Ursa. And this is a great start if you're on the Tunisian squad.
Yeah, also goes to the correct hero, because Ursa is going to be the one that's up against the Enigma last pick counter, which was always going to be a hard matchup. Maybe with that first blood, he can get fast boots, a little bit more regen perhaps, to make that lane a little bit more stomachable.
We're going to see a bit more of a contest, because I think they got the potential for that. They have the Poison Sting innate ability for the Venomancer. The Gale is off cooldown. They could probably go for more. They are under an observer ward up in this top dire side river, but okay, Forever will just abandon it. We see the Enigma bottom trying to approach Cancun. It should be a fine trade. 2 for 2 bounty runes, but giving away the first blade, like you mentioned, Black, to the Ursa is gonna be quite punishing, as she has the full bracer and a stick coming to her.
Yeah. Bracer, also an item that probably needs to get looked at. Feels like everyone's just building that thing.
Yeah, I mean, we started to see like either multiple bracers yet again, which is usually assigned to stop that. We have an attempt connection of a Chaos Bolt up top, and the Rocket Barrage is not going to do too much work onto the Slardar.
Yeah. Look, even the Enigma is building a bracer. Then you know there's something wrong with it.
Bracer Enigma. It is a core Enigma, right? So it's maybe a bit more expected. And don't do that on your supports. Position 4's Enigma, please. I beg of you, viewers, do not ruin your pubs like that.
No, do it.
This Enigma also went for the Event Horizon, which is not the facet we talked about yesterday when we said Enigma is really good as a core. We thought the one that spawns an extra Eidolon might be better, but we will get the 15% move speed penalty if you are in Enigma's range.
Yeah, it's honestly a pretty strong facet.
Zanetti.
Also, look at the innate ability as well. Damage reduction is ridiculous.
Yeah, it is very, very potent, I have to admit here. The kill potential on this bottom lane will come in level 3, I expect, but up this top lane, this Gyro CK into Slardar Tiny, either of these 4 heroes, well, these 2 combos can punish each other, as we have a Reality Rift into Chaos Strike, but the nice Slithering Crush will allow them to get out of there. In mid, Kemps and Stone. I mean, it's this matchup has happened so many times over the last 3 weeks or so. I would say I don't expect to see anything special from either of these 2 until we see some rotations.
Yeah, I agree. There's a stun coming in though, and Spiritback is also charging. He's level 2.
Is he gonna connect? Oh no, it's gonna be too late. We have to hold that attempt.
Yeah, would have definitely been a kill if maybe he was there a second or 2 earlier. But yeah, Storm generally just free farms in this lane. It's a very simple lane for Storm. As you said, DK can't really pressure him too much.
Yeah, but Kemp should also be fine using the Breathfire to collect some of the creeps, especially the range ones, and he's very sustainable with the Dragon Blood passive, right? I mean, it's not a passive anymore. I think it's the innate ability on DK, if I'm not wrong, right?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of strong, actually, if you think about it.
I mean, the innate Dragon Blood is definitely very strong because it just scales until level 30 now as well.
Oh my goodness, Ghost down bottom with a couple of back-to-back dashes on top of all the blood rate, but look at Cancun turning around. Mega Way though will be the one to collect Conan onto the side with a usage of the Eidolons and a great use of the Maleficent. So far, so good for this Ursa and the Enigma, but the supports are really not having a good time. You know, dying on the Veno, it's something that it's inevitable. The Veno has a really poor movement speed and not the highest armor, but you don't want to die that much unless you have completely wasted your mana.
Yeah, we see yet another charge on the Storm Spirit as well. He doesn't have a bottle charge anymore. They must have seen that. Maybe he kind of just, you know, wants to die to get a full refill.
Connecting with the charge in mid and Stone. Fairy Fire is going to try to turn around. Look at the TP from Q and now Ghost. One more right click will do the job, but in the end, it will be Stone falling first before the trade takes place. And mid lane, not looking too good for Tunisia. Zanetti up top, also in trouble, getting pursued by Forever and the Famous Star. And I think they should be able to connect with the Reality Rift in just 1 second, pulling the Slaughter back. No strike just yet. And Forever decides to go back to the creeps.
Yeah, I should be able to kill him with just ooh, nice juke. There's a rocket. He should just be dead. Not a whole lot he can do.
I don't even know if it's worth it for Zanetti at this point. I have to admit with you, I think if you die and then just respawn, go back to lane is much better than creating what space are you creating? You're getting chased by the Gyro. The CK gave up long ago. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, 100%. He wasted quite a bit of time there.
This is a solo kill mid, I believe. He doesn't have Breathfire for 2 points in Breathfire. He's maxing out the Dragon Blood. But I think if he went 2-1-2, he could have probably killed Stone over there.
Yeah, I mean, especially with that poison damage now, which is quite potent early on.
Yeah, I mean, we said Storm is going to have a good lane, but of course, dying to that rotation from the Spirit Breaker was a big pain as Ghost. Reminiscent of Bob yesterday. Look at the bashes. Now the Maleficent will turn around and the Eidolons are doing so much damage. Conan, I mentioned Veno does not have sufficient armor to sustain through that.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen that slow? As he was trying to move away from Enigma. Does he get a stun? There's no boots on Enigma. He's a little bit faster than the Ursa though.
He should be fine.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Facebook's also arriving at the same time. An LTP mid to refill the bottom, but it's a level 6 on Chems, and now Gale to turn around onto the Gyrocopter. But this Storm Spirit is just dying to the magic damage Breathfire, plus a couple of right clicks from this Gyro Rocket Barrage. Get the kill, it will be a traded. It's a 2-for-1, and look at Chems, he doesn't care. He's got the assist of Ghost with the Spirit Breaker coming in, charging, bash, Dragon Tail. One more right click will do the job in Cancun. It's the Ursa rotating to help his mid laner in the end. Ends up helping the opponent mid laner.
Yeah, and already 3k gold up in 6 minutes. That's just massive. I mean, Egypt is just... Oh, we already said it. They're one level ahead of... one level ahead of the rest of the playing field. Oh, Storm is still level 5.
Very confident there to try that level 5 versus level 7 on the Dragon Knight. But let's take a quick look at the entire action that we just saw in the mid lane tower, Black, as it's the level disadvantage. It all started rolling in the favor of Egypt on the back of that Spirit Breaker rotation at level 4 for the Storm.
Yeah, they're definitely pressuring the Storm a lot, and the instant stun of DK is just perfect. Chems knows exactly how far he can go. Yeah, I mean, they're just being outclassed. Egypt is just really good. They know exactly what they can do with their heroes. Meanwhile, we saw Black Hole in the bot lane. Easy solo kill onto the Venomancer. And Ursa is also getting bullied. Like, this last pick Enigma is working out really, really well.
We often see Enigmas being reluctant to use their Black Hole early on, which I honestly think it's a mistake. This time around, we just see the Black Hole being used and reset its cooldown, get something with it. One kill, and then Mega Wave continue to pressure the tier 1 tower. In mid, this tier 1 most likely falls Stone with an attempt denying, but in the end will be unsuccessful. And Chems is just fully TPing down bottom, really wants to join up with Meg to get the kill onto the Ursa before she hits that level 6.
Get the tower down as well. There's the second tier 1 tower gone. The Enigma choo-choo train is definitely... Oh, careful with the Venomancer. He's only level 3. Really under level on the supports.
Conan, I don't see you too well, my friend. Charges in cooldown for 10 seconds, but Stone is actually getting bullied by the support Gyrocopter. Double Gale, good connection. Ghost will have charge in 1 second, but I think it might be a bit too deep for him to go there. As... oh my goodness, Q is also only level 4. What was the status of the Wisdom Runes, Black?
They got both.
Yeah, that explains it.
Got both again, just like yesterday. Like, the awareness of the timing is really strong on the Egypt side. Enigma is going for an Orchid against the Storm Spirit. Very interesting item choice for an Enigma.
Oh, Avalanche toss. Gale connects him to the Gyro. He's level 6, higher than a Slaughter, but it's going to be a big kill if they manage to get it. Nice cooldown, trying to do some damage. Famouser is just so sustainable for a position 5, and now it's going to enable Forever to come in with the Reality Rift and get the trade onto Zanetti's Slaughter.
Yeah, making it look very easy. Gyrocopter, he doesn't even really have many tank items, does he? 900 HP. Still took them a long time to kill that. But that's also the problem of a Slaughter. If you don't have a good game, like your damage output just isn't there. Oh, easy kill also on the Veno. He just got 2-tapped.
I don't know what's happening as Stone is level 7. It feels like one of the only players to have his ultimate. And now the Zanetti corrosive stun. It's going to be very good. The Slithering Crush coming in just in the right moment to enable them get a kill. And yes, they are playing from very far behind, but at this point in time, even if you're at a disadvantage, you're trading carries for supports, it's looking better for you gold-wise, but look at this rotation. Zanetti has hit level 6, now can reduce some of the armor of the dire side, of course.
Yeah. DK just hitting away at the tower. Going for Mage there next. I'm gonna make him super tanky. That's pretty much the only weakness the hero has. He has high armor and high regen. He's just a little bit scared of magic damage. That Arcane Rune, if they have a smoke, they could potentially make a fight happen here.
What a black hole bottom, black. Meg committing to the Ursa. Ursa managed to pop the ultimate in time, and now the TP is coming in from Q. Ghost trying to go a bit too deep. He does not have the ultimate. The Nether Strike will not be coming through, and now the Storm Spirit with the right clicks. Bish, bash, bosh. Meg will fall, and that was a hell of an overcommit from Meg there, being a bit too overconfident in the backlines of the tier 2 bot.
Yeah, and Starter might pay the price for that over-rotation, though. Nah, he should be fine as well.
I think it's fine. He's turning
There's the
around.
Arcane Rune.
They're jumping in, Stone. Beautiful there, running out of mana. They want to get the gyrocopter at least. I think they're going to connect. Oh, unlucky miss. Trust doesn't get in now. The Dragon Tail should get the work down onto Stone as the Bash coming in, and look at Forever joining up his team. Stone, no more HP, no more mana. Nether Strike to secure it. And it's going to be Conan 1 versus 4 in the mid lane, trying to juke left, trying to juke right, but the only juke you'll see from him will be in about 12 seconds when he respawns.
Yep, and as he's being charged on the bot lane, he is not really respecting them moving down there. And he can't get out. There's no mana for TP. So how are they going to save him? The answer is probably they won't. Should be casting Enrage momentarily. Then you just wait for the Enrage to wear off. And no. Okay.
It's very speedy though, and the cooldown, the respawn timers are so low because everybody is so underleveled on the side of Tunisia. You know, looking at the bright side, I assume it's unlucky you don't have ultimates, but you spawn early to save your carry. As this was, I mean, if this Slithering Crush connects onto the gyro, you kill him and then you get out. But then those extra few steps that you take towards the river is what made you overcommit. And with the rotate from Camps and Forever Black, it's impossible for Tunisia to do anything there.
Yeah, but we have seen the same tendency yesterday a little bit, that they just get a little bit overzealous when they're on a chase, and it results into them getting wiped. Because honestly, yeah, you probably want a gyro kill to get some net worth back, but if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. No need to over chase like that, because you're going to put yourself in a bad spot, and a team like Egypt is going to punish you every time. Up to 9k gold now. Mage Slayer already up on the DK. He's so incredibly hard to kill now.
There's a shield rune I feel on the Zanetti Slaughter. It's not a shield bubble, it's a shield rune. Not the strongest when he has only 1200 HP, but doesn't look that bad and lasts quite a long time. He doesn't want to die for at least another 1000 gold to get his hands on the Blink Dagger. But the push is relentless, right? You've got the Dragon form, you've got the Eidolons. Yeah, they're just continuing to pressure this tier 2 mid, and Stone is the only saving grace, currently level 9 on his Storm Spirit, but everybody else is not having a game, Black. Like, look at this Ursa. She's not even halfway through to having the Battle Fury yet.
Yeah, it's a tough game for the Ursa. And it's not really going to get easier because Enrage is usually a super strong spell, but Black Hole of Enigma actually hard counters that. He's almost up to an Orchid as well on the Enigma. So Storm from then on out is going to have a lot of problems too. Yeah, like all Egypt really has to do now is farm up their core items, then secure Roshan, and then it's already high ground time for them. Because a hero like DK is just perfect in these kind of games, right? He can just siege the high ground by himself. No need to do anything fancy.
Also the Enigma, just the presence of Enigma, right? Even if you do manage to get a jump in on the CK or the Dragon Knight, who are very tanky, by the time you burst them down, the Enigma will just gotta be on top of you with a Black Hole. They're trying to get on camps.
He's damn tanky.
They are very good at this, not cheating their spells nicely, but they're only getting him below half HP. And now the gyros here, the cooldown will create the separation. Zanetti, you don't want to overstep that. The Spirit Breaker goes for Stone, he's gonna dodge that, and now the Nether Strike will connect. The Black Hole to the solo Ursa will fall, no ultimate, and they're still trying to get at least a single kill. Stone overcommits, gets reality boost with stun, and now the beautiful corrosive phase, and the avalanche on top of it. The toss is coming through, they don't have any other dispel. AoE spells not coming in from the Dire. Forever is under the Noxious Plague. It keeps on popping. Another stun. Double kill. Triple kill. Can someone stop
that
him?
plague, man.
Finally, the Venomancer coming in. Meg, is he gonna get back? One more hit will do the job, and it's a full team wipe. Tunisia have done it. They got on top of each other and sacrificed themselves to the AoE stuns of the Radiant squad.
Look at that fight recap. Venomancer dealt 3,500 damage, the highest on the Radiant side.
Wow.
That Plague bounced like 20 times. I don't know. I didn't know it bounces that much. That felt way more than twice.
I believe, if I'm not completely wrong, if it lingers on a target and the target dies, that's when it bounces. And because he has the facet of double bounce, it does it again. As we see, a bit of an overcommit here from Ghost, feeling like he can deal with this Zanetti Slaughter. But Zanetti is now level 12 on the back of that previous skirmish, and Ghost just feeds.
Yeah, we'll have a quick look again at the last fight. DK a little bit overconfident. He knows it's very tanky, but the fight actually starts out quite decently in their favor. But you just see, in roughly 5 seconds, they all stack up, and that Noxious Plague of Venomancer, even though it's just level 1, look at how much it does, and look how often it bounces around. That to me looks
Once, twice, 3 times,
crazy.
4 times, 5 times, 6 times.
Like, how does it bounce so much? That's crazy. It deals so much damage every time
7,
too.
it bounced again.
Yeah, I know. I didn't even know it can do that.
It was 8 bounces.
Yeah, I did not know that this ability is capable of bouncing that much.
Impact damages for spreads after the first one is removed by 2 times. Do you think it bounces 2 times per hero that you connect with, and because there were 4 heroes in the area, that's why it bounced 8 times?
Radiant are scanning.
It could be. It could
It's
very well be.
It's also interesting, if you remember, Black, yesterday, Tunisia was in similar positions versus Morocco, with one of their supports getting level 6 at minute 16, and then when they got it, they won the team fight. That's what happened just there, as now the Blink on camps, and now the Spirit break the charge. Storm Spirit did not go far enough. The Orchid coming in from the Enigma. Storm is still alive. Q is trying to buy some time, but in the end, he will pay his life.
Oh, no
as-
Plague.
Okay, he's alone versus 5 heroes, but they're scared. Look at it, they're spreading up. They don't want to go to the same thing. They got tagged by the Noxious Plague, and they just completely were going separate ways, learning from their previous mistake. Team Egypt, very good from them.
Well, can you blame them after that last one? I would be scared.
Yeah, I'm with
so
you.
much poison.
Top tower is under attack.
Oh,
It should be a pretty easy tier 2 tower top. No glyph as well. And now back to AK again. This is kind of what happens to Egypt every game, I would say. You know, like they get up to a really comfortable lead. Then they have this one fight where they just feel insanely overconfident. And then after that, they're like, yeah, okay. Time to be serious, guys.
I gotta ask you, right? Do you feel like this Battle Fury will do anything for Ursa at minute 18 when she'll probably have it?
I mean, there's no immediate effect. You'll still need to farm up another item or 2 to really have, you know, any sort of use in fights. Because if Enigma wants to, you can just black hole the Ursa every time.
Yeah.
And Rage doesn't do anything against that. It's really tough, honestly. It really is. I think this game would be almost unwinnable if Enigma went for the Aura bot style. Because that together with his innate ability, where allies have up to 15% damage reduction, makes your teammates so incredibly tanky around you.
You're telling me the Tranquil Drums Orchid is not a build on Enigma, Black?
No.
Oh, wow.
I think it's the first time probably that I saw this item combination.
I'm gonna be honest. If we can have the access to like all the database from Dota's history, pro games of course, tier 3 and above, I don't think this has ever been built on any hero. Not even, well, especially not on Enigma. Like Tranquil into Orchid is it's telling me we're going places with the meta.
Yeah, and Tranquil into Drums into Orchid. Like Drums kind of
Drums.
makes sense still, since it's an aura item, of course, but
Yeah.
then
The
the
Orchid?
Orchid is kind of out of nowhere. Into Boots of Bearing, okay. That's
Hey-ho,
why I
let's
bought
go.
the Tranquil boots for the Bearing boots.
I mean, the drums do the same thing. I mean, that makes sense. It's still the Orchid like stop in between all of that is a bit confusing, because Enigma Boots of Bearing is not that uncommon, right? But
Yeah.
the Orchid. And I would have assumed if we go for the Orchid build, she might be going for Travel Boots Orchid then. You know what I'm saying? Like Travel Boots
Yeah,
Orchid,
it's,
Blink, TP with the creeps, jump on top of someone with a teammate after you fortify the wave, I guess. Anyway, they're winning, and we can't judge it that much. But if somehow Tunisia manages to mount a comeback, we will go back and question this build-up.
He just jumped to farm a creep camp, by the way. I just want to highlight that when I did that 8 years ago, I got flamed the crap out of me.
Oh, I thought you got kicked.
No. Or maybe, as a consequence, actually, I don't know. Maybe that was in the back of their heads, you know?
They're like, man, this guy's like the best carry in the region. But remember that one time he used drums to get a last hit? Nah.
Yeah, screw that guy. He's out of here.
Oh, man. Okay, let's look at this CK. 7-1-2. 11,000 net worth almost. Forever has one death, by the way. We were talking if he's gonna die, and I said it was gonna happen this game. So he died once. Oh, they're chasing Ghost up top. Cancun, where are you heading, my friend? Oh, Mass TP's out. They don't want to fight more. They spotted someone, I believe, with the word lane or word on the twin gate. I mean, it's good disengage. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, very nice, very fast, very decisive. Even some pro teams struggle with this kind of decision making, that really everybody gets out immediately. Oh, CK's popping ult. He's waiting for the Ursa.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Is Ursa gonna run to his hands? Oh, he is coming.
This is not looking good for Cancun.
Oh no, they're
Oh! That is some unfortunate timing if you're inside of Tunisia, but Meg seems to feel something. They're going for him. He doesn't have a Blink Dagger. Orchid, Reality Reef, Bish Bash Mosh, and no more HP on the bear. You might have gotten your Battle Fury, but if you want to farm with it, you'll have to, well, go somewhere else. Look at Ghost, just bashing everybody, now stopping. Oh, what is happening? They're trying to get him, and the Electric Vortex will connect. One more bash will get the job done, and now they want to get out of there, and they should do it as soon as possible.
Yeah, with a smoke as well. They're somewhat stopping the bleeding, which is good. But the late game scaling of the Dire side is also incredibly strong, right? We spoke about how Enigma is one of the best late game heroes in the entire game. So do you really want to try to contest them for late game?
No, I don't think you do.
They have so many good items too. Gyrocopter already has Guardian Greaves. They have pretty much everything they need. If only Enigma had, like a BKB instead of Orchid.
Don't get me started, Black. It's the game plan. It's part of the game plan. As we see Forever right now, gonna go in and claim the first round on bottom, which I mean, everything is going in their favor, but even more so now. When you're an Ursa or you have an Ursa in your team, you want to be the ones dominating the tempo of the Roshan, getting the first one, even if you're playing from behind, right? Right now, they don't have the facilities for that. They don't have the spells or the items to jump in the pit and contest, and they will completely go up top, trying to claim their first tier 1 of the match. They haven't gotten a single tower just yet, and if I'm not wrong, looking at this tier 1 top, it's also very healthy still.
It is, and they're actually TPing, trying to defend that potentially. You have to be careful though. Chain TPs are always very risky.
Dire's
Okay, Zanetti. Who's finding who? The Orchid coming in. Now the cooldown just on top of him, and the Rocket Barrage deals so much damage. That is incredible, Black. And that is not even a shard for the homing missile.
Ridiculous amount of damage. Also, call down does a ton of damage now, especially if you get hit by multiple ones. How's DK looking? Finishes Blink, going for Manta Style next. Pretty standard stuff. Forever also going for Manta Style.
Oh, jumping mid. Kems does not have the Aegis. He is quite lonely. We just need a bit of follow-up. They're throwing in the Noxious Blink, and now the TP coming in, but the Avalanche, the Tiny has the Blink Dagger, and Q will throw in the toss and collect the kill. That is what we wanted to see from Tunisia, and definitely not what I wanted to see from Egypt. Also, the Spirit Breaker, very low in HP. Okay, they would kill the Tormentor S too. That makes sense.
Yeah, get control of the shot nice and early. I like that.
And he's now gonna have the homing missile shard. Goodness me. If he dealt a lot of damage before on the gyrocopter, it's gonna be even dirtier from now on.
Yeah, when is the Rocket Barrage damage challenge again? Level 20. Okay, so it's still quite away. Quite far away. But if that ever comes online, suddenly his damage skyrockets again.
Okay, please switch your Vambrance onto intelligence. Come on, Famouser, please. We want to get extra magic damage. Spell Amp. You don't need magic resist. They're not jumping you ever.
Hey,
Oh,
we
if
all
you're a
love to be more
vessel-
tanky.
No, it's just a Venom. It's fine.
Goodbye,
As
Mr.
lo-
Venom.
Radiant's middle
As long as
tower
Stone
is
doesn't
under
die,
attack.
it's okay. He also managed to complete a full Spirit Vessel on him, and Conan will be quite happy with that because I think he ran out of charges, so dying will grant him one more charge for his Spirit Vessel. Hey, you gotta
Yeah,
look
always
at
gonna see the upsides of everything.
Yeah, the glass is half full, not half empty. But I gotta say, right, for the last, whatever it's been, since minute 10, they have been playing at about 9 to 10k gold deficit. And Tunisia is still there, only 10, 11k just now after the tier 2 behind. So managing to hold the deficit at a pretty even number for 15 minutes, it's the quality of a good team.
Yeah, I agree. They stopped the bleeding. And now Ghost is just dead. Very deep. Very, very deep. Orchid also picked up on Slaughter. I think 33 popularized it a little bit.
Radiant's bottom
I mean,
tower
I'm gonna be honest, I think, and you tell me what your thoughts are, but I believe, especially last patch, Orchid was quite an undervalued item, and I thought it was really making a resurgence because we kept on seeing people building it on the Slardars, on the DKs, on the Weavers, but then that lasted for like 2 weeks and then people just gave up on it. I don't know why. I feel like the item is in a really good spot, especially with the amount of attack speed it gives you.
Dire are scanning.
I think it's one of the most comfortable items to build up to as well.
Exactly,
It's one
it's
of
got-
the few items in Dota that gives mana regen, attack speed, and health regen, most importantly. Like, not many items in Dota give all of these together.
Can I also say
And
this
it
for the
also has an
viewers?
upgrade.
Can I also say this for the viewers at home? No, this doesn't mean I vouch for Enigma Orchid, okay? Don't do that. Jump
I
in.
think I'm inclined to agree with that as well.
Famous Sir gets caught and they're trying to chase for more. He is very beefy, level 14 Tiny, and now the Rapper jump in back on top of the Q Tiny, and the Nether Strike, the Slaughter. That didn't feel like an offlane Slaughter at all, as he just dies to the Phantasm Illusions of the CK, with a bit of the assist of the rest of the team. Okay, well, you got 1 for 2. Let me see the fight recap. It's very much favoring the Dire side, as you would expect when you only lost 1.
Are they going high ground?
They have the
There's no
Aegis.
glyph.
Okay,
Well,
jump
that
in.
didn't do anything.
Of course he did. He made the storm consume his mana.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Whatever with the Aegis, of course, only for another 30 seconds
or
though.
so, yeah.
So are they gonna overstay their welcome, or are they gonna go back? Probably gonna go back.
I love this. This is good. This is good from Egypt. A lesser team would have maybe overcommitted there, but realizing you want to give them the chance to jump on top of us as soon as the Aegis expires. We saw an attempt yesterday in one of our games, if you remember, killing an Aegis target 2 seconds before the Aegis was expiring. So if the Tunisian side could have chained their spells correctly, they could have gotten quite an easy kill on the CK. In the end, Egypt will go back, farm, and this is what we're going back to black, right? You talked about this in the pregame analysis. This is what the meta of Dota 2 has succumbed to for the last, what has been 3 years now. Kill, farm, take a tower, farm Aegis, take tier 3 tower with the first Aegis, farm some more, get the second Aegis, get 1 set of racks, keep on farming, squeeze out the map. Third Aegis, you might attempt to get another set of racks. And I mean, it's great that Egypt understands this and they're playing as most tier 1, tier 2 teams are, but at the same time, with the lead they have, they should squeeze them out a bit more, because I feel like the Storm and Ursa shouldn't have gotten so high levels in so many items, considering how far behind they were.
Yeah, they're definitely loosening their grip on the map a little bit, which maybe Enigma also doesn't feel super comfortable just yet.
Yeah.
Orchid. That Orchid just kind of ruined the entire build. Like, if he had blinked BKB earlier, I think they can take any fight without any risk ever. No, but right now there's actually a serious risk that they could lose a fight potentially. They're up 14k gold, but on the side of Tunisia you have a lot of damage with the corrosive haze plus the Ursa, who finished up his BKB as well. So there's definitely a lot of respect that goes into it. But as soon as Enigma finishes BKB, the team fight should be pretty simple.
Still have full set of Raxes. They haven't dropped it yet at 92%. It's lesser than what we've seen yesterday from Egypt. At this point, they had like the 98s, the 99%. Some of the games I feel like they had already finished. So definitely they are halted more than they were in their series versus Libya. But I'm looking at this gyrocopter. You mentioned the Greaves. I don't even know when he had the chance to get a Solar Crest, about to purchase a gem. He is 20 gold behind the opponent Zanetti offlane Slardar.
Yeah, pretty filthy rich. But gyrocopter just does that though, right? You flag cannon the creep wave. Creeper is dead. And it's a hero that scales very well with items. I love the fact that he builds great support items. Like Guardian Greaves into Solar Crest makes complete sense against the Slaughter. Buff up your CK as much as you can. Looking for some core items to come out. There's 400 away from Blink.
BKB
Not bad,
already.
but not really game changing.
I think the fact that he has the BKB is good. I'm wondering
No,
if at this point, wouldn't it be better to just go, instead of the Blink, just get the Shard? It's like, who are you gonna kill in the black? Yeah, who are you gonna kill in the backline anyway? Like, nobody.
It's a tough call. He still needs a Blink Taker to follow up on the starter jump potentially. But that's the
I
thing.
see.
As soon as Enigma has BKB, you just black hole the Ursa every time, and there's no damage anymore. You do nothing. You wait for Ursa to show. Blink BKB, black hole. Done.
Eidolon's pushing the top lane in. This is not the lane they want to go to, right? They've got exposed mid-racks. You gotta just wrap around and get that. There's also a shield rune spawning in the bottom riverside black. Is anyone gonna spot it? They don't have vision over there currently, and there's no Oracle on their team either. We talked about this hero maybe making an appearance in the qualifiers. It was only banned a few times yesterday in the Egypt series, actually, but this time around uncontested. I think at this level of Dota, Oracle could be so good only because of that innate ability. I genuinely think that.
Yeah, I think anything that is as strong as that, like this, that's basically considered cheating, is, yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. Honestly, I consider Enigma kind of to be cheating as well. Like,
Okay.
you shouldn't just be allowed to have damage reduction for your whole team for doing nothing. No?
That does make sense. No, I mean, some of them, of course. This is still very early on in 736 with the addition of these innates and facets. I remember when the first talent trees were added, and some of them were absolutely incredible, and some of them were truly useless. It will take a while until everybody gets properly balanced out. But speaking of facets, Black, I honestly, yesterday you were doing like the let me Google a hero type of the deal to see what is a useless facet, and I wanted to tell you to check one out and tell me your thoughts about it. Can you take a look at the innate ability of Enchantress, please?
Oh, you mean with the neutral item?
Yes. It's
I mean, there's some niche situations where it could be really good. Let's say it's just -7 and you get your core heroes like 2 items instead of 1 straight away, and they snowball the lane because of it. Yeah, outside of that, of course, it's, yeah, not the greatest.
Oh, they're gonna break the smoke. This Spirit Breaker is out of Shadow Lane. No! They thought they broke it from the high ground, but they were too far from that to even be possible. They don't have a gem. And dust-wise, I believe they had dust. Nobody realized it could have been the Spirit Breaker Ghost doing so much work. In all honesty, that might have been the play of the game.
Yeah, and he's staying very true to his name. Truly ghost-like.
Absolutely. Don't know where they're coming from. As Roshan is already spawned, Meg will spot it in just a second. Has the BKB, 9 seconds for the Enigma. Looking forever. He's so hungry for the Roshan. Coming in, Chaos Strike, 2 seconds, and this Roshan just crit after crit. Maleficent doing such a good work. It's gonna be the banner, also claimed by Egypt. Do you like the newer banner, Black?
Banner, I haven't really seen it in action too much yet, and every time I have, it was pretty, you know, the impact wasn't the greatest. I didn't want to insult the item too much, but I'm sure that if you use it properly and well, in a well thought out way, together with your team, it can be very, very strong. I mean, the bust it gives is very strong, right?
Yeah.
For a push.
I feel like it's a way more viable now than it has been in its previous iteration. That was just kind of like a thing that didn't do that much. People didn't care too much for the banner. Now, I don't know if it's necessarily meta or better than cheese, but it's more viable. Yeah, let's just call it that. As we now have Phantasm jumping in, they're trying to get Reality Rift on Stone. He just gets out really quickly. But it's a level 18 Storm Spirit. He is getting bigger and bigger. And so is Cancun on the Ursa.
Yeah, so that's basically what I was about to say. Every time there's a glyph on the tier 3, you just place the banner, free buff doesn't die, and you get the free push. So it's basically an anti-glyph, you know, mechanic. Which I like. Glyph was way too strong. With Zanetti.
Falls. Zanetti is already trying to wrap behind him, but he's the one getting spotted, and now we have the Storm Spirit jumping in, trying to get something done, but it's gonna be the BKB run away from the Slardar. Dragon Knight tries to pursue it. A couple right clicks should do the job, but look at the Ursa jumping in on top of the Dragon Knight. The buyback from the Slardar. The Ursa has to pop the BKB in the end range, and look at the double slithering crash in the backline, but we need to follow up. It's a 5-man avalanche, and the knock is coming in. The damage is a black hole melting through the Slardar, the Ursa, and the Storm Spirit. And GG gets called out, and Egypt puts the final nail in the coffin of Tunisia's game number 1.
Yeah, making it look easy at the end there. I mean, that's what we spoke about, right? The Enigma factor. Like, you super hard commit. Everyone's like, go, go, go. We gotta kill this guy now. Then gets BKB off with 500 health. Turns around with Black Hole. Fight over. Enigma is truly an incredible hero. And there are a couple of heroes in Dota that have this effect on the game. Where you just really can't play the same. You know, like Patch is one of them. Enigma, Bad Rider. There's just a couple of heroes where you really have to rethink the way you play Dota. And every hard commitment you make might or might not end up with you under the ground.
These were some of the early, let's call them oversteps from Tunisia. It's quite hard to say they're overstepping when they are the ones getting killed under the tower, but you know, TPing an Ursa level 4 to help your mid laner is never a good look. And we see Cancun getting punished here. There was already 3k gold lead. Minute 9 is 5.5k gold lead. And it was one of the saving graces for Tunisia, killing this gyrocopter a couple of times. But we just know how much damage he dealt to them and allowed Forever to come in and continue cleaning up. This is the one fight that they really, again, overstepped onto this gyrocopter and got punished by Kemp's and Forever's rotations. It feels like the early game was the story of we want to get more than our shoulders can.
Yeah, I do think though they did very well in trying kind of match the pace that Egypt has in the early game, because we spoke about it yesterday and today as well, that Egypt's early game is just incredibly fast, and if you let them get away with it, they will run over the mid game, which is basically exactly what happened this game. So I like the sort of approach they had. It just wasn't quite fast enough and quite good enough to match up with Egypt's movement in the early game. So if they can refine it just a little bit in game 2, there's actually a realistic chance of them, you know, going toe to toe with them.
Yeah, maybe in this game number 2, now that they, because like we said, they managed to hold on to that deficit after they cut their losses for quite a good while. In the end, it was also the fact that they got in the late game versus what was a very strong lineup right from the Egypt side, including this Enigma. So maybe for the second game in this series, Tunisia can bounce back like they did yesterday to take us to a game 3. As we see, minute 25. See, this is what I mean. They were down at 9k at minute 8, and now they're only down 10k at minute 25, right? So it's a good showing from Tunisia. But with this loss here, Black, if they do end up falling to Egypt 0-2, I believe this would mean they would be out of contention for that first place.
Yeah, I think so too. And it's always tough, you know, when your first day doesn't go your way, and then you have to play the favorites in a basically all or nothing series. It can be very daunting. So
Yeah, I
hopefully they don't let it get to them for game 2. Like, we know Egypt is incredibly strong. They know Egypt is incredibly strong. They all, like the entire group knows Egypt is incredibly strong. So yeah, how many more wins does Egypt actually need to secure that top 1? Is this
think-
win enough, or do they need to win one more?
So it depends on the results. At this point, if Egypt, let's say, wins this match, right? They would still have to face Morocco, who has yet to lose, right? Morocco is also undefeated, just like Egypt. And that will probably be, I assume, the equivalent of our grand final here for the North African qualifiers, Black. But at the same time, before then, if Egypt beats Tunisia, and then Tunisia goes on an undefeated route in their last 2 games, and Egypt lose 0-2 both of their upcoming games, there might still be a tiebreaker chance. Again, those are a lot of ifs that we don't really think are probable.
Yeah, sounds about right. But esports, sports, any sort of competition, it's never really set in stone. Yeah, of course, favorites and dark horses, but upsets happen every now and then. And there's just so many variables involved, so nothing's impossible. It could happen. Very unlikely to happen, but it could happen.
Well, I know for a fact what is likely. It is very likely that we're going to be getting more exceptional Dota from these 2 teams after we send it to a short break. Welcome back to the World Esports Championship Qualifiers for North Africa Dota 2. I am Waxen, joined by Black, and it's just the second map of the day. First series, Egypt versus Tunisia, was a pretty one-sided affair, Black. We had a bit of a long extended break due to some, Steam connection issues. Happens every now and then for the Dota game that we love and play and cast, Black. But hopefully now Tunisia had all the time in the world to talk about what went wrong in game one and come in with a strong game plan to defeat the titan of the region that has been Egypt.
Yeah, that if they want to do that, there's quite a lot of things that need to change. Will Egypt even allow that? No, now their first pick. Gotta get rid of all the tinies, all the super annoying heroes. Yeah, I don't know. I think Egypt is even stronger when they're first pick, to be honest, because as we said, they're not really reliant on that last pick hero, you know. They build very solid strats from the get-go. And yeah, it's gonna be tough for Tunisia, who even yesterday had a couple of draft gaps as well. Whereas with Egypt, you don't really see those these little mistakes in the draft. It's always very solid. It's always very well thought out. And there's a witch doctor. First time we see it on stream.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the Voodoo Festeration yesterday. Us wanting to get it on stream to see if this hero is as interesting as I think it's interesting a safe word to describe Witch Doctor in the current patch. Black, would you agree with that?
Interesting is it's a very interesting term.
Fair.
I do agree. I love to run Witch Doctor middle actually. Voodoo Festeration plus Radiance is very fun and very griefy. Don't do it. But it does a lot of damage. It seriously does.
It is really strong, and especially like a tier 3 item, you get the Cloak of Flames, or the cloak that deals extra burn damage. It's very interesting, and I don't think it should be stacking, but it does. That is the way Dota currently works, and Tunisia will respond with something very strong in the Night Stalker. I love seeing that from them. I think the Night Stalker is really good at dealing with this sort of squishy well, I assume support Witch Doctor, even if it's going to be a core. Night Stalker jumps on top of you. You don't really want to buy a 4-step Witch Doctor. So, yeah, great response from Tunisia.
Am I seeing this right? Witch Doctor is the only hero with 3 facets?
He's not the only hero. There are a few heroes with multiple facets. I think Tekis has 3 as well, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, you're right. There are a couple. I remember now. Why is that a thing? That should not be a thing.
I think lore-wise for Tekis is he has 3 components. He's Spleen, Spoon, and Speen, or whatever the names are.
So no, I mean in general, like how come most heroes only have 2 and then a couple have 3? Again, it's like just this cheating thing, you know? Like you should be allowed to. Oh, Shadow Fiend!
10 seconds remaining.
5
seconds.
GG's, go next. I mean, what is there to say? It's
so good.
It's rough. It's gonna be rough. I mean, they banned the Phoenix in second phase instead of the Shadow Fiend. Why would you do that to yourself? I don't really know. And it's gonna be punished. Tunisia is gonna be punished by the Shadow Fiend pick, and now you have the Witch Doctor as well to bring some of that sustain to keep the Shadow Fiend alive and well if he gets engaged in some skirmishes. The Cask is so annoying to play against, but it's gonna help the SF to line up the raises. It's rough. It's a rough start from Tunisia after what seemed to be a good Night Stalker game.
I mean, Night Stalker is still a very good hero against SF because a lot of people don't really build BKB on SF anymore with this caster type. So that silence could still potentially ruin his game. But yeah, like if you're not too careful, Night Stalker, you get raised twice, and then your movement speed is really crippled. Earthshaker again. Okay, we've seen a very successful Shaker yesterday. And truth be told, whenever tournaments get more exciting and more on the line,
coming out.
These big heroes are always coming back. Enigma's coming back, Earthshaker's coming back, Tidehunter's coming back, Magnus, you know, all these heroes where one good ultimate
5 seconds remaining.
gone.
I know we were just talking about facets and like why some heroes have 2 facets and whatnot. And Why do some of them have 3 facets? What do you think of Chen, Black? Chen has 5 different facets.
Wait, he does?
Yes.
Oh, he actually does. Oh yeah, because of every different
Every
creep.
neutral.
I remember that.
It's an interesting one. I mean, sadly or happily, depends what side of the spectrum you're at. Chen will not definitely make an appearance today, as the hero was busted last patch, but I haven't seen much Chen being played. I think Snaking had a few attempts to run it in 7.3.6, and they were quite successful, but otherwise, most teams are staying away from it, including the likes of Poppy, right, who is a traditional Chen lover, we could call him. So Earthshaker paired up with Shadowfiend and Witch Doctor. I feel like I'm watching a draft from about, I don't even know, 2018, 2015. It's great. I love seeing these 3 hero make a resurgence. Whereas the Dark Willow, I've seen so much Dark Willow lately. I feel like we can take a break from the Willow, please.
Yeah, I agree. I don't like the hero very much. I don't like to play against it. It's just a very, very oppressive hero. So hard to kill for most heroes too. Dodges abilities that she really shouldn't be dodging, like Drow's multi-shot, for example, just doesn't affect her while she's in W
Yeah,
for
that
some
doesn't
reason.
make sense. Yeah, that doesn't make no sense to me either.
And it just goes through her, and she's like, yeah, I'm fine. Crystal Maiden, though, that's one of my favorite heroes. I've been spamming a lot of mid-CM.
No.
It's not bad.
You're not meant to tell that to our viewers. Yes, it's not bad because you're like, whatever your rank is. These guys are going to go into 2K pubs and run Crystal Maiden, and they're going to get reported. They're going to have no more communication score, and they can't ping their teammates later.
Yeah, and then have to play low priority too. I'm basically helping the Dota community to be cleansed, cleansed by of their impurity.
Okay, I'm gonna ask production for something, Black, because I am just receiving an update via Liquipedia, which is not the main source you should be guys contacting. We should be using iesf.gg to get all of your updates about everything IESF related, especially Dota 2, but you can look at the other games, schedules, and whatnot. Morocco.
10 seconds.
Early on Liquipedia, I'm not confirming that rumor, just asking. Come up as they've completed all their matches and lost all of them. I don't know if that's a typo, it's a mistake. So, ladies and gentlemen at home, don't worry, we will update you once we get any information back from our production team. But let's talk about this Lifestealer Black. Yesterday we had a hell of a debate about his innate ability, and you decided, and you're kind of convincing me, that it's really overpowered, overtuned, getting 2 HP for every single last hit creep that he gets, and last hit like denies as well and kills. Do you think this Lifestealer is a good answer to the Shadowfiend?
It's one of the best heroes against SF for sure, just because you can't ever really Requiem him unless Rage is on cooldown, of course. It's really good against Shaker. Witch Doctor can be good against Lifestealer, but generally Witch Doctor is stronger against these heroes that have lower health pools but higher armor, like mostly agility heroes. So Lifestealer is quite good here. Doom against Lifestealer is not bad. The lane, however, won't be easy. Lifestealer CM is a very strong lane. Like, you have this double slow. I like this Lifestealer pick a lot. I think Lifestealer in general is one of the best carries in the patch. Just cause everything is so damn tanky. Even supports get up to like 2 or 3k health. That Feast is really, really strong.
5 seconds remaining.
And we spoke about the Corpse Eater as well, of course. Like 2 health per everything. It's just, the scaling is pretty intense. Like, you kill 1 creep camp, if it's golems, you just get 12 health for free.
So much, yeah. And I think probably the meta that we'll be seeing soon will be trying to find a troll world, like the troll summoners, right? And just let them keep on spawning the small trolls and kill them as much as possible to get even more HP.
Yeah, it could happen for sure. Especially with the Radiance now. It's so easy to farm up a lot of creeps. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Lifestealers in like 30-minute games with plus 1k health or so, which is basically hard for free.
I mean, it's spicy for sure. I can
And the thing is, most of the time you pick Lifestealer in lanes where he really dominates anyway. So he should always at least farm decently. which means he can always make really good use of his toolkit. That Doom hero, though, I mean, it's very strong against any hero, of course. You can't life leech anymore. You can't regenerate any health. So it's good against Lifestealer. And the lane, though, I'm a little bit worried about the lane only.
Yeah.
Because Doom against Lifestealer and lane is not easy. You couple that with a CM, Nova Bite. And what do you have as support? Shaker? Like, Shaker Doom is horrible.
I mean,
they are. Those.
What if it's a Doctor Doom?
And then you have Earthshaker 5, which is equally as horrible. The problem with Shaker always is his lane just kind of stinks, right? So you have to make up with it by picking the super strong 3 or a self-sufficient 3, which Doom used to be, not as much anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So now you have 2 melee heroes against the Lifestealer, and as I said, you can literally 1v2 this lane if you wanted
to. Interesting.
So Egypt is like,
I think
what do we do now?
I think this Doom is actually quite solid
Ursa
versus Lifestealer. I don't want to see an Ursa here. And I love this attack. Okay, this is a nice turnaround. The Monkey King, I guess, operates in a similar way to the Ursa. Up there in personal, gets some of the right click win, the debuff, of course, from the Fatal Bound. What's the right click of Monkey King called? Wait, I'm having a bit of a moment right now.
Jingu Mastery.
The Jingu Mastery, of course. The master himself had to know the answer for that one. To know and the Lina to complete the roster of Tunisia. Hey, I don't know if they're gonna do it in this game number 2, but what I can say about this is they have a much simpler lineup to execute. Lina should match up very well versus the Shadow Fiend mid. Hopefully not gonna lose too hard. Lifestealer should survive this Doom top, and maybe Night Stalker might struggle bottom with the Monkey King, but it's a it depends on the skill level matchup between the two players. So looking at the 2 picks again, ignoring the lineups of the players, Black, which side do you prefer?
The problem for me is going to be this Night Stalker. I think he's going to get owned quite badly by Witch Doctor Monkey King. And I don't really know what he can bring to the table after that, because if he doesn't get a lot of money, he doesn't get the BKB, then he can't really stop the Shadow Fiend from doing whatever Shadow Fiend wants to do. And Doom, even though his lane won't be easy, he has a way to come back into the game. Night Stalker doesn't. Night Stalker needs at least a decent lane to be able to show any sort of impact come mid-game. And against Monkey King, it's honestly a very similar story, where Monkey King, if he's 1v1 against Night Stalker and the support's battled out on the side, Night Stalker can't lane. So I'm going to go with the Egypt's team simply because of that Night Stalker effect. If they had another offlaner, I actually love their draft. This Lifestealer and Lina make things so simple.
Well, the Night Stalker was the first pick, so maybe that's why we see some of the other heroes kind of be direct counters to him as we are heading into this game number 2 of the North African qualifiers for Iesf 2024 between Egypt and their counterpart, Tunisia. Hopefully Tunisia can make this one a bit more interesting. Black, I would love for us to go to a game 3, but I'm going to give you a hell of a news. Kemps on this Shadow Fiend, he is a grand master, my friend. So, okay, I'm all in. Egypt's taking this.
Well, there have been many overconfident people, Just yesterday, I played against a level 30 Storm as my legendary, fabled, magnificent, you can choose more adjectives if you want to, anti-mage mid, and I absolutely dumpstered him.
No.
Now, to be fair, if it could go beyond level 30, I would probably be like level 70 on anti-mage. But, confidence doesn't always equal performance.
Hopefully we're going to get the quick reconnects from both sides as...
servers are down again, 20 minutes, it's all over.
No, don't tell that to our viewers. Black's just joking, ladies and gentlemen. Even if the servers are down, once we're in game, we shouldn't have any issues. And I really want to bring up a point about this Witch Doctor, because like you said, we haven't had it on the server just yet. What are your thoughts about the Gree, or as I like to call it, the Grish?
The Grish. I mean, it's very interesting, but it's like lots of new things. It's not really been figured out 100% yet. Like min-maxing that thing is it's not easy, right?
I think, as a witch doctor like expert myself, it's a nice concept, but it's very useless. Not very useless. I feel like it needs a bit more for it to actually feel impactful, or like you need to have a really long game in which you're carrying it, and it's not really the case in most games I've seen people play Witch Doctor, or when I've played a hero myself. So I gotta be honest. I think if it would give you 1.5, what it does now, it would be a bit better. I think doubling it would be OP, but at this current moment in time, I'm not the biggest fan.
So, is it that every death stacks up the value of the gold?
Yes, but when you're a witch doctor, right, you don't really lose that much value to gain back. You know what I'm saying? So unless you do a lot, like you're the killing. Again, this is what we takes us back to this witch doctor core. If you go witch doctor core, you get a killing spree and then you die, then maybe it's worth it. As we have a bit of an engagement here with the brambles forever. Nobody caught by the brambles, but Meg, look, just going left, going right, not gonna take the bounty, and they're gonna commit. Conan will be the first to fall, and first blood goes to the Shadow Fiend. Zanetti also overstepping on the high ground. The Brambles trying to keep him safe, but one more right click from the very famous sir. It's a double kill for the Witch Doctor. Hey, I was talking about killing sprees before he dies. This is a good way to start that.
Yeah, it's now what we're looking for. Oh, Lina. What we're talking about. I think he might have actually had almost a chance to kill him there. SF mid lane is incredibly strong, and this is the kind of start that you really don't want to give Egypt. They're already up 1k gold. Yeah, it's gonna get very tough from here on out.
I think yesterday we saw Egypt give away first blood, and I think the second kill in lane as well. And then they still ended up dominating. Now that they got 3 kills, especially the first blood for a Shadow Fiend, it's an absolute disaster. I'm looking at the net worth. This SF is already 1400 net worth at minute 1.
Rookie numbers.
Yeah, like where's his Yule Scepter? Where's his axe? He doesn't have axe minute 2. Come on, man. Let's go,
That's
Kemps.
right.
Oh, the Devil's Bargain.
Sloppy.
I love this from our observer. Thank you very much for pointing this out. I think I brought this up a few days ago. Amar said that this is the better facet for the Doombringer, as the double Devour feels slightly underwhelming, but I haven't seen it in pro play just yet. So Meg, just going fully for it, has the possibility of selling items for 90% of their value. Do you like this as a concept?
It's a very interesting concept, but with, again, kind of like the Witch Doctor one, it's... Oh, well, goodbye,
Wow.
Lina. And it's just as a minute 2 rune spawns as well with the water runes, so now you should get both. But yeah, as a concept, it's very interesting. It's action all over. Goodbye, like Willow as well.
This is not what I wanted to see from Tunisia in this game number 2. Oh, truly tragic start for them. 5 kills down already, 3,000 gold, and it's all the big hitters getting involved in this. It's the Shadow Fiend, it's the Doom, it's the Monkey King, a lot of assists, a lot of kills, and now the Witch Doctor, 3-0-1 in minute 2. This is the dream of every position 5 in the world, I would say.
I agree. Oh, Stone again, has to be a little bit careful. Or do you have to be careful as Camps? Camps outplaying. Oh, that was close. Actually, still gets him. Nice.
Stone. What is happening? I mean, we've
That's
seen...
tough, man.
This is the 5th game we see Stone on stream in the last couple of days, and I don't think he's ever been destroyed like this at all until this point.
Oh, it's only level 1 Dark Willow. Might just be not a kill for Camps.
I don't think you've got the facilities to fight here. Q?
I think this is what you call the great crumbling.
They maybe get a kill on... I don't think they can get a kill on anyone.
I mean, I did warn you though. SF is ridiculous.
Yes. But that doesn't justify all the kills that they've been getting bottom as well either.
Sure, but you know,
up top.
SF is SF.
Fine.
Oh, going for another
Stone.
kill. No, Chems. Relax,
Nice
relax.
side stop from the Light Strike Array. Q comes in, level 2 now on the Dark Wheel. Ophil's a bit more competent to deal with that. He's level 5 at minute 4. This is unbelievable. I gotta say, what is happening? He has 550 XP per minute in minute 4. Wow. Truly impressive.
Yeah, and as we kind of alluded to earlier as well, Monkey King absolutely bullying Night Stalker. He can't lane. And mid lane is also going to get really tough to lane. So if you have 2 lanes where you can't lane, what do?
You don't go to the lane?
Yeah, so where to go?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What are your options, Waxon? What are your options? We have no options.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to cook something up. Okay, we got 3 bracers on the Radiant Doom, so you're not killing him. 4 bracers. What? Just what? Now Kemps is under the tower. Will double connect with the raises. One more right click should do the job, but will not overcommit on Stone as the very famous sir gets his 4th kill onto Q down bottom, and now Zanetti. Is he gonna be the first kill? Can we get some support for this Witch Doctor? Or is Zanetti gonna get it? Jump in with the slow. 1 right click, 2, 3, and now the Jingle Master will pop. Zanetti, you have overstepped, my friend. You can't even kill this Witch Doctor. 10-0 minute 5. And for all the viewers at home, if you are a Tunisian fan, I'm sorry for you, because Cancun will follow soon as he gets stopped mid-TP. And look at the fissure. Perfect placement. Meg will claim it with the Scorched Earth. It's an absolute massacre.
6k lead in 5 minutes. It's a tough cookie to swallow for Tunisia fans. If there was any hope, you know, Egypt was kind of taking it away from everybody.
I like that attempt from Stone. They tried to create some fog of war with the bracement branch placement. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. This is absolutely incredible from the side of Egypt. Black and me have both been highlighting how they are so dominating, but this is next level even from them.
Oh, that might be the first kill here, though.
Blood Grenade Cancun. You know what? I don't think they can. Unless the Ghost overcommits, the Fissure comes in. Meg just turning around. And, oh, it's gonna be the kill onto Conan, coming in with the long-range zap of the Chain Lightning from the Harpy. This Doom is an absolute menace. The Witch Doctor, position 5, is currently overtaken every single player on the Dire side, and it's only minute 7.
I know, Q in trouble again.
Oh, the Bramble does connect.
Chain TP's bot lane. Lifesteal at level 4 is TPing as well. Or which of them might actually be dead. He could potentially. Oh, the Voodoo Festiration is killing him. Oh, he gets the rune as well.
He's got a Lotus, but he will steal the Wisdom. No matter what, even if Famouser does fall, it will be more than sufficient for him. Though a lot of gold influx will be heading in Cancun's way. One more right click. Bish bash. Nah, okay. 5 kill streaks, 700 gold swing, and we get massive tips. I think Tunisia is enjoying themselves at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, they really are.
Oh,
I mean, the only reason he died is actually because of Voodoo Festiration. It triggered the double Ancient stack. And then the Ancient started beating him up. Very interesting interaction there. Yeah, SF has Blink Dagger already at minute 8. And Mana Boots, of course. I mean, quadruple Bracer Doom.
Yeah, I mean, he's had it since minute 5, I believe.
I mean, you can do this because, of course, you get the 90% value back. It's quite good.
You know what?
You do 50 gold per bracer.
You know what? Oh, okay, Conan will fall yet again. Famouser respawns and gets back to work, but at least he has been overtaken by the Lina and the Lifestealer. There is a silver lining coming in from Tunisia, as
but he hasn't used his Grish yet.
I mean, is there a point? It's minute 8. I wouldn't use it until like minute 15 or even later. Minute 15, if he has a lot of it to get
minute 50, maybe.
Yeah, true. Like I said, it's a fun key item, but not that good. Oh, Cancun very confident popping the Rage, and now the Light Strike Array will connect. Will you have the Laguna? Oh, yes, we do. And Stone will get there as the amplified damage rune does a lot of good job. Nice hidden in the fog of war. Turn around, Requiem with Soul, and Raze will do the job. Q will fall. Conan, you don't want to go there, my friend. You're on the low ground. Forever's in the backline. And another set of Jingu Restoration, Jingu Mastery jumping in from the CM to the Lina, killed the first sister. Can we get the fiery one out of the game as well? Light Striker ready to create a separation, but look, Raze Fissure combo at the very
going in
edge.
further?
He's jumping in for more Forever. You are a madman into the tier 2. Zanetti level 5 cannot use the Dark Ascension, not in possession of it, but finally, could he get punished as Forever's turning around? Cancun, you can't do this, the Blink Dagger, and another Boundless Strike he falls. Q is level 3, minute 9, 22 to 2. One more kill and the magic number shall be unlocked.
Oh man, this game is... I want to get the Witch Doctor again though, probably.
He's only
He's
level
healing
6.
like mad. Oh, whoa.
Turns around. There's some damage with Stone, but look, a double Boundless Strike Fissure. Meg wanted to pop the Doom, realizing it's not necessary versus Conan CM. Double kill for the Doombringer. But hey, if you're the Witch Doctor, you keep dying, you think, oh,
Congrats. Wait,
victory. Tunisia resigned.
wait,
Minute
does
10.
congrats mean they already qualified or what? Why is everyone saying congrats?
I mean, it's congratulations for playing such a great game, right? This game 2 was an absolute statement from Egypt.
Nah, you wouldn't say congrats for that, surely. We're gonna dig in and do some research, and we'll probably have the answer for the next series. But yeah, like there isn't really that much to talk about, unfortunately. I started with the first battle already. Going into a level 1 skirmish against an SF in general is very risky. Like his raises are just absolutely insane. Scorched Earth as well, Fissure, you have some of the best level 1 abilities in the entire game. But even beyond that, yeah, they just got completely outplayed on every position, on every lane, in every aspect. It's tough because game 1 was actually quite competitive for a while.
It was also
So going
like
out like this.
If you see some of the kills on the Lina, right? I think at least one of the kills on Lina, Kemps was on the low ground, hitting on the uphill and just not missing at all. So, you know, that's a bit of RNG that is quite unfortunate. As Zanetti here really did his best to get that kill back on the very famous who was running with a kill streak. At the same time, the Witch Doctor, the only hero to die that game on the Radiant side, Black.
Yeah, 3 times. 3 times the Witch Doctor. Yeah, he just wanted to make sure that they, feel a little bit better. You don't want to make the enemy team leave the game with 0 kills. They'll be very bad mannered.
Yeah, team play. I like this placement from Kemps, by the way, behind the tree in the water, turning around. He had a Blink Dagger. The reason I actually am very sad the game ended so early, Black, is I wanted to at least hit the mid-game point so I can see the Shadow Fiend at its full power. It was a really strong hero, of course, but everybody else on the Radiant side was as strong as him.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunate. First time I see the SF, and I don't really, I didn't actually really get to see him.
I've got to ask you about the MVP, Black. MVP. And let's forget about just that second game. Across this entire best of 3, who was the standout player for you? Because Forever did die on that Chaos Knight game 1, so he doesn't have the same argument as he did yesterday, right? Are we gonna give it to someone else, or do you really think he's the one deserving for it the most?
I would have given it to the offlane if he didn't build Orchid in game 1.
Okay.
That disqualifies him in my book.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I think the Orchid Enigma was rather a questionable one.
Yeah.
I have to.
But Kemps in game 1 also, had quite a couple of questionable deaths. I think they were just too confident in game 1 as well. Do I give it to Ghost or the very famous?
I mean,
Area also played really well.
That Witch Doctor was a really, really strong performance from him.
I mean, let's just give it to both the supports. Why not?
I agree.
I like the supports this time.
Obviously, what this means for Egypt Black, that they maintain their undefeated streak after facing 3 of their 4 opponents, and they haven't lost a single map just yet. Maybe Libya put more of a stand against them than we saw from Tunisia today, which is quite surprising to me. So they will need to consolidate their first placement after another matchup with Morocco, which I believe will be taking place tomorrow. For now, Egypt can just relax, and hopefully we get the chance of interviewing one of our winners. But I even know who one of the winners is. It's quite sad to get him on the interview today. It will be forever coming in just a moment. Not yesterday when he was the MVP. He's coming for to see us today, Black. But what does that mean for Tunisia? They are now with 2 losses completely out of contention here, right? When you're playing in a 5-team pool, there's only 4 matches you have to play. And if Egypt loses 1 tomorrow, Tunisia has already lost 2. So they could be fighting for that second place and the glory of their nation, which is going to be very important for future tournaments of the region in the North African side. But if we can forget about that game too, I think Tunisia has had an overall decent showing throughout yesterday and today on stream.
Yeah, a couple of really close games as well. Yesterday could have gone either way. Of course, Egypt, as we said, it's another story. They have a favorite, and Tunisia was the heavy underdog. And unfortunately, in game 2, it kind of felt like they ran out of energy, out of fuel. But game 1, again, they made it look very competitive, even more so than they made Egypt work a lot harder than they had to work yesterday. Like yesterday, Egypt made it look like even easier. And Tunisia definitely, like, they know what they're doing. It's just as soon as they get thrown off their game plan, they seem to be very flustered and they can't really get back on to their initial route that brought them their success. And I don't know if that's because of lack of experience, lack of leadership, perhaps, because not every team has a real quote unquote leader, right? That can rally the troops and make sure that everything is back on track again. But I think if they can fix that one thing, they're definitely a contender for the region.
Well, they could be a contender for the region, but we are now joined by the actual titans of the region, and none other than their carry. Ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by the one and only Forever. Welcome to the stream, and congratulations on your third victory.
Thank you. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Hey, okay. Yeah, thank you guys. Thanks a lot.
Black.
Maybe it took easy yesterday, huh?
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
Well, sorry. I have to take the first question here.
Yeah.
How does it feel like dying for the first time on stream today?
I felt pretty bad about that. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah.
I saw it. Like you were so close to living. You had this life steal from the crit. I was like, oh, he's gonna live, and then he died.
I almost had my armlet there, but it didn't work out. I was pretty sad.
Yeah, it was really close. And, I mean, whatever. I'm a little bit disappointed about that, but it's okay. I forgive you.
Yeah, thank you.
You played very well.
No, thanks.
The second question would be, now that you have officially won 3 of your matches, you got to face Morocco tomorrow again, and we saw them, they defeated Tunisia as well. So I'm going to ask you, do you feel any pressure, to not slip? Or you are fully cruising in this qualifier and you're going to do to them what you've been doing to Libya and, of course, Tunisia today?
I mean, to be honest, we feel pretty good right now, and I feel like we're also prepared for tomorrow. So I think it will be good. I think it's gonna be good games tomorrow. We've been watching, we watched the games against Tunisia also when they played, and I don't know. I think we're prepared for them tomorrow.
Nice.
Yeah.
I want to ask about your draft. So your drafts are always really good, right? Is it one person drafting, or are you drafting together as a team?
I mean, to be honest, we do have a pretty good coach. They're very famous. He's also like he's our captain. He's also drafting for us and stuff. And I mean, like we all talk about the draft inside the game, but he's pretty good at drafting. Like he's really good at drafting.
Yeah, we can see that. You have great drafts in pretty much every game.
I gotta ask another one, and I would be. You are, of course, have been our favorites for the region to qualify. And across you in the South African region, we also have four teams battling for a slot at the World Esports Championships. So, do you have any prediction for who you believe might be the favorite team in that side? Because me and Black have an opinion, but maybe you have more insight than we do.
You mean like from the other countries, or you mean?
Yeah, yeah. So no, from South Africa, there's Madagascar, Kenya, Namibia, and South Africa playing for a slot.
Ah, okay. I actually think South Africa's probably gonna win. I mean that's my prediction at least.
That's kind of they are our favorites as well, the same way you are for the North African region. So one more game to go tomorrow, and then you will qualify yet again, second year at the World Esports Championships. And I think we asked one of your players yesterday, how do you plan to change up preparation? And you said you're gonna do much more. But realistically speaking, looking for the future, what is your aim for this year's World Esports Championship?
I mean, we want to win the whole thing. I think it's time. It's time for Africa. What can you do?
I love that. It is time indeed. Forever, it's a pleasure to see you and talk to you via these means. Hopefully, we'll see you more after more winning interviews. Before we let you go, you can look in the camera and give us any words for your fans supporting you back home.
I just want to thank everyone for watching us, cheering for us. I'm really happy that we won today, and we're gonna do our best tomorrow as well. Thank you, guys.
Congratulations. A pleasure, as always, to have a winner joining us, Black. And forever, he seems very happy and very confident in his team. And honestly, I'm not surprised at all about that, especially after that game, too, Black. 10 minutes, GG, victory, the most dominating one we've seen in the last 2 days. I would be feeling a cloud nine as well.
I mean, you can't be, closer to series is better than that. 10-minute victory. Like, who can doubt you at this point, And also instills a little bit more fear into Morocco for tomorrow. They're like, oh, like we already knew that we're kind of the underdogs, but after this, because remember, Morocco said we probably can't beat them. And now after they saw that,
they're gonna be convinced they can't beat them. Oh man, I mean, I gotta ask you, Black, about that. They both. I think yesterday we had Bob announce it forever. Seemed very confident in not just this qualifier, but the rest of the year. And I love the fact that we got him to tell us, yeah, we want to win this. We will go this year to the World Esports Championships to do everything in our power to get the gold medal for Dota 2. And of course, there's going to be different caliber teams from all across the regions. This is only the first qualifier we have overall, so it's 4 months away from now. But they have a lot of time to watch VODs, to learn this new patch, to adapt to everything that might come their way at that point. Heck, they even have enough time to follow all the big Tier 1 tournaments and try out how they can implement some of those best strategies into the drafts and approach to the tournament. So looking at them right now, it's hard to not consider them the favorites because they are the only national team we've seen play in the last 8 months, right, Black? But I love that there is a passion in the region from the players, as we haven't really got that many Tier 1 Egyptian players in Dota.
Yeah, we said it. That might be the big breakout stage that they needed to actually really break into the Tier 1 scene. Similar things happened to GH. He performed very well online. Suddenly he got scouted, went on and became a TI winner. Easy peasy. That's just how it is sometimes. Same with Thompson. There's always, these question marks out there. Suddenly they get to the tournament, perform super well. Who knows? Maybe we'll see them, at TI next, maybe next year, maybe in Riyadh. Who knows?
Well, they seem to know because they are oozing with that it factor currently, at least in the North African region. But that is it from the first series of the day from me and Black. We will be sending it to a break before we return with the South African qualifiers first matchup on stream between Namibia and Madagascar. Stay tuned, and we'll see you in just a few moments. And we have returned, but this time around, ladies and gentlemen, I, Waxen, and this wonderful gentleman to my right have returned with something a bit different. It's still going to be Dota 2. It's still going to be exciting. It's still a qualifier for the Iesf 2024, but this time we are moving on to the South African region.
Wow! Unexpected.
This is it.
I thought you had something bigger, you know? I was like, oh yeah, that's the same. Okay. In my head, I thought you were gonna say South Africa, which means
Ruined it.
that you were, you're gonna bring the unexpected to me, you know, because I know you very well. I'm like in your head, I'm in your head, which means if we ever play Patch Wars, which you suggested earlier,
Yeah,
I'll hook you every time.
let them cook. Let him cook. But let's take a quick look at our daily schedule as we have the results from game one. Of course, Egypt, Tunisia, very one-sided affair. It's 2-0 victory. That was the last we will see today of the North African qualifier, and we are moving on for the first time to the South African one. Madagascar and Namibia, two unknown quantities of black. We both said we've never had the pleasure of casting either of these two, but this is the matchup. And I'm gonna just assume, based on our previous conversation yesterday, that you will be backing Madagascar in this one because of
the movie, of course.
What's your favorite character? What's your favorite character in the movie?
I like to move it.
Oh, wow, that's a song, not a character. But thanks, Black. That's
yeah.
It is.
Everybody knows.
It's
as soon as you hear it.
It's King Julian, isn't it?
That's correct, sir. My first time, I went to what's the amusement park called again? Where he's at? Is it Universal Studios?
Okay.
Or is it Disney?
Definitely not. It's definitely not Disney.
It might be Universal Studios, but whatever. As soon as I went there, it was like the most kiddie of kiddie rides, but that's the first thing I did, man. And the song was playing for like 10 minutes. It was great. Everybody had a great time. I had the greatest time.
I mean, I love it. It sounds amazing, and I love Madagascar myself. I also love Madagascar as a country. I was actually telling you yesterday that I would love to visit both Namibia and Madagascar. Yeah, I mean, what else is there to say? I don't know what type of Dota these two teams will be playing, and neither of them has made the World Esports Championships last year, so they are truly new to this upcoming matchup that they have lined up for them. But you know what this means? It means that whoever wins here will have the upper hand in the group stage, and because South African region only has 4 teams, one win is getting you ever so close to getting that wanted first place and to qualify.
Yeah, only 4 teams, as you said. Every win is so much more important now. Well, every win is always important, obviously, but what would 2 wins put you at? At least at a tie for first place? Yeah, you would probably need 3 wins to secure it, and 2. Well, it depends on the scoreline at that point, obviously, but yeah, like winning 2 games is obviously paramount. Most important 2 wins of your life, probably.
If I'm not wrong, the way this usually a normal 4-team group stage works is if you get 2 wins, you have secured a tiebreaker for first place. But in the situation that everybody gets 2 wins, it's a 3-way tiebreaker, which of course I don't necessarily know how we would treat it at that point. But what I do expect to happen here, Black, is to have a tiebreaker between the bottom 3 teams, because we keep on mentioning South Africa are the very heavy favorites, right? So what I think the results will be, if I could predict the entire group stage of South African qualifiers, I would go South Africa undefeated, and then Madagascar, Namibia, and Kenya defeating each other for a tiebreaker for second, third, and fourth. That's kind of the way I see this unfolding, but I'm willing to be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, you might be onto something there for sure. But if I am correct, second and below, you don't really get anything other than bragging rights, do you?
No, of course, yeah.
Yeah, but bragging rights, of course, is the rights, you know. Any WWE watcher will tell you that. But yeah, it's probably going to look like North Africa with Egypt. Like South Africa has one of my good friends as well, Grove is in there. It's hard for me to see a scenario where they're gonna lose not only one best of three, but two. You know.
The one piece of information that I could give you about, let's start with Namibia, and their fabulous roster is not just the player names, which are going to be Blitz, Dr. OG, Pora 07, Asuna, and Lifi.
Li-Fi, like Wi-Fi, yeah, maybe.
I get it, Lifi.
We should ask him after the game if they win.
They are one of they are the team that made grand finals of the qualifier last year, Black. In the grand finals, of course, they did face South Africa. Sadly for them, it was a one-sided best-of-5 affair. 3-0 South Africa claimed that game 34 minutes, 27 minutes, and 15 minutes. So this was on June 11th, 2023, a year and 2 days ago. So during all this time, 367 days, Namibia had all the time to practice and become better. The question is, did they manage to narrow the gap between themselves and the first tier, team in the region?
Yeah, that's always the thing, because of course you're gonna get better, but so are they, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not just that you're getting better and they're stagnant. And with the numbers you just gave me, like progressively the games were faster and faster. That means they might have potential, mental struggles if they have a tough game to kind of recoup from that. But as you also said, a year is a long time.
A very
Lots of
long
things-
time.
It's a very long time. You have lots of things that you can fix, work on, improve on. And yeah, we'll see if it turns out like last time. They're definitely a contender for the top 2 again.
Dominic, my friend, let me tell you another piece of information as we will
Okay,
be
give me a
moving on
nugget.
to the Madagascar roster. A year and 2 days ago, you know what? That was before we got new frontiers, before the map became bigger. I don't even want to get into the facets and the innate abilities. We've had 2 massive patches that made the entire community believe that this is Dota 3, Dota 4. So yeah, we're basically playing a different game now. But let's not talk more about Namibia, as we have the pleasure of seeing Madagascar, and we have Zod or Zodi, Lord Grim, Lemule, Keon, and Lapon. Very French. I like that. Lapon.
I'm just gonna say, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, of course, please.
I'm gonna go with Madagascar already. Not only because of the movie, but also Lord Grim. I don't know if you watch anime a lot. I do. There's this anime called King's Avatar, and the main character is basically a video game, an anime about video games, and the main character's name in the video game is Lord Grim. I don't know if that's where he's got it from, but he's won me over already.
Black, I gotta give you a bit of a boost in confidence with backing Madagascar, if that will be your reasoning. 3 of their players have anime profile pictures.
Oh, wait, let me confirm that real quick. You're right, and Lord Grim is one of them. But wait, I have to check real quick. You have to entertain the people while I check.
Of course, yeah. So Black currently right now, of course, he's doing a very in-depth analysis, but I will break down for you what we see in game. Madagascar, Lapon, Lemule, and Lord Grim have anime profile pictures, and only Pora on the side of Namibia has an animated profile picture, which obviously means that Black will be favoring the Madagascar squad, as expected from him. It's an interesting one. It's an interesting way of measuring this. I'm gonna be honest. In more recent, newer esport titles, stuff like FPS or battle royales, the younger generation of players, we call them cracked, and usually these cracked players have anime profile pictures. So maybe your theory is correct, Mac. Maybe Madagascar just has the upper hand because they might be younger and higher reflexes.
Wait, why are they cracked? I thought there were zoomers. Is it different?
So zoomers is okay. Wow. I'm actually talking to a boomer here, guys. Please excuse Black here. His knowledge of what we call this internet terminology seems to be way limited now than it was many years ago. So they're cracked because they're good, like they're
cracking 90s and stuff.
No, that's cranking. That you're cranking 90s. That is also a battle royale. No, you're cracked. Oh my goodness. So it's kind of like
Oh.
it's when you were in high school, Black, in about 1980. People used
Yeah.
to call you cool, but instead of cool, you're cracked.
Ah. Well, you just said cracked means you're really good.
Yes. Cracked means you're like popping off.
Yeah, but if you're cool, that doesn't mean you're good necessarily. It could just mean you have like a cool vibe, you know, like a nice aura. So cracked just means that you're like cracked, basically.
Cracked means you're him.
So cracked means you're cracked. I got it.
Yeah. But and
All right.
cranking 90s is a different thing. But I like that analogy. This was a good content. I think we should put this on the
What is
Iesf channel.
cranking 90s though? You have to enlighten me on that one as well.
So cranking 90s when you build. Okay, this is okay. We need to be on camera for this, dude. Like proper content right here, ladies and gentlemen. Before our South African debut, when you build walls in a video game, we're not getting into like company names, right? You can build walls and buildings to go higher and higher. A 90, right, is essentially when you build something out of a 90-degree angle. So stuff like you put up a ramp, a floor, and a wall ahead of it, right? And then you create a 90-degree angle. Does that okay? This is kind of 90-degree angle. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you do that repeatedly because you're cracking not just one 90, you're cracking multiple 90s. And that's how you take the high ground and you have the advantage of gunpoint.
Oh, so when you're cranking 90s, you have a huge advantage basically in that game. And I mean, there's one guy I played with all the time. I mean, I never played the game we talked about, but he was, no matter what happened at any time, he was always cranking 90s for some reason. And I was like, what are you talking about?
Ah, I see. Okay, it's kind of
Yeah,
like in
so
Dota.
now I know.
For
Now
our
I know.
Dota viewers that maybe are completely confused with what's happening. Cranking 90s means you have the high ground as you would in a Dota 2 game. You're in the river and you're trying to right click uphill. You might miss, whereas the person that is on the high ground has no missed chances, can see you clearly. There's no fog of war for them, so they have a clear advantage. But instead of the map like giving you that advantage like we have in our MOBA game, in other video games, you crank 90s to make the advantage for yourself.
Why couldn't he just say it means to have the high ground? You know, like why did he always have whatever?
Because you can
Whatever.
take the high ground in different ways. Sometimes I don't know, you're like Spider-Man. You throw a spider web and you didn't build anything. You just took the high
Yeah,
ground.
but ultimately, cranking 90s means you have the high ground, right? You have the power position, you have the you're in a good spot, basically, right?
uh, yes, sure. Let's take a quick look at what else we will expect from the coming days, as our producer is very entertained by our conversation for sure. First match of tomorrow, of course, we will be starting at a similar time as today and yesterday. North African region, yet again, it will be the debut on stream at Côte d'Ivoire or the Ivory Coast versus Libya, two of the teams that haven't had the most success just yet, but would love to get some good points and have a good showing on stream for their respective nations. And then the second series of the day, Namibia, it will be their second time on stream after right now. And of course, South Africa, the favorites of the region, showing up on stream to, prove they are the best. So the second matchup of the day is the one I'm personally very excited, Black, because that is the rematch of the grand finals from the South African qualifiers of last year.
Yeah, and if what you said is anything to go by, looking a bit spicy for South Africa. Or well, rather they're gonna make it look spicy because in theory they should. Yeah, they should be the Egypt of this portion of the region. Do you think they're gonna be as convincing, or is it gonna be a little tougher for them?
I think it should be a bit closer if Namibia really put in the pressure for to get up until this point. And I want to say I want Namibia to put in a good showing. I don't necessarily know if they're going to pull in the upset, but I think we can go. We are also Black. I want to challenge you. Give me the cam. Put me on camera. Put me on camera. I want to look into your face. Okay. So you gotta look at the screen, Black, to make it like properly. I officially challenge you, Dominic Black Reitmer, if that's how you pronounce your surname, to a 1-versus-1 Pudge Wars to prove that even a pleb like me can be up there with some of the best players in the history of Dota. Are you gonna take it, or are you too afraid to do it?
No, I thought about just ignoring it completely, but that would be kind of mean.
Please?
No, I'm down. I'm down.
Sure.
Yeah, but
Okay.
make things fair. We've got to do it on a LAN setting, of course. Ping is important. You know.
Okay.
Next
okay.
time we meet in person, we'll have the battle of the centuries. Okay, we'll have live commentators. We'll have a big streaming team. We'll have everything that's necessary to make it the biggest esports event.
Whoa. Okay, wait. I mean, I love the way that sounds, but how about we get a practice round in, like today, like online for the viewers at home, like just a practice round, because I gotta get better. You're like, I don't know, like 8,000 MMR above me anyway, and I'm not a Pudge player.
You want to play today?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I'm ready to rumble right now. Maybe after the game, in between maps or something.
Why not? Sure, I'm down. I'm down for any craziness that you have to offer. I love crazy things.
Are you calling me crazy? Is that what's happening? Is this gonna be turned into a meme right now?
I mean, you are crazy. We know that. I'm crazy. I mean, let's be real. Most people that work in esports, they have a screw loose.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's cut that part. He means it. He means it as a compliment. I'm officially.
Of course, it's a compliment.
There we
Hey,
go. Okay.
If you're not crazy as a competitor or a caster of a competitive game or sports, you know, it's like it's what sets us apart. You know, it's the only reason why we do it, because we're crazy. You know?
I love this. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to predict in the chat who you think will be the one to obliterate the other, don't take me. Yeah, don't take me. Don't take me. But I'll do my best to make it entertaining. Maybe I'll cast my own hooks or something like that. As I mean, I'm very excited. This just made my day much better, and my week overall. Black. I've been wanting to add you on friends list for Steam for like years now. And did you accept my friend request? Guys.
We can fix that right now.
We've got beef. We've got beef back. Okay. Leaving all the jokes aside, let's get into the serious business. We're gonna come in to throw in
wait.
1v1 rumble in between the maps, as the game 1 of the first South African Dota 2 qualifier for Iesf is now underway. The draft is coming in just a second. Or 2, or maybe 3.
Oh, I got you. Wait. I got you. Bam.
5 seconds remaining.
You're in.
You are in.
Radiant team
Omega
ban.
Lul. You're in. But you know who isn't in? Night Stalker's not in.
Radiant
Clockwork
team
isn't in.
ban.
And Namibia, I like this ban. They're starting off right with the Clockwork, taking him out. One of the
10
best supports in the patch. I think we've only seen him once since the start of the tournament yesterday, my
5
friend.
seconds remaining.
Yeah. And how was he?
Dire team ban.
Decent. I mean, I'm a big Clock fan, especially as a core. As you know, we'll never see it as a core, but I love it as a
10
core.
seconds
It
remaining.
just gives you initiation, it gives you tank, it gives you disruption, it gives you save.
5
So many
seconds
things.
remaining.
A strong laning ability. Yeah, get rid of good supports, honestly.
I like that.
I don't like playing against strong supports if I'm the offlane. So if I'm the offlane, ban all the good supports. If I'm the carry, leave them all in.
As we are waiting the teams to confirm their next couple of bans, I just want to remind our viewers at home what is at stake here, part of the Iesf qualifiers. Every single player, every single manager, every single coach is here representing their country, right? Not
10
something that we
seconds
have in
remaining.
most other tournaments, especially with all the international rosters we have nowadays
5
in both
seconds
Dota and
remaining.
many other esports. So playing for your own country, especially for the South African region, which is so underrepresented in Dota, and they don't even have the servers to play on Blacker. Like I was telling you, the South African squad was communicating to me, if they want to get some good reps in, they have to play on high ping Southeast Asia or Chinese servers. So I just want to say I have the full and utmost respect for all of the teams playing in IESF, and but maybe more than anything in this South African region. And if you want to follow their journey for both Dota 2 or any other esport titles, again, iesf.gg is the place for you. Now,
10 seconds
back to Dota,
remaining.
Abaddon, Undying, Weaver, no longer on
5
the
seconds
pool.
remaining.
Final ban from Madagascar. They are taking a lot of time burning through some reserve as well to make sure what they don't want to face.
Interesting bans, especially the Abaddon, Undying. Like he's taken out all the strong laners, which makes me think they just wanna focus on early lane dominance and then transition into a stronger mid game from there.
Dire team pick.
But yeah, it's not the bans that we usually see. Pretty much every core is still in the game. Venno
Radiant
again,
team
yeah.
pick.
Wow.
We're seeing what that ult can do with that facet. And it's kind of ridiculous.
It's a hell of a support these days, and we talked yesterday before we first saw it if we like the Noxious Plague or the Plague Words on top of teammates. I think after that game 1 of today, the
10
Noxious
seconds
Plague
remaining.
facet is just so much better than anything else this Venno could provide.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. Well, we haven't seen the core Venno yet, so
Dire
maybe
team
it
back.
might be a different case if you can really run in and stay in for I don't know, half a minute or so. Those wards really put in a lot of work. We see Crystal Maiden again. Well, I'm a big Maiden fan. I love having Maiden in my team. And honestly,
10
whenever I
seconds
play her
remaining.
myself, I also feel really comfortable. Just her skill set is just very
5
strong.
seconds remaining.
Having a very low
Dire
cooldown
team
disable. Frost Nova is probably one of the best nukes in the game. Like you have literally permanent uptime on the slow, which is also 50% slow is kind of ridiculous.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
But Madagascar instantly balanced the Juggernaut, afraid of, I think this goes back to Dota 1 as a combo to dominate the lane. Crystal made him Frostbite into Juggernaut, Blade Fury. So
5
Madagascar
seconds
don't want to
remaining.
punish their offlaner in putting him in that situation. Another aspect of what I love about Crystal Maiden in this current patch Black, and well, in most patches, but nowadays it's even more proeminent. It's if you get a Storm Spirit, and then he gets some Galvanized stacks, plus the aura passive from Mana region, that Storm is that doesn't ever need to go back base.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very helpful ability
10
for
seconds
everyone, right?
remaining.
Like nobody hates extra mana. Some
True.
heroes like
5
build a
seconds
Basilisk
remaining.
purely for mana region or like a Falcon Blade, something like that. If you have a CM in your team, you suddenly don't need it anymore. You can dominate your lane better. It's a very strong hero.
Team pick.
It's gotten reworked over time many, many times. But I love the one where her aura gave everybody magic resistance as well. That was so broken.
I loved it because I'm a Crystal Maiden player, but when it was against me, I was like, oh, let me play, I don't know, a Disruptor today, and Disruptor
10
wasn't as good
seconds
at that point in time. Not a good vibe, not a good vibe. Another hero that I don't think is a good vibe is this Sanking, because it kind of got pretty heavily nerfed, but it's not the first time we see him banned in this tournament. Speaking of good supports, Shadow Demon.
Yeah, interesting support duo though. Like CMSD, it's not bad necessarily. It's just you don't really have any sort of frontline
10
support that
seconds
can
remaining.
take the initiative for you,
Yeah.
like a Tusk or Clockwork or Tiny,
5
something like
seconds
that.
remaining.
Also, interesting that nobody picks up Tiny in the pool. Because I think like CM Tiny on paper sounds much better than CM Shadow Demon.
Yeah, absolutely. CM Tiny. Yes. So much nuking on that lane, and that would be a great addition. Oh, Madagascar. They gotta go for the Mars. We saw a very underwhelming Mars yesterday, but at least we now understand why the Night Stalker was banned. We discussed plenty of times about that interaction of Dark Ascension to Escape. the Mars Arena. Storm Spirit, which is what I want to see from Namibia, is
10
still
seconds
pretty good
remaining.
counter to the Mars. So unless the dire side, Madagascar,
5
gets it
seconds
here,
remaining.
I would like Namibia to actually take it as their third pick.
Yeah, I mean, Storm is always really good. Even if you counter Storm, Storm is one of these heroes that if you get out of control, even your counters can't stop you. It's just they're just in the game to potentially stop
Radiant
you.
team pick.
But yeah, I mean, it already looks like a really good Storm game. And, you're not really scared of a cold snap or a spear. Venomance does nothing to you.
Wow, Invoker. That's a very early Invoker reveal. And I guess it could be a support Invoker,
10
but I'm gonna
seconds
just go on a limb and say it's probably a mid Invo, which
5
allows
seconds
Namibia to
remaining.
get the Storm here. I don't think Storm struggles with Invo mid that much.
No. I mean, Storm doesn't really struggle in almost any matchup, really. The
True.
mana cost is so low for his nuke. He just farms, he jungles really well, he can gank really easily. It's just a very strong overall hero. He also has insanely high armor for some reason. Now, what are they gonna pick? Letting us wait. Don't let us wait. We're impatient.
Would you like to for me to tell you a fun history fact of Iesf and the World Esports Championships about Dota?
Sure.
So,
Yeah.
who is the highest MMR player in the world right now?
Is it Watson?
Well, he was up until today. So yes, the answer I was looking for was Watson. Thank you, Black. I knew you were not up to date who is today. But for the last 6-8 months, it has been Watson. Fun fact, 2 years ago, Watson played at the World Esports Championships with the team Kazakhstan. And I think they got a respectable 12th place.
Okay. Interesting.
And now he's
Wow.
the highest rated player in the world. Oh, sorry, my bad. I can't count. It's actually 6th place.
Wait, you said until today, so somebody overtook him today.
Amar is officially the highest MMR player today.
Amar.
Yes.
So he's also 14k.
Maybe Watson went
10
back. I don't know.
remaining.
I'm not. I didn't have you in my friend list.
Yeah.
Do you think Amar has me in his friends list? Come on, Black. Let's chill with
Hey,
that.
I'm just gonna say we need some sort of seasonal reset because the numbers are getting outrageous. What is like 14,000? 5 years ago, if you were like 6k, you were a god. Now you're like 14k.
So I'm just 5 years too late. Gosh darn it!
There's always next life. Don't worry about it.
5
Next
seconds
life,
Now-
Dota 20 is gonna be my patch.
We spoke about strong innate abilities, right? Dawnbreaker is a literal map hack. Like, I don't understand why that's even an innate ability.
It feels like this hero needs change. And I think in tier 1 play, when we're going to have the actual close qualifiers for Europe, I expect the Stormbreaker to be highly contested. I'm surprised more tier 2 teams and tier 3 teams don't play it, especially in the open qualifiers for the international and the other tournaments. And I'm very happy to see Namibia getting it right here. And that innate ability is just an extra bonus to what is already a very potent hero.
Yeah, I mean, you also have to realize you can combo it up with like something like a Phoenix. When Phoenix pops ult, suddenly you see the entire map. You see all the supports, you see the whole backline. There's crazy potential. It could just be even the support, you don't have to play it as an offlaner. It's a super strong +5. You have like offlane Mars Phoenix, and it's suddenly mid Storm Spirit. Oh, Sniper's trying to hide. Well, now I see you. What do you want to do about it?
And Zeus, similar way. I hope it's going to be a similar Zeus to one we saw yesterday, the one that goes for the Divine Rampage, not the one going for the LimeWire. The Livewire, that was nerfed, but the Divine Rampage is good. It's essentially back as to Zeus from 2, 3, 4, well, about 20 years of Dota 2, ladies and gentlemen. Just goes for the fuel nukes, Thunder Strikes, Arc Lightnings, gets an Aghanim's, gets a Kaya, and he just blows up everybody out of the water unless they have a BKB.
That sounds about right. Well, we'll see what happens with him. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of Zeus anymore, admittedly. Like, Eternal Shores is too good. Hype is also a very strong item. Even Ruby doesn't really care because he gets so much passive magic resistance nowadays. But we'll see what he can do. Maybe he can convince me otherwise. Now, what carries do we have left in the pool? Both teams need one. We got Ursa, which isn't
10
good for a really
seconds
either
remaining.
team. Mm,
5
I
seconds remaining.
I really am surprised we have not seen a single Sven this tournament up to this point, and I don't think we're gonna see it this match either. But I think there is a place for Sven in the current meta.
I agree.
Dire
He's a very
team
strong hero. Strength carries in general are quite strong, quite potent. I mean, we could just see it Tiny, to be honest. Like, Tiny is quite decent for both teams. I'm very surprised we haven't seen it banned out yet.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's honestly not the easiest carry pick. Brave
Radiant's
King.
team pick.
Interesting.
Ow, this is good. I love the Wraith King in the current patch. I can't. I mean, he got nerfed in 736B, but not that much. I think he just had a few tweaks to the Spectral Blade, and he's still really good nonetheless. I think this might be. Sorry, Spectral Blade is the facet, of course. I think this is completing the draft of Madagascar very nicely. And Namibia will go back for the Ursa that we've seen already multiple times in the tournament. Hopefully, it will have higher degree of success than the one from the North African region earlier today. And looking at the drafts, I'm personally going to take the Wraith King lineup. Yeah, I mean, Dawnbreaker might be strong and whatnot, but it's a Wraith King, and I think it's even stronger.
Yeah, Ursa into Invoker is always a little risky because he has Tornado, Ice Wall, Deafening Blast, so many ways of really shutting out of a team fight. And yeah, I'm not super convinced with the Zeus. I think I'm also gonna go with Madagascar.
Fabulous. The caster curse is in full swing, ladies and gentlemen.
Naturally.
We are about to put a hex on this squad. But hey, I mean, this Invoker, third pick, not many players run the Invoker in this current moment in time, Black. So do you think Lord Grim is an actual specialist, or are they cooking up something completely unexpected?
Well, Invoker has always been like a specialist hero, right? Of course, even if you don't play him like up to 100% standard, he always has a decent amount of impact, but you really see the difference between like a Miracle and somebody that hasn't really perfected a hero yet. You know, just the spell usage, the positioning, the laning, everything. So I hope he's an expert, because otherwise the hero can look very underwhelming.
Also, in this matchup versus a Zeus, we've seen Zeus's when it's first, when the shard first got introduced for the Zeus, and people started considering this hero back in the meta, punishing these Invoker matchups quite often. And of course, that's without the shard. It's just punishing him with the Arc Lightning that is pushing the wave in, and the Invoker doesn't have the most sustain either since the Quas Wex Exort changes.
Yeah, it's very interesting now how Invoker is functioning. Very different from before. Now having lifesteal instead of HP regen.
Yeah, I mean, it's a curious one, but both teams are smoked up, and we gotta get the first piece of action of the South African Iesf qualifiers. Dawnbreaker and Wraith King respectively, smokes broken, pinging each other out, but look at FICO damage, going already in the right position to place an early Observer Ward on the cliff. The Solar Charge Luminosity, Dawnbreaker hits a target. Of course, it's going to decrease the cooldown of all her abilities. The Break of the Dawn, the innate ability that you've been hammering at about for the last couple of days, Black.
Yeah, well, we'll see it in full effect in just 10 seconds.
Oh, by the way, I think the Shadow Servant can get really pesky in the particular matchups. I don't necessarily think the Raking Invo thingies will be that good to clear clones of, but we say the contention, disruption onto the Mars, now the stun coming in, Blood Grenades flying left and right, and now the Sunstrike perfect lined up. He's not even going to be necessary. The right click from Lord Grim will do the work, and the Invoker getting a huge influx of gold to start off the game.
Yeah, it's also going to be Quas Exort Invoker, not a Quas Wex. My preferred one as well. I mean, especially now with the Mastermind passive, you usually want to be more on the farming side, the laning side, just because you get so much experience for denies.
Don't you think Quas Wex would have been a bit better just because of the Ursa matchup?
I am inclined to agree. I think Quas Wex is almost always better, actually.
Oh wow, okay.
It's just such a, like you can't really lose the lane, and as you said, rotating is much easier. Helping out your teammates is much easier. You're very egoistic when you're playing this Excellent Invoker generally. So we'll see if he has like a different sort of playstyle. We have still very active Excellent Invokers, of course. It's just generally they're more passive.
This top lane matchup, I believe Zodi and Lapon should have plenty of kill potential. The higher they get in levels and the more points we get in the Poison Sting and of course in the Gale itself. As Shadow Demon Dawnbreaker could catch you off guard if you overstep, but otherwise you shouldn't die, right? If you're a Wraith King, you shouldn't die in this lane ever.
Yeah, as long as you have a decent amount of health, be no problem.
Mid. Dr. OG doing lots of arc lightning with long range damage to Lord Grim, and this Invoker has a few tangos, but now will be playing from behind as he's actually a full wave of creeps behind Dr. OG, and that's what I said, right? When Zeus made a resurgence about 2 years ago into the meta, Invoker was still being played, and Zeus was punishing him every single laning phase.
Yeah, it's a very strong hero, but now Invoker gets 12 health per right click, which is a very substantial amount, of course. So he shouldn't really have too many problems sustaining himself. I'm actually wondering what's more health. The passive one from the old Quas or the lifesteal one from the new one?
I think it depends like who you're playing against, right? Because if you're having to fight, Viper, it's better to be passive. But Dr. OG taking this fight on the low ground might not be the best thing. Has a heavenly jump, doesn't need to use it just yet. As Lord Grim will actually be going on to high ground. Dr. OG doesn't care, hops up, and now, oh, nice deny from Lord Grim. What is happening in this bottom lane? How is Mars getting so many last hits versus an Ursa? I am very confused.
Well, I mean, Mars is a pretty strong hero. Mars Rubik has been a staple combo for many years now as well. It's well, probably also player dependent. Ooh, especially top lane. Brave King is dead.
That's what I talked about. You shouldn't die unless he oversteps, but look how far in the lane was. The pool didn't come in time from the Venomancer, and the Wraith King should have been safe, but it's not because he is so deep. Very, very unfortunate. Maybe a bit of an overstep there, and that's going to be costly for the side of Madagascar.
Yeah. Well, at least Ursa is being kept relatively low in terms of net worth, but I've seen many Dawnbreakers actually carry games from the offlane, so
have I.
Yeah, I think
well. Dawnbreaker can turn into that, but it depends what the what their build will be. Because sometimes we also get Aura building Aghanims. Dawnbreaker, nice attempt here down bottom. Frostbite and Crystal Nova. Beyond, a couple of right clicks would be needed, but he will not connect as the telekinesis from the Rubik is there to be more than sufficient to protect the Mars.
Careful. That's a lot of Fury swipes stacked up.
Yeah, he's
one
playing with
might
fire.
have killed him there.
He has a wand with 12 charges, but I don't know if you can time it with the Ursa right click.
Pretty slow early game compared to the other games we've had.
This probably is a good sign for us that the teams are quite evenly matched up. Nobody is running away with the game just yet, other than the Zeus having 10, 10 full last hits ahead of the Invoker. That's a double creep wave. He also has a full creep wave ahead in denies, so he might be getting stuff from denying creeps, but Lord Grim is definitely not as successful doing that as the Dr. OG.
Yeah, his last hitting is pretty insane. We're very close to being level 6 on Zeus as well. Of course, as soon as that's online. Oh, Zeus out of mana.
Rubik is gonna spot the Zeus, right click him once, and then
Sunstroke
steal his bounty rune.
Ooh, if that Sunstroke hits. If that Sunstroke hits, Zeus is dead. Just slightly off the mark.
Clearly, if you are Lemule, you try to fake going towards low ground so the Zeus follows you, no? Like you bait
Well.
him into the Sunstrike?
Yeah, it's always a little bit difficult with skills just like that. I'm going top into the Dawnbreaker though. No problem for her. Actually turn back onto the Venom. One more Racket will do it. Easy kill.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. And the Venomancer, unlike the Wraith King, is more expected for him to fall. It's one of these heroes that is so slow. The impact of Venomancer will be felt much later in the game, not during this laning phase.
Yeah. How's Shadow Servant actually a thing? 1500 range, man. That's ridiculously large.
For which spell?
For the Shadow Servant.
Oh, wow.
Shadow Demon Facet. 1500 range is ridiculous.
No, you'll see him. If there's ever a team wipe where he survives, there's going to be so many illusions. You're going to be completely in shock of what you're seeing around. But now they're trying to turn around this Dawnbreaker, tanking the big creep wave, the Blood Drink coming in, the Gale connecting, and will have to pull herself
the
away.
Venom.
She's gonna be fine, as Zodi's not gonna be the same thing. Sunstrike connecting, not gonna be sufficient damage, and look at the Shadow Demon. He doesn't care. He just turns around, stays his ground. 5 level on a Shadow Demon pre-Wisdom Rune. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, Shadow Demon definitely putting a lot of work. How's Ursa doing? He's still struggling a lot? No, 34 CS, not struggling at all anymore. And Zeus ult is also online. And he has the Divine Rampage as well.
As expected, right? That's not the biggest surprise. I mean, I'm happy we should not see the live wire. And now there's so much
Brave
global
King.
presence.
Brave King is dead.
Top. Okay, Mars is not looking too hot either now. Divine Rampage comes in a bit too early. The sticks will do some work. It's not going to connect to either of them. Keon tries to run away, but the Wraith King will be the one ending up falling up in the top lane at the hands of Poras. Dawnbreaker and the wow, my goodness. The long range last hit from Li-Fi just flying in at the edge of Fog of War to get another core slain.
Yeah, I see Emraktik killing someone is a very rare sight, so we should all rejoice that we had the chance to see it. Invoker has no items queued up yet, so I don't know exactly what it's going for. Midas is a greedy path.
You need a Midas, right? You can't play Invoker without Midas, can you?
You could if you roam around a lot. A nice rotation top, potentially. Dawnbreaker though, very fast, running away.
All this time, the Dawnbreaker will fall. The Starbreaker's not going to do enough job, but FICO damage, level 6, popping the Purge and the Disruption, killing this Venomancer. Still offlane for support. It will be a good trade, as Keon himself in bottom was doing very well for the first 4 or 5 minutes, but now finds himself at the mercy of Blitz's Ursa.
Yeah, kind of ridiculous as the Shadow Demon is 6.5, whereas the Dawnbreaker is not even 6 yet. Tremendous game on him. Now we have Dawnbreaker 6, which means global presence is unlocked as well. And they might even look to aggress onto the Mars down here now. Oh, indeed they're going. CM ult as
Level
well.
6. He's got the arena if he wants to use it. Okay, it's not gonna come through. It's just gonna die. There is a world when you use the arena to just die to the CM, so Bleezy doesn't get more gold from getting the last hit on you, but I think it's much better to save it and TP back in, join up your team, and try to use it now to maybe kill the Zeus or the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, and we see Venomancer jungling actually. Very interesting. Very early jungling for post 5 Venom. Lord Grim is going for Travels first actually. Disruption on him. Can they get it? Ooh, Dawnbreaker coming in as well.
There's a tornado available as soon as Disruption will come in, but what a perfect Solar Guardian. Tornado come in, defending blast, one more right click will do the job. The Zeus will fall, but it's gonna be a 1-for-1 as the Demonic Purge gets the last hit. And that was a big overcommit coming in from the Radiant side, and now the rotate from Keon to get the Shadow Demon punished. 4 kill streak ending, 600 gold swing going to the Dire side on a single Shadow Demon kill. Wow.
Yeah, as you said, he's having an amazing game. Level 7 already on him. Even out-leveling the Ursa as well. Who's on a good way towards his Battle Fury, just missing one more component.
Let's take a quick look at that engagement in mid-black, as we have seen what was a nice attempt at a turnaround. In the end, the Zeus stayed way too close to the Invoker, allowing him to get both the last hit and the gold and XP influx, and then the Mars TP coming in with the arena. It was very nice and calculated as the action continues. We are relentless in this top lane. Crystal Maiden pops the ultimate, but we do have the reincarnation, and look at the Venomancer Noxious play coming in, getting the kill with the help of the Rubik, and now jumping onto 3 more. I think this Stormbreaker might not be long for the world, as the Hammer of Light is the less than needed. But look at Dr. OG with the Divine Rampage. Will get the kill onto the Rubik.
Rafing died?
It's the kill with the Shadow Poison and the Disruption Illusion. 3 for 2, but when you're in such a bad position, I'm not that unhappy if I'm on the side of Namibia.
Yeah, Shadow Demon is getting way too much done. As we said many times already, his game is really, really good. And the farm Shadow Demon can make so many plays happen in the mid game as well. How's our Zeus looking? He's going for Phylactery. Pretty standard build up. Boots of Travel Invoker though. Oh, what can he make happen with that? Because first item travels means you really gotta start using it either to push out lanes, pressure lanes, or gank around a lot. But he's actually the one that lost his tower already.
Oh, this is really strange. I don't think...
This is CM. I buy CM, I think. Now there's a disruption. Yeah. Veno has no mana.
The right click will do. It's going to be the Plague Ward and the Sunstrike committing. Oh, nice. Lotus coming in, but he will fall in the end to the Rubik. And now jumping in on top of the Venomancer to get the trade kill. We have a stalled Celestial Hammer. Good pickup from Grimui. Now Lord Grimui is just getting completely attacked by these high ground nukes, and in the end the arena will come through to get the last hit, and Lord Grim is on a killing spree. Can they get more? They're trying to set up for the Shadow Demon or the Zeus. Dr. OG does a lot of arc lightning damage. Tornado connects only to the SD. Demonic Purge will not use it. Dr. OG turns, hoping to get the kill on the Invoker, but it's not enough. Now the CM comes in. The Spear of Mars will not connect, and this was a flawless play from Madagascar.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Look what's flying out to the Ursa though. Battlefield is online in just 13 minutes. It's a very quick timing. So his farm is going to be accelerating through the roof now, obviously. And I mean, it's not the perfect Ursa game, but Ursa is of course a hero that can always take over games like this. Probably going to see the Blink Dagger next. And then possibly BKB if he wants to be more defensive, or Basha if he wants to be more offensive. Man, his facet is also crazy. By the way, the fact that you just stun for 20 seconds longer and slow for 20 seconds longer is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, they need to change something up about this hero, because right now it feels like it's slightly too much. But maybe because it hasn't been in the meta for so long it's acceptable.
I guess, yeah, if they really want to see him in the meta, but such a strong hero. Just the fact that Enrage gives you so much damage reduction and status res.
Despite all of this, it's only a 1500 gold lead for the Radiant side. 11 to 10. Not the biggest lead we could have seen at this moment. And I really think Invoker should have actually went for the Midas, but he's going for travel boots into an Aghanim Scepter. Wow. This is
interesting, because they don't have the best setup for Cataclysm either.
They've got Mars Arena, I guess.
Yeah, and to begin with, it's a very disruptive ability, right? As soon as you see that, you're definitely going to move around a whole lot. Ursa, is he going to try to defend bottom by himself?
They're catching this Wraith King, and now they're throwing the Solar Guardian on top of him. Lapon has one more life, but is probably not going to be enough to keep him safe. Noxious Blaze comes in the back line, and the Divine Rampage, it will get the kill done as this Wraith King is striking a bit more. But the Tornado, Meteor Hammer, they're all stuck in the corner. They're hitting up the high ground. Do they have anything to stun the TPing Shadow Demon or the Zeus? Lord Grim, you need to go up. He's being body blocked by the illusion from the Shadow Demon. I've never seen that in my life.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Shadow Demon, as we said, his innate ability, I mean, his facet is it's kind of crazy. The fact that you just get a full HP illusion every time. Well, bye-bye CM. See you next life. A nice kill on the Wraith King, and then they all just TP'd out. Very, very nice.
He's trying to build his Radiance, but he's very far from it. Because we get now the opportunity to see the full replay Black. But I really want you to look at this Invoker not being able to go up the high ground, because it's it's very funny. Curious. Yeah.
I think he also blocks himself with his own Force Spirits too. Yeah, so his Force Spirits also block him. Interesting little sequence there.
How is this Rubik so farmed?
He's got a lot of kills. A lot of kills.
He is not that far behind his position 1 Wraith King. This is really strange. And I understand that Venno is essentially a position 6, probably purchasing everything. But Aetherlens on the Rubik, 4.7k net worth at minute 17. It's looking very good for Lemuel on this position 4. He also has the Arcane Supremacy, which of course makes the aura of the casting spells bigger.
What do you think about this Paris of Wraith King, by the way?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You mean the
Spectral Blade.
Oh, I love it. I think it's such a good spell. I'm actually having this conversation with multiple of my friends, and some of them really don't think it's good. I think it's way too good currently. But at least it makes the hero different, as we have a hell of an engagement right here. Keon will pop the arena, but he's essentially dead. The Solar Guardian will land a bit after that, and now look at the Noxious Plague doing a lot of damage. Divine Rampage coming in, trying to get the kill onto Lemuel, but he will be able to get out of there, popping out a salve that he got with the trusty shovel. So a lot of spells have been used, but only one player has fallen. As I say that, the Venomancer gets disrupted, and I think the Celestial Hammer should probably get him low enough to get another kill for this Shadow Demon.
Yeah, why does Ruby need so much magic resistance just from existing? Why is he sitting at 42%, man?
But I like the Spectral Blade. I think it's a very interesting variation of the hero. What are your thoughts on it?
You know, as you said, it's very, very interesting. And it scales with the hit that applied the curse, correct?
That is correct. Oh, Dr. OG just died somewhere. Wait, what was he doing there?
4 heroes? He must have gotten speared into the tower, like heroes into spear or something. Which means he just greedily farmed under the tower, probably.
There's no blink on the Mars, though. How does he catch you even? You're a Zeus with Heavenly Jump.
Yeah, well, he is a Yules, you know, maybe if he was extra greedy. Yeah, definitely out of position over there.
Okay, Black, I'm really confused right now.
So, yeah.
Dr. OG,
a nice Mortal Strike.
Can I tell you? So, I'm sorry, actually, finish your thought, and I'll tell you why I'm confused afterwards.
No. Please continue your thought. What's up?
So, you know how we talked about this build-up on Zeus going for the old nuker? You know, you get Zeus, you get Phylactery, Aghanims, Kaya, all of that, right? It's pre-minute 20. He went for the Divine Rampage, but purchased his own shard. Which is the other facet that he doesn't have.
Yeah, well, it's one of the best farming tools for Zeus still. Even if you don't take that facet, it's just the fact that every auto attack, you know, casts an Arc Lightning just makes you farm so fast. Sunstrike, easy kill, Rubik again.
I mean, I don't know, man. I think that's 1,400 gold that he could have put towards his next item.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely an interesting choice, but there's always a payoff. Like, at some point, the payoff will be there.
Okay.
It's just a question, you know, is it soon enough? But as you can see, he farms very fast with this.
Okay, going back to the Vampiric Strike, or the Mortal Blade, whatever it's called. What are your thoughts? Spectral Blade, that's the one. What are your thoughts on it?
It's very interesting. It's just I don't know what to make of it, to be honest. I kind of miss the old skeletons.
Well, let me tell you that if you take the other facet, that gives you a lot of skeletons, a lot. Well, as much as before.
but then you're missing the spectral blade, right?
Yeah.
So it's either or.
Would you choose? Would you think it would be much better if you could choose between the a spectral blade and the mortal strike? Would that be better?
Nah, he needs the crit. Because the crit is also amplifying the.
Look at the courier,
blade.
Black. The courier just delivered the blink dagger as he was about to get jumped on. Keon with a great timing to get out of there.
Yeah, making it look easy. Breakdancing, breaking ankles. Now, how is our Dawnbreaker looking? Going for Desolator, not BKB. That's very, very greedy. Might backfire as well. Shadow Demon is rich. Going for Yules.
I mean, you said you've seen Dawnbreakers carry games, and I think Pora said, I want to show Black that I can do it as well. Look at the Yule Scepter, the Blink is in cooldown, Disruptor to buy himself some more time, Tornado will not connect, and the Demonic Purge will slow the Mars down, try to deal some damage, Noxious Plague onto the SD, but he's alone, he will not have that many targets to bounce us, and look at the damage, the Ursa, the Zeus, and the SD will blow out Lord Grim out of the water. It's going to be traded for a Crystal Maiden, the heal coming in, and they want to get the second support down from Madagascar, Glimmer Cape, but the right clicks are right there to secure the kill on Zodi.
One more poison might do it. I think SD's dead. Yeah, SD's dead.
He's falling in the back line. Disruption. Nice to be out. Wow.
Yeah, stolen shadow poison. He somehow got 4 stacks on that.
It's you know, you're the one poisoning until you drink the wrong drink. Is that how like the kings used to die previously, right? They were poisoning their enemies and then drink from the wrong cup.
Yeah, Game of Thrones style.
Wow, don't spoil it for me, Black. Come on.
What? I didn't say who.
Fair. Would you say Game of Thrones is better than your favorite anime?
Up to a certain season, yes. But like most shows, the more seasons there are, the worse they usually get.
What is the biggest fall off of a TV series, Black?
Probably Game of Thrones.
Oh, wow. I mean, I've heard about it. I've not seen the Game of Thrones. I'll make some time at some point.
Yeah, the last season is pretty rough. Well, they're looking for the Shadow Demon. He's been a thorn in their sides, quite literally.
More poison.
And now you are... What, the Cataclysm for that? Okay. Well, he's dead for sure.
Does he have a blink dagger? Okay. If he had a blink and blinked out of that, that would have been the overcommit of the century. But now they're going to catch this Crystal Maiden. We're just trying to be a bit pesky, and the word. Sentry on the ground. Mortal Strike crit. Another one. As Lapont gets the last hit. Do you know what Le Pont means in French?
The pond.
No, I mean, I guess it rhymes. It means rabbit.
Xiao Tutsi.
Is that German for rabbit?
No, that's Chinese for rabbit. Xiao Tutsi.
That's good. Ladies and gentlemen, the more you know, language challenge with Waxen in Black right here on the Iesf South African qualifiers.
Oh, Zeus again up there. Same position. You can't be so greedy and push out these lanes.
It's fine, my friend.
Wow.
He's got the Pepe hands. I like that he stacked his Pepe hands and he bought like the Aghanim shard for the electric hands. That's funny. That's creative. If we get Dr. OG for the interview, I'm gonna bring that up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Huh. What if he's going to be really mad at you for that? And he'll be like, I challenge you to patch 1v1.
I didn't challenge you because I'm mad.
I didn't say you were.
I mean, that's kind of like when you're referring to it.
No, I would never. No, don't read so much into it.
Oh, man. I would probably lose. That's what would happen if you would challenge me to a podge worse. But I would take the challenge because I'm not a little wuss. Also, what is happening with this net worth graph? This is one of the funkier ones. So despite dying perpetually on the side of Namibia over the last 5-6 minutes, the top 3 core net worths are still on the Radiant side, but everybody else, the entire squad, goes from 4 to 8 for Madagascar, which It's interesting because you like to have a farmed Rubik.
Oh, Zeus not again?
Okay, what is happening? Dr. OG. Oh, Cataclysm as well to reveal the rest of the team as the Ursa's trying to get onto the Invoker. Will she be able to get so? No. The Raking is actually jumping on the Ursa. The Noxious Blades connect. Li-Fi will be the one to fall, actually buy some time for his team. And now the Shadow Demon somehow connected with the Noxious Plague, but the stolen freezing field of the Rubik is gonna be probably the biggest victory out of it all.
Ooh, caught the Ursa too.
No more ultimate.
Tornado coming in. Oh, just the mark. That was close.
He should get out of there. Blink is off cooldown and he gets out. This Venno is very high level, by the way. Did you see his level 14, like just behind the Mars's 15 and the Raking? He is like everybody on the side of the Dire is up there in the level department, whereas this Crystal Maiden and the Shadow Demon are trailing behind considerable amount. As now we even gonna get the shard on the Venno. Oh my goodness, dispelling the Gale now stuns you. And if you're an Ursa, that's what you live for. You want to dispel these type of spells.
Yeah, definitely. No, it's the Dr. OG really needs to be more careful with positioning. This is the second time now that he baited his team sort of into a rough position, and you can't allow yourself to have that many, you know, mistakes in a row. Now they have BKB on Ursa though, so they could potentially be setting up for Roshan. And also going back to the Venomancer, I've literally seen him jungle since level 4. So
yeah, you did mention it, yeah.
Yeah, he was more like, yeah, I don't really want to play support anymore, so I'm jungling.
He also has a Phylactery, right? I mean, Phylactery, I feel like it's by far one of the best items you could get as a tier 2 neutral for a support. So we see the impact of that in his gold as well.
Yeah, how much gold is it nowadays?
80? 80
75.
GPM? Okay, sorry, pardon me. I like rounding up my numbers. Yeah, but you are the mathematician, so I understand why you're not happy with that. But now they're gonna get their own Tormentor, and the Rubik will have the extra reposition for the teammates with the telekinesis.
Roche time though. It's dying fast, it's scanned.
Look at the Venom, bro. What is he doing? He wanted to put a word in the pit, I assume, but he will pay with his life. Doesn't even pop the Noxious Plague. Does not have a buyback. Look at the arena. Jumping in. Cataclysm set up where it is right here. The Ursa is dead. But now the turnaround. Divine Rampage coming through with the Thunderbolt's Wrath. Pora has the BKB and also the Starbreaker Shard. Tries to get away with the Celestial Hammer on top of Keon, but Keon lands the Spear of Mars. 4 have fallen. Dr. OG, 1 versus 4, will only get a kill before he falls to the pawns. Triple kill.
Yeah, well, I really like in these kind of games, I know why he's doing it. Like almost every Dawnbreaker I play with in pubs does it as well. But you need BKB in these kind of games. I see literally every Dawnbreaker do this, and every Dawnbreaker that does this just loses. You need that magic resistance. The Starbreaker Agam Shard is not enough. Look at it here again. Ursa also never had the chance to get his BKB off, because he's also half HP already from Roshan. And yeah, it's kind of doomed to fail. You know, Venno was a little bit out of position, but ultimately he gave his team a good amount of vision to make sure that they, you know, can get the upper hand in the initiation there.
Crystal Maiden died to... She died to the Cataclysm while she was channeling Freezing Field. The life as a CM is very sad, man. As she's currently 50% of the net worth that the position 5 of Madagascar is. But you know what I like about this matchup, Black? I like it's not a stomp. We actually have 2 close teams fighting tooth and nail to win this. And yes, the previous team fight has kind of scuffed the win rate probability, but I still believe there is a possible victory for Namibia, as we see Li-Fi just dying yet again. Again, just CM doing CM things.
Yeah, I mean, Sunstrike +1 is usually enough to definitely kill supports. Map hack activated. We see everyone.
Dire's middle tower is
And
under
now it's
attack.
gone.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dawnbreaker needs BKB ASAP, but he's 4k gold away now. Even went for a Blink Dagger after the Desolator. That is so greedy. How's Zeus looking like? Going for Yule Scepter. Can bite it out if he wants to right now. Ursa almost into the Basher. Wait, there's just not a whole lot of great power spikes around the corner, so not entirely sure what they're waiting for. Smoked out right now.
They're trying to pushing the waves. I think they're not necessarily waiting for anything per se, as they had the top lane pushed and the mid lane as well. So top will be pushed again, but I don't think they're gonna go back to deal with it. The Invoker is actually walking back and forth in the dire jungle, and I think they're gonna be heading for it right now. I don't know why this Shadow Demon's up there, but they want to blow up this Venom. He's gonna buy himself some more time. Demonic Purge coming on Mars, but lands on 2, and now the Divine Rampage is not gonna do enough damage. Whereas the Cataclysm will, 2 players will fall in just a matter of seconds, but Raking has lost his first life, and Aura somehow still alive for a while longer. Now the Freezing Field jump in from the Rubik, trying to do some more damage, buyback from the Shadow Demon, and now this Ursa trying to turn around and get a kill onto the Mars. Very low HP, SD is here, and Lapon now gets right-click lower and lower, and the Raking will end up falling as well, as we see him trying to get a dieback onto the SD, but Dr. OG does so much good work in the backline, now turns his head onto the Rubik. FICO damage, tries to do anything, heavily jump going forward. Dr. OG really wants this skill onto the Shadow Demon, but look at the long range Fade Bolt plus Arc Lightning, getting in the 4th on the Radiant side. 1 versus 2, Bloodstone on the Invoker. Dr. OG, can you get away? Can you get the kill? You cannot. It's gonna be Lemuel with yet another double kill. Pause. Black. This Invoker has a Bloodstone?
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting choice. For the AoE increase, I'm guessing. It's very interesting. I haven't seen it before. It kind of makes sense, you know. Most of your spells have a pretty good AoE. As we take another look at that fight again. Ursa, it actually kind of looked like he was just about to turn the fight around. But yeah, like you can't really touch the backline. Both backlines actually in that fight stood very strong. Both the Zeus and Shadow Demon, as well as the Rubik and Invoker, were just absolutely devastating both teams from the backlines. Ooh, Domberg got caught again. No BKB still. Probably just dead again.
No matter how good they did that previous team fight, we're still watching the replay of. It was still favoring Madagascar, and they keep on getting these easy pickoffs, and you can't die like that if you are the offlaner. It's not a good look, and I mean, I gotta be honest, out of that 13,000 deficit that we're seeing on the server right now, all of it is in the support's net worth. The cores are still pretty even with each other, but the supports on the dire side have just got so much more.
Yeah, they're insanely rich. 100%. And here's BKB, pops it as well.
Nice Spear of Mars. The Shadow Demon has died 3 times in the span of 2 minutes, but Lapon, lower and lower HP, Divine Rampage will collect his first life. Can they get on top of him? The Nimbus is already placed, so can't have that tool to stop the Raking from getting out. They're going for Bleeds. You gotta get out of here. Invoker's hunting you down. I don't think Invoker can solo kill the Ursa, but he can definitely cancel the TP. Oh. What? Alright.
A little bit slow on the trigger. On the trigger. That would have been devastating for Ursa. Luckily he got out of there. Well, luckily for his team.
Exactly. Depends which team you're cheering for, right?
Yeah, Venomans are almost level 18. Damn, that guy is a big boy. Rubik level 20, never mind, I take it back. That guy's a big boy. Wow, how did he get to level 20? That's ridiculous.
They're so farmed. I mean, Lemuel, if we could take a quick look at his score, I believe he's continued to accelerate. 8-1 and 23 for a Rubik. Granted, like 5 of those kills have been like outright steals that were unnecessary. But this reminds me of back when Yapster used to play Rubik. Well,
who did a very similar thing as well.
Yeah.
Now we almost got a Soul Cuirass up. On the Wraith King, lots of nice items coming out of the dire side. Wind Waker almost done on Mars, so you have nice save for your teammates as well. Yeah, things are starting to look a little bit bleak for Radiant. Ursa is just so easily controlled now. Is the problem.
I think she's got like an 8-second BKB, but the more she uses it, the worse it will be for her. And like you said, no BKB on the Dawnbreaker just yet. Is she even building the BKB? Yeah, she is. Okay, so she's about 1,400 gold away from having it on the Dawn. The Zeus as well, with, I would argue, the weirdest, most random build I've seen in a long time. He doesn't seem too certain what he wants to do. But he will be going for the Ethereal Blade after, well, at this point. We got a full refresher on this Invoker.
Ooh, double Cataclysm.
Double Bloodstone.
Yeah,
Nice
did
to
you
find
see a
my-
Zeus ult?
Yeah,
It
it
did be
was-
nothing.
They, I think they wanted to check for potential smoke gank, which is fine. 2 minutes cooldown, no, they should have it by the time Roshan is back. I expect this to be a long Roshan timer, but let's see. Wax and prediction black. Is it going to be a long Roshan spawn, or is it going to be in 5, 4? Imagine instant. I would cry.
Radiant are scanning.
Not too shabby.
Got it. Come on. Come on. I got it. I got it.
Quite a
Full
long
trust.
one, for sure.
Full trust, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't want to get black as your coach, you can get discount black as your coach. It's me.
Dire's
Yeah,
bottom
if you want to have him predict the
Radiant
random respawn time of Roshan.
I'm the oracle.
Imagine that's
but
what
in a
teams
game.
are banking on. You know, like 55 seconds. Like, okay.
You can't even speak with your coach during a Dota match, right? That's such a useless power to have.
Well, you know, there are always ways to make things happen. Like Dawnbreaker to see the entire map.
By the way, speaking of this, I mean, I could use telepathy, but speaking of this Dawnbreaker,
is under attack.
I want to say, I don't know if it just feels underwhelming or if Namibia hasn't used the potential of this innate of Dawnbreaker up until now, because I feel like look, they're smoking now. They're not waiting for minute 40 for them to have extra vision when they jump in, and I think they're obviously compelled to go smoke because they do not have the luxury of knowing the Roshan timer as we do, because they don't have me on their team, of course. But
Radiant's top
they
tower
haven't
is
played
under
around the daytime reveal from her.
Yeah, I think it's in part also to getting used to it still. Smoke should break any moment now.
scanning.
Are we gonna use Shadow Poison or no? Oh, Noxious plays only on the Shadow Demon who buys him one time, dodges the Spear of Mars, but look at the Cataclysm coming through. The damage is gonna blow up the CM, but in the meanwhile, Breaking loses his first life, and Limio will probably fall to the Zeus, while the Thunder God's Wrath does get stolen, but did not get popped, and the Ursa just falls one between 4 opponents. Dr. OG has to TP away. The Mars actually jumps on top of him, and now the Shadow Demon, the one that first broke the smoke, somehow still alive, but will get caught by the Ice Wall. It's gonna be a full team wipe claim from Madagascar.
Yeah, yet another full team wipe. Yeah, it's a big problem at this point. Like, Ursa is just too easily kiteable. There's too much damage coming out from Invoker and Wraith King. They don't have the damage to really chew through them in 1 BKB time. I just look at this chaos on the screen as well. Like, if you see that, you're definitely panicking. You gotta press all the buttons you can. Look at the Bloodstone heal as well. Actually quite impressive with the Cataclysm. Actually what made him stay alive in that fight.
And then I like the Mars jumping in above the Nimbus to cancel the TP of the Zeus right there. That was a very nice addition from Keon's offlaner. Still, it's not going to be a set of racks, not even a single tier 3 for Madagascar. And that means they kind of wasted a bit of time. Okay, they forced the Zeus buyback, yeah. But they could have gained Roshan. Roshan was spawning 10 seconds after the end of that team fight. They will be beelining for it. But I think Namibia, they're going to get revealing them in 10 seconds. They should be setting up bottom.
Roche is up there.
They should set up bottom for this. I don't know why they're doing. Why is three players of the Radiant side just farming 1 creep wave?
Well, now Roche is down there. Alacrity plus Wraith King should make quick work of this. Well, not that quick.
They just don't want to contest, I guess. They feel like it would be a bit too much to play into the arena Cataclysm again. So they will have to defend their high ground, but they do not have the luxury of a Mars. They don't have the luxury of a Black Hole. Vacuum. They don't have any huge teamfight spells, right? Solar Guardian is good, but definitely not up to par to the ones I've mentioned.
Yeah. 100%. Refresher I also picked up on Mars, so it's double arena. Yeah, the game seems at this point there's so many problems to deal with. I don't know if they can muster all the answers. Shadow Demon needs to stay alive, Zeus needs to stay alive for a very long time to get their spells out. Probably like 10, 15 times. But is that even enough? They're all so tanky on the die side.
And I hate the fact
help from everyone.
I hate the fact that it's minute 42. We haven't tried taking the second Tormentor. We do not have the Demonic Cleanse Aghanim Shard on this Shadow Demon. That's what makes Shadow Demon strong. And I get it, he doesn't want to bite it because he's getting an Axe, but the Tormentor is literally there.
Yeah. That's one of the bigger differences between like the real top teams and more amateur teams. Like, the top teams always have some sort of objective in mind at any time. Like at minute 1950, we're all gonna gather here, do this tormentor so we can do it again ASAP. Ooh, wow, that's a lot of damage.
Nice to jump in, lining two of them up. The disruption will buy some time for the Dr. OG, but he needs an ambulance for himself as the refresher coming in arena. Well, just in time for the Cataclysm to snipe one more player, but no, the buyback's coming in. Dr. OG somehow managed to get away. The Shadow Demon does die, but both the positions 4 and 5 get back in the game. First Raking Life comes in, a lot of Dual Scepters to just completely kite this Ursa, and look at Lapam doing such a good job. Another Cataclysm, this time the Ursa is down, she will also be buying back, but no more Crystal Maiden for 70 seconds. Can they maintain this position of high ground? BKB from Lord Grim, and he wants to run away. Yon gets Yule Scepter up in the air. Can they set up for him? The damage, is it gonna be enough? Another use. There's so many Yule Scepters flying left, right, and center. The Mars is still alive. The Ursa tries in the backline. He doesn't have a BKB. He cannot walk through the ice wall, and Dr. OG has fallen. Ursa gets isolated. It will be a dieback for the carry, as well as Lepalm gets a double kill for this immortal Wraith King.
Yeah, getting speared now to the fountain as well. Just collecting the scraps, basically. There isn't a whole lot they can do anymore. Team wipe once more. All the buybacks exhausted as well. And they call the GG. Madagascar with the anime pictures pulling through.
What a game one. I liked it. It was very even. Probably one of the most competitive maps we've had all tournament long, but definitely the most competitive map we had today, with both teams fighting tooth and nail. And in the end, I think it's safe to say that Namibia was also getting outscaled into this late game, which is one of the reasons why they were falling behind in back-to-back team fights.
Yeah, they were definitely on somewhat of a timer, and the fact that they just couldn't close it out, they didn't really take objectives early enough. Like, Roshan is not really... I mean, it's something that Ursa really needs in order to accelerate his game. Not only did they not get Roshan, but Madagascar Roshan instead. Once that happens once or twice, there's really no way back into the game. I also didn't like the Dawnbreaker item build. Like, you need a BKB no matter what.
Absolutely.
It's just essential. BKB is an essential pickup, and you always need that item. I've seen too many pub games where you have a great start as Dawnbreaker, you think you're invincible, that the shard is enough, but it really isn't. You need that BKB.
Some of the highlights of this first map, just buying some time for the players, and you know, this would not necessarily have to be a back to drawing board type aspect for Namibia, as like we said, they played well. That a few misplays, especially the itemizations, could be corrected. So I think I still think that was an overcommit there, by the way, but look at this kill that they got on Lapan, and you know, this was a highway robbery, my friend, and somehow getting out of this position without losing anyone after committing so deep at minute 15. These are the slivers of hope that we saw from the Namibian squad, and hopefully they can get it back going in game number 2, as they don't want to lose this first series. Like I said, when you only play against 3 other teams, a loss could be the difference between you qualifying to the World Esports Championships or not.
Yeah, and it's not like they were massively outmatched or anything. As we said, it was a very close game. So they shouldn't be like too disappointed with how this game went. The draft they had, they were a little bit of a timer. Maybe they want to change up the draft for game 2 a little bit, just so they can be in the driving seat when it comes to the mid-late game portion. Because generally, when both teams are on even footing, one with better late game usually wins.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
This
Let's see
Roshan
here.
fight.
That big team fight, well, that was so important. That was actually the game-winning fight for the Dire side. If Radiant wins this fight, I think they win the game. But Dire pulled through nicely. Ursa couldn't get his BKB off. And couldn't get his Enrage off. It's, after this point, it's pretty much impossible to win this game.
I actually think that Roshan teamfight was the breaking point for them. Do you think we're gonna see this Invoker led through in the draft next game? I mean, Lord Grim didn't necessarily took over the game per se, but he played this very, very well on the Invoker, despite being dominated early on by the Zeus mid. And clearly it's a comfort pick for him, and he knows what he's doing with this funky Bloodstone build. Do you think Namibia will still let it in the draft, or are they gonna consider banning it? Maybe not in the first phase, but the second phase.
Yeah, ban could be good just to see what else he has in store, make him feel a little bit less comfortable, perhaps. But I think I would say the same about the Rubik. He looked way too comfortable on that hero. On the Mule.
Yeah, true.
Like, he had an insane Rubik game. So much gold, so many levels. Like, he just had everything he needed.
And I like this Venomancer. I think it kind of went unnoticed because we saw a few beastie Veno performances already earlier in the tournament. But I think Zodi did a lot of good job, and I think he knew what he was doing with that farm. Like you said, level 4, got in the jungle and kept himself up there. Like I said, the early advantage and beginning of that late game portion when it came to gold was from the support gold differential. The Rubik and the Veno just had so much more in their inventory compared to the Crystal Maiden and the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, they had way more support items. They had Dual Scepters, they had Shadow Amulets to help your teammates. Venomancer went full support, of course, with Glimmer Cape and Guardian Greaves. He also had a Dual Scepter, just the best item against Ursa. They had a total of 3 of those. So every time Ursa jumps in and doesn't BKB, it just gets kited. You have Invoker with Deafening Blast Tornado. It was just never going to happen. That's why I said in the draft, like, the Ursa last pick really didn't look that good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they needed some sort of mobile hero that can really jump into the fight and not care as much about getting kited.
And I have to also mention the fact that the Shadow Demon didn't finish his Aghanim Scepter, and also didn't have an Aghanim Shard, which are 2 of the prime items you want to have on SD. So that's, again, like I said, and you said as well, one of these elements of itemization that was not ideal from the Namibian squad, who is now, well, they've lost to a new foe. Last year, they fell to South Africa, but now dropping first map versus Madagascar. We will have to find out if they can mentally bounce back from 1 game down and go for the reverse sweep, or if Madagascar is the new team trying to take down the slot for the World Esports Championship. Stay tuned. Hello, YouTube. Hello, Twitch. Hello, world. I think we're live even on X. Welcome to the intermission between Namibia and Madagascar. I'm Waxen, and I'm not joined by anybody. I will be facing my arch nemesis, apparently, Black Dota, former TI. What are you, like top 3 player? I am just a 6k MMR pleb. I've challenged him. He accepted my challenge of Podge Wars. Black, are you ready to entertain these people?
Of course, always am. Was born ready. I'm a patch master, as the whole world knows. One hook, one kill. My expertise. Been playing it all life long. So you better get ready.
I'm gonna be as ready as I've ever been, but before we go in, I'll show you that if you're a Podge master, I'm a Podge master myself. We're not getting sponsored by anybody, but look at the Podge figurine. I brought it next to me to
I have the
help
same
me.
one. I have the same one.
So I see we're going hook for hook, you could even say.
Yeah, we will see. Hopefully not. I don't want to get hooked by you.
Okay, let's lay the ground rules, because obviously we don't want to distract our viewers for that much long before we go into the second game of the South African qualifiers. How many kills for one of us to win?
Okay, how about we just play for a while, because all the maps are different, and then let's see how long the first kill takes, then we can kind of figure it out from there.
Okay, let's see how long the first kill takes. I feel that's fair enough. So it could be first blood if it takes too long, ladies and gentlemen. At the same time, we're also waiting to find a server, which seems to be taking us a hot minute. So maybe I'm going to change the region, and I'm definitely not going to put it on my server. Let's try.
Of course not.
Same password. If you could join me in, please, Black. And I'm going to have a different server region.
Why Singapore?
Of course, yeah. We're gonna play on Singapore, so I'm playing on 200 ping. Of course not. What are these questions? We also need an observer that I have to invite into lobby. This is, like you said, the Black, probably the most important game in your career. Is that safe to say?
Oh yeah, totally. It's do or die for me.
Oh, we found the server right away. We are getting in, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot wait. I'll see you who the better pudger is. Okay. So you said you've grinded this for the last 2 years to prepare for this matchup, yeah?
Of course, yeah. I knew all along it was gonna come. Vote for kill limit 200, obviously.
Okay. 200 kill limit. Oh, we're straight into it.
So how does this work? Wait. We have to figure it out first.
I even have it.
I'm sleeping.
I can hear myself. This is top 10. I'm also sleeping. I don't know what do I ready up somewhere?
Rearm reduces only half Rod of Atos. There's Rod of Atos?
We're not buying items on Black. Stop. Okay, wait, which one is me? Are we the same team? No, you're against me. Okay, I'm on the Radiant side. Easy hook, bro. Nice landing. Whoa! Phase shift? What? Wait, how did that
In Meeponet?
Wait, I thought... Okay, we're getting straight into this. Oh, come on. Please don't buy the Atos. I don't even know where the shop is. How do I buy it? It's 1800 gold. That's how you dodge a hook, if you've ever seen someone like that me dodging it. Oh, hook! Committed! That is what you get for thinking you're better than me only because you got, pro career and stuff. 1-0. Okay, I'm gonna wait for production to tell us what the timing is for our next matchup. If not, I'm gonna continue trying to maintain my lead. Well, oh, I've been informed we can do a best of 5. I think this is gonna take us a while longer because I don't want to. Wait, you have a Dragon Claw, or is that just the kill score in the top right corner?
I think it's a kill score.
Oh, wow. Okay. Whew, I'm respawning. Also, please don't hook my observer. That's impossible. I was phase shifted. Oh, man. If you're watching this on YouTube or wherever else you watch, please don't hook me off spawn. Okay, thanks. I was actually getting...
Oh, you can't. You're invulnerable.
bro. What? He's actually tryharding, ladies and gentlemen. He's not even, look at him. He's just pretending to laugh. He's actually very much focused on getting hooked by the best punch in
Dude,
the
the
world.
face shift does not work.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you. Dude, this is bigger than TI Grand Finals right here. I'm telling you.
The face shift does not work.
Okay, jokes aside, my palms are sweaty. Match point. Who's gonna take it? Is it gonna be Dominic, Black, or Waxen? How can you do this? What is happening? Why are you hooking so fast? I'm very confused right now. No! 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 Oh, man. Couldn't even win in Podge Wars. Congratulations, though. It's all about the fair play. You've seen it, ladies and gentlemen. Crowned the Iesf 2024 Podge Wars champion. It will be. What a surprise. Black Dota has done it again. Any words for you fans around the world, Black?
As previously mentioned, you don't have to feel bad. The fact that you even made it competitive is amazing, to be honest, because as I said, I've been preparing for this for a lifetime. Thank you guys so much for your support. I really appreciate that. As you all know, I've been playing Patch for the longest time. And yeah, give it up for Waxen, please, because he made this game very close, despite me being, as everybody knows, the God gamer. So you're very close to that status yourself. You should be proud of yourself.
Oh, thank you very much, Black. I would offer you my Pudge figurine, but you said you've got one as well, so I think the trophy came to you way before we started that matchup, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I felt happiness as getting that first blood in a long time, so I might have lost, but at least I had fun, and that's what it's all about here at IESF. We've sometimes got winners, sometimes got losers, but we always have the most amount of fun possible.
Correct, man. As you said, that's what it's all about, right? Esports, sports. Ultimately, we all just want to have a good time together. Of course, we're all of our sad moments, but the fun moments always overshadow those.
I am really keen to actually get back underway with more action of Madagascar and Namibia. Game one, like we said, a really close affair, and Namibia is now looking to bounce back and go for what would be the first reverse sweep of the tournament, Black. We've had a 2-1 victory yesterday, but the teams traded maps 1 and 2, and no team came back from a 1-map deficit just yet to win a best of 3, not in the North African portion, not in the South African portion either. So do you think, is this something that we're gonna struggle to see in the qualifiers, because there's so many players that don't have that high tier level experience that you need, the mental fortitude to completely grind it out for 2 maps once you're down 1?
Well, as you said, last year when Namibia played against South Africa, the maturation decreased more and more with every game. So I don't know if that's something they actively worked on or not, but if it's not and the pressure gets to them, this could very well happen again. At the same time, though, Madagascar, maybe they're feeling a little too confident. It always goes both ways. But if the first match was any indication, this should be a pretty close game again. We'll see after the draft, though, because the draft was also very even, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I wanted to ask. We mentioned how close the draft was, and of course, in the late game, we knew Madagascar would have the slight edge, but our biggest problem wasn't with the heroes themselves, but let's call it the path the heroes took. You didn't like the Dawnbreaker as a build-up. I thought the Zeus and the Shadow Demon could have actually went in a completely different way in their approach to building their items, maybe if we run that game 1 back-to-back multiple times, Namibia could find themselves on the right side of history with a win. But I don't have a time travel machine, because if I would, I could probably roll back the match into game number 1. But we will be heading forward for the second map, just waiting for the teams to confirm well, if they're ready. They took a bit of a break. They're probably, what I think it is, like, their belly hurt from watching my awful Pudge Wars play. I think that's what it is. They laughed so hard that they needed a bit of an extended break.
No, I just say it wasn't that bad, you know? It wasn't that bad. But, you know, all good things have to come to an end. So
course.
their laughing also has to come to an end. Now it's business time as the game just started. And we'll see if they can, you know, bust out some nice surprises for Namibia or Madagascar, respectively.
Radiant
Uh,
team banned.
Again, we had Shadow Fiend not touched at all, which is very curious, especially after we've seen Egypt just completely dominate with him.
10
Yeah,
Maybe it
I
would
mean,
change this game.
maybe the problem is the one that I brought up as well. They didn't see it played enough to actually understand how broken the hero is at the current moment in time. I'm gonna get a bit of extra light in here as I want to see this picks a bit better. And okay, Night Stalker being banned out would actually help me not be full in the darkness.
10
And
seconds
wow,
remaining.
Invoker respect ban first.
5 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
I like it. Get him out of his comfort zone. Show him what else you got. You know, maybe he got another hero he's really comfortable on. Maybe not. We have seen
Dire
plenty
team
of
back.
players throughout history that really love this one hero, and as soon as you put them on another one, they just don't feel as comfortable.
10 seconds
Legion.
remaining.
Are you one of
Take-
those players, or do you like to play multiple heroes,
5
lots of
seconds
heroes?
remaining.
I would like to believe I'm really versatile. I
Radiant
genuinely, as a
team
support, it's also quite good to play a wide range of heroes. You can't really become, you know, I don't know. I mean, you can become a Hoodwink or a Chen
10
specialist or a
seconds
Visage
remaining.
specialist, but I like playing multiple heroes. I think I'm
5
quite
seconds remaining.
good when it comes to that aspect. Again, for my level of play, but as a core, I can understand why it's needed sometimes to, you know, become an anti-mage master like yourself.
Yeah. Well, although personally, I gotta admit too that I love to play all sorts of different heroes as
Of
well.
course.
No, it's just super fun being creative in a game as Dota that really lets you be creative as well. You have so many things you can try out.
Radiant
Support
team
heroes can
banned.
become cores. Cores can become support heroes. Over history, I've seen that more and more. And even with these new patches, with these new facets, we're
10
probably going to see it
seconds
even more than
remaining.
before. So I'm, as I said, always just
Dire
really
team
looking for
back.
some people to show me some surprises. Like I want to see what's possible. Like I'm the kind of guy I love to
10
see what's
seconds
possible,
remaining.
not see what's already established. You know, like show me something
5
new,
seconds remaining.
so I can learn something as well. Show me some how does Bad Rider work? You know, because everybody says right now Bad Rider is terrible. Pick Bad Rider, show me he's really good.
Yeah.
So I can copy it.
They're taking a lot of time. I'm just realizing this at this current point. A lot of time for these couple of bans. A Juggernaut, Lifestealer, when Abaddon, also banned in the first phase by Namibia in game number 1. They really don't like playing into that hero, but they're gonna go for the first pick, Hoodwink. Huh. Interesting.
Interesting pick. Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. We have seen Storm as an answer. It's really good. Spectre can work as well. Here we haven't really seen a
10
whole
seconds
lot
remaining.
lately, which I think is still. Spectre is just
5 seconds
probably not in the
remaining.
best spot, but if you get like a nice last pick Spectre or so, it can still work very nicely. Shadow Demon, this time on the other side. Mhm.
I like to see that these teams are valuing the Shadow Demon. Although, I'm going to tell you an interesting statistic. Currently in our tournament, both South and North African region, this hero has a 0% win rate. So maybe it's not the best showing for him in our tournament, but I definitely think Shadow Demon still has a spot in the current meta.
Yeah, he's strong. Set up for a lot of heroes, good save. And once we actually see the shard and axe, you will really see the power of the hero. Because that's ultimately what makes him really strong. Mars out, Sanking out. Again, I've really seen a Sanking in, well, since the patch hit pretty much. His win rate went from like 50-something% to 40-something. I think 42 now from 53, something crazy like that. He received massive nerfs.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Storm Spirit is still in the pool, which is really good against Hoodwink. Fantastic hero. What do you think about Tinker? Like, are you happy that he's completely dead?
I'm gonna be honest. So I'm quite embarrassed to talk about Tinker, right? I mean, me and Tinker have a really strange relationship. He was one of the mid laners I used to play when I started first in Dota, and I was trying to get a bit better. And I haven't played Tinker in years. And I know he has the lowest win rate in all brackets currently. I am one of the players that whenever Tinker's in the opposite team in the last 3 weeks, I'm losing to Tinker. So I don't understand the hero. I am completely shocked by how good it is when players are against me and how bad it is it's on my team. I don't have an opinion on it. I don't think it should be meta again, and I believe that the addition of the Marcher machines makes it viable, but the playstyle for it hasn't yet been found. And until a Nothing to Say is going to pull it out of TI, I hope it's going to stay out of the meta up until that point.
Fair enough. I agree. But it always felt really nice to see a really good Tinker player as well. With a nice spacing, outplaying with multiple blink daggers and whatnot. We actually see a Magnus. Now that hero has also been massively nerfed. In fact, Arias, I'm sure you know him,
Yeah,
has been saying that the hero is very dead and almost unplayable. Which we'll see if that's true or not. Because if that's actually true, there's a 2-0 on the horizon, and that would not be very good.
I am quite confused about this whole choice of the
Ogre
addition
as well.
The addition of the reverse polarity, which by the way, shouldn't it just be called polarity then if it's a reverse polarity?
Yes.
Yeah,
Minus and minus is plus.
Yeah, exactly. But I think I've seen Saberlight play it in one of the
10 seconds remaining.
where Saberlight play for Gork's team, Team Bold,
5
and they
seconds
won with
remaining.
it. Granted, they were playing against a unknown team, and he made the reverse work. Maybe Namibia has something in store for us here. And wow, this Ursa. I think it could be a bit like a steal pick because Ursa plus Magnus for Namibia would have looked really nice with the Empower.
10 seconds.
Yeah,
remaining.
I mean, it's still an amazing buffer, of course. Now we got Ursa back,
5
and this
seconds
time
remaining.
there's still quite a bit of kiting. Let's be real, like Hoodwink, Magnus, even
Dire
Ignite.
team
Oh,
wins.
Timbersaw. That's an Amar hero right there. That's the only reason why he's 14k, because he plays that hero like a. I don't know. I hated playing against Amar Timbersaw. Whenever I played against this Timbersaw, you just say GG and you leave the game, because he will shred you to pieces.
10
Hey
seconds
man,
remaining.
it's Timber, so it's gonna be a pain in the side
5
of
seconds remaining.
both Hoodwink and Magnus Ogre, as you've got two melee strength heroes. Timbersaw likes playing against them, and the Hoodwink can't really get out in the tree lines because of this Timbersaw. What?
What is happening? Like they're going like 3 patches ago. PA is strong. Don't get me wrong. I think these heroes are actually not bad. They're playing the buff strategy. There's something we used to do when I was still playing in China. Basically, pick my hero first, and then pick like
10
3-4 buff
seconds
heroes
remaining.
and just make me big. I love that, of course, because everyone's
5
buffing me.
seconds remaining.
But the people that are just doing the buffing, they're not as happy. Let me ask you a question. If you
Right,
played
yes.
an MMORPG, right? Would you
Okay.
be fine with playing a healer?
As in, like for example,
World
I
of
see.
Warcraft or something
10
like that.
seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'd be
Because
up
I'm
for
the
it.
kind of guy I could never see myself play a healer in these kind of games.
I
I need big number. Big number go up. I'm happy.
Back in the day when we used to play MMORPGs, what we used to do is to make two accounts, one with like the fighter, the brawler, and then a second account that you would like play and you just click to follow and auto heal your other character. That's what we used to do back when I was a kid. So yeah, it's not the most fun, right? You gotta enjoy yourself. But I would do it
10
if
seconds
with the
But
right
that's the
squad.
objective thing, There's actually lots of people that
5
love
seconds
Love it.
healing.
They
Yeah.
love it.
Yeah, that's like all they want to do. It's like, do you want to play something else? No. I'd like to do this.
Yeah.
And PA into Timbersaw. That's it's so strange because Timbersaw is historically kind of seen as a PA counter.
Yes.
Of course,
But-
eventually you'll get the break. But playing Ogre and PA against the Timber sounds horrendous. So I hope they somehow switch lanes. Because Ogre he's almost half health from 1Q.
But this is a Phantom Assassin with a double steroid black. There's a
10
Phantom
seconds
Assassin
remaining.
with Bloodlust and Power, and you've got the natural
5
break, not
seconds
just from the
remaining.
Templar Assassin Aghanim Shard, but also from the Sharpshooter of the Hoodwink.
Dire team pick.
Yeah. No, as I said, PA is also very underexplored right now. She's received a couple of really nice buffs. Wait, how much damage is her ult now?
250, I believe.
With Methodical. Coup de Grace procs every 6 attacks.
10
Dude, every
seconds
6 attacks is
remaining.
actually crazy for, I think, a 500 or 600% crit, man.
5 seconds remaining.
600% is ridiculous.
But what about the Veiled one? Because it says blur is no longer dispelled when attacking. What does that mean? Like she's always blurred? Because that sounds
Yeah,
crazy as well.
it sounds kind of ridiculous, yeah.
That's so crazy. Oh, I mean, I think don't blame us, ladies and gentlemen. Phantom Assassin is a hero that hasn't seen much play in the last, well, many months. I think the last time Phantom Assassin was in the meta black is when we were cashed this thing at Yash, the World Esports Championships last year. I think Myanmar was the team to run the PA. If you remember that Tormentor kill when they almost lost the game because of that. I don't remember a pro game with a PA since that moment. So it's gonna be an unknown quantity. But the fact that she's paired up with this Ogre Magnus, I like.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Especially if you were to go for this methodical
okay.
Viper as well. Holy crap. I mean, Viper is a good hero against the lineup, don't get me wrong, but it's still a Viper. That lineup looks so looks so out there. It can definitely work, don't get me wrong. Like, it's strong individually. It's just the cohesiveness is
5 seconds remaining.
It kind of feels like, hey, everybody, what do you want to play? Kind of thing, you know?
Is it safe to say that this is also kind of like a Viper steal pick? Because Viper is great at breaking Phantom Assassin, and she kind of dominates all of the other melee matchups, the Magnus and the Ogre. So you take Viper for yourself to deal with the Timbersaw, or attempt to deal with the Timbersaw while also protecting your PA.
Definitely could be a thought behind it, yeah. There aren't too many mid laners left that can really do super well against Viper either.
Lina maybe? Can Lina survive in a matchup versus Viper?
Or the Wind Ranger, the old classic.
You may now select your
Different redhead, not the Lina. It will be the Wind Ranger. But I think obviously then the poison attacks do not connect onto the Wind Ranger while she's in the middle of the wind run. So that is the response here from Madagascar. And they don't seem to be too surprised by this Viper. They picked this Wind Ranger with, 10, 15 seconds after spotting the Viper. But Wind Ranger likes building NKB. She also doesn't like doing it so early on to counter this Phantom Assassin. And Ursa, I mean, when is the last time you saw a Silver Edge Ursa?
Yeah. Long time ago.
Exactly.
No, but if you somehow at some point do get an MKB on Ursa, like, you can shred the PA pretty quickly. And Magnus is not great against Ursa, because once Ursa has Axe, of course, you can just hold out of that reverse polarity. I'm not sure, to be honest. Like, this lineup looks really, as I said, really out there. The cohesiveness just doesn't really seem to be there. They picked the PA into a Shadow Demon as well, who once he gets axed, you're perma broken. You don't crit anymore, which is like a super hard counter as well. You have no more evasion. I think Madagascar has all the tools to make this 2-0.
How one-sided would you say this draft is for you?
Honestly, I don't think it's super one-sided. I just
no.
feel like at some point it's going to break apart a little bit. And once that happens, Madagascar would start taking over.
I like that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here firsthand from Black and myself as we get underway with the second map of this best of three. Can Namibia bring it back in and go for the turnaround, or is Madagascar going to go for the full sweep? As we take a quick look at the rosters, we've got Dr. OG on the mid lane Viper, Blitz, safe lane Phantom Assassin, Pora, off lane Magnus, Suna, the Hoodwink position for, and Li-Fi. Nothing else than the Ogre Magi. Whereas for the side of the Radiant, nope, they just disappeared. We've got Lord Grim on the Wind Ranger. We have Lemule on the Shadow Demon. The Ursa will be played by Lapon. Timbersaw will be Keon. And last but not least, Zodi on the Witch Doctor.
Nice. Interesting facet choices as well. Shadow Demon, not with the illusion one.
Oh, he went for the...
Promulgate.
I like that as well. The one that works with Dissimulate. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. And then we also have the Grudge Bearer instead of the Bear Down on Ursa Warrior, which is also an interesting choice because generally people value the debuff duration very highly. Because of course it works on Abyssal Blade, on Basher.
Battle begins.
Works even on Fury Swipes as well.
I mean, I just want to watch Keon get his hands on the Twisted Chakram. I think it's one of the funkiest additions to the game. And by the way, we were highlighting the Phantom Assassin. She did go for the Blur, the Veiled one, the one that we both said. I mean, we said that both of her facets seem rather strong, but this one kind of, I mean, it sounds broken if it works the way it reads, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how it actually works. But as you said, I haven't really experienced a whole lot of PA lately. Man, this Witch Doctor is zoning 2v1. Damn. Block Grenade, first blood maybe?
Oh, whoa. Something really unexpected happened, Black. We were theory crafting about this yesterday in the middle of the stream. This Ogre Magi really agrees that the dumb luck is bait, and he went for the opposite facet. He now has the fat chance. That means he will get a higher multicast chance the more strength he gets, so he will not get the 1 extra point of spell in level 2. Interesting. This is the first time I ever see this in Pro Dota.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that 1 additional skill point is very valuable. Interesting choice for sure. Maybe he's thinking to scale a little bit later with it. Very curious.
I don't know.
Dude, this Witch Doctor is dealing so much damage. He's killing both of them.
He's got him.
What is he doing?
First
How
blood.
is this allowed?
It's a Magnus offlane, right? Magnus offlane is very hard to play, especially when you're running into an Ursa and a strong range hero like the Doctor. So I think that's why this is the case. But I mean, what do you want me to say? It's a Witch Doctor, Voodoo Festration, great spell.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say he literally stood there, fought them 1v2 at minute 1, and he just won that fight. Voodoo Festration is Voodoo Imbalance. That's actually crazy. I didn't know it was that strong.
Okay, second Bushwhack will miss, but now they're full up in HP, and there is no salves on the bottom lane. The Witch Doctor doesn't have one, and Ursa doesn't have one, so this Ursa will be quite low in HP for the foreseeable future. Bushwhack connects, nice shockwave, but the Fairy Fire will have to be used by Zodi.
Yep, and now we have level 2 in the Voodoo Festration. Big upgrade there as well. How does CS looking? Timbersaw free farming as expected. PA can't pressure Timbersaw like ever.
No, of course not. I mean, I'm surprised she even has level assets. Because I thought this Shadow Demon Timber will dominate the lane even more than we see. Currently, just a full creep wave ahead in last hits, but not the worst. Whereas mid, okay, Zodi is way too confident for this. He pops the Maledict, and now he's going to get skewered into the creeps and the tower, but there is not enough mana on fight code damage to, well, to throw any spells on the back of that.
They spell is so much damage, 40 per second. The hell? Well, mid lane, no action should really happen either until level 6 perhaps. Okay, Jode
Blood
again.
grenade. It's FICO damage was too close there. Now that's essentially what happened. I don't even want to go into that much longer. But look at this Arcana on the Wind Ranger Black. What is your favorite Arcana in Dota?
My favorite Arcana in Dota. I like Terrorblade a lot.
Oh, I knew you were gonna be telling me something lame. I knew you were gonna say Terrorblade. Up top, Lemieux
Wow.
is very confident here. Turns around, the burst damage comes through.
Almost a poison,
Lacey
connects.
will just fall. Double
Bot lane
kill,
as well.
and it's gonna be Poor dying to Lapan as well. We thought this was gonna be a close game too, but this looks a lot like the second game of the day between Egypt and Tunisia.
Yeah, and it's not even the favorites playing. It is not even the favorites playing. But it's kind of what we expected, right? Like Timbersaw against PA Ogre. That's like probably the freest Timber lane ever. They literally cannot touch him.
Do you think Hoodwink 5 with the PA would have been better?
Nah, PA just can't lane against Timbersaw. It's just impossible, right? Like just how reactive armor works and how PA works. Complete counter. Which is why I was very surprised when they actually picked it. But maybe they can make it work. You know, it's a bit of a disaster in the early game, but there's always chances to make things work in the mid game. Especially with the Magnus, big RP, big crits.
Viper level 6, Windranger level 6, Dr. OG and Lord Grim. I just realized we had both matches. The matchup in mid was between the Doctor and the Lord.
Now we know who's superior, perhaps. Well, they're both sitting at the same CS, so no one really seems to be superior just yet.
Dr. OG won. What was the bushwhack? Okay, and now Fico damage just dies. Gonna buy himself a split second longer by slowing them down with the Acorn shot, but Lapan is now 3-0-2. Despite not having the most last hits, he's having a hell of a time.
He's having a great game with the Ursa. And we know how scary farmed Ursas are. I say that. Timbersaw has even more farm than that.
Well, network wise,
Grim is looking for Dr. OG in the jungle. Is he gonna find him?
network and wise the Ursa is topping the chart currently, but what is the Lord doing? Lord Grim just chilling in the bottom side, hoping to get someone, get spotted by the creep. He wasted a bit of time over there, but the lane was pushed, and now look at Li-Fi setting up to steal the Wisdom Rune. This could be the first thing going in the favor of Namibia, this entire map number 2.
Yeah, Shadow Demon actually prioritizing the stacks over the rune.
And he gets it. The question is he gonna get safety? Okay, no, Dr. OG dies. Zodi, we were paying so much attention to the Wisdom Runes, and I think Madagascar had a good game plan there, Black. They realized the supports will be a way to collect the Wisdom Runes, so why not punish the mid laner who is going to be lonely? This is a very good decision from the Radiant players.
Yeah, 100% agreed. And Windranger is one of the best heroes against Viper. We already spoke about that. I'm really worried for the PA though. And the Timbersaw is getting absolute free farm. Once level 6 is up, getting really scary up here.
Viper Strike used bottom, I believe. No, Viper Strike was in cooldown. Now he's going to spot Lapan, trying to get something on him. Oh, they just walked past each other. They didn't see.
That was very interesting.
Shout out to our observer for catching that on camera, because that was very interesting as well. Like, yeah. We have an invisibility on Lord Grim, who's trying to find someone in the triangle, but it's actually gonna be Lapan. Be the one to spot the Viper first. Do you want to throw in the Viper Strike? Okay, he's getting lower and low. You need to throw the Viper Strike in, and now look with the Windranger coming in. Focus fire. The Viper will fall.
He's level 6.
Run away, and Zodi has got involved in so many kills up until this point. 3-0-5 has level 6 to pop his ultimate. Black. I swear to God, are we watching a replay of the second game of the day?
Well, we might almost be thinking that, but of course the lineups are vastly different, which I think is actually the reason why this is happening. I don't know why they went so far out of the box with literally almost all the heroes. You know, I'm always on board with trying out 1 or 2 new things, but it looks like they're trying out like 4 new things.
Like you said, it seems
No.
like they wanted to just play what they feel comfortable with, but it's not working out. And Dr. Oju had a good lane, but now died twice back to back. He really needs to enable his team to get the Keon kill. The Viper Strike will be flying in. Right clicks and the poison attacks will do the work. No, great jump away, Keon. Does he have a TP to get out? It doesn't seem to be the case, but they cannot get closer to him. And Timbersaw will be safe. Pops the Lotus, the Mango, and now he probably just want to turn around. Phantom Assassin spots him. The Viper is so far out. Life Fight will be the first to fall. And look at Keon. Timber training out to safety. Level 5 on the SPA. The turnaround. Look at Lord Grim slaying the Doctor. How is the Swordwing a higher level than his carry?
There's absolutely nothing going their way. I hate it when this happens to a team. You know, they're trying so hard to make things happen, and the fact that Timber gets away there is just heartbreaking.
If you're just tuning into our broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, I gotta put you up to speed. This is a complete different showing from the Namibian squad. They were so much composed and focused in that game number 1. This is not what we saw from them during the first map, as we now see a bit of a dive. Zodi doesn't care. Voodoo Restoration, Festoration, pops the Mango, RP both under the tower. Pora will fall no matter what, but the Viper with the Viper Strike tries to get something. Is that a hasted? Okay, no. It was just running very fast for a second, and finally this killing machine called the Witch Doctor falls. First kill on the board for the Namibian side.
Yeah, was about time. So how much is this? 323 gold. That's actually not that much. But it only works anyway when he dies, and it was his first death. So. Oh, Lord Grim. No RP though.
Deny the tower, please.
Peasy gets
Deny
out
the
there.
tower. Deny the tower. Okay.
Dire's top tower has
Okay.
fallen.
Sorry for raising my voice up. That was actually quite angering.
Tower is under
2 towers fell at the same time as well. As we see a little replay again on the bot side here. Finally getting on the board, and it was indeed the hasted Witch Doctor. But it's not really the kill that you want to have. And now PA is struggling bot lane to lane against the Ursa, obviously 3 levels below the Ursa, in fact.
Look at the
Back
Magnus.
to base we go.
Magnus' net worth is below the Shadow Demon in net worth. He is now the third lowest, well, the third poorest hero on the
Radiant's
server.
top tower is under
Level wise, also not looking too good, and they want to go for more. They're smoking up. They want to completely obliterate this Magnus, and Pora will get spotted. Disruption, just not in range for now, and he will get away. Oh, big escape for him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, now it's time to push the bot tower.
Is under attack.
Is there any sort of defense they want to try? No RP, no Blink Dagger. Should just be a free
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
tower.
$351. He had such a big kill streak when he died that he got a huge influx of money on the Zodi. 1-for-1 build, single point in Maledict, and a cask bouncing. But when he gets more into those, this Witch Doctor is going to be even
Radiant's top
more
tower
annoying
is
to
under
play
attack.
against. As we have a TP up top, Blink Dagger completed on Keon, and the Twisted Chakram. Is he going to come out? Come on, show us the... Yeah, there it is. Twisted Chakram, bish, bash, bosh, kill happening. I don't know what Life is doing. Getting closer and closer, maybe trying to, you know, high-five his falling teammate, but that's going to only enable Keon to get one more kill.
Even standing on him, walking away, and then blinking towards him.
He's
Wow, what is
forward.
this Witch Doctor radius? 850? Dude.
For the heal? For the restoration? Yeah.
Uh-huh. There's almost a Blink Dagger range. Smoked up again, trying, well, easy stack steal, perhaps.
Dire are scanning.
They're setting up for a fight at the 14-minute Wisdom Room. They get there a bit early. And let's see if someone will be falling into their trap as they're trying to get for Keon. They do have the break from the Sharpshooter. We did mention that, but look at the blink. Breaks the smoke, gets out, Timber Chain, and throws in the Voice Light as well.
Yeah, they're very confident. And of course, rightfully so. Massive lead. Not really sure what they can do, to be honest. Like, PA needs to farm up her Battle Fury. She's still on Battle Fury, even though you have Magnus already. But I guess the Magnus is having a really bad game, so...
He's got
I
no
need-
points in Empower, by the way, on the Magnus.
Yeah, exactly. That's why. Oh, that witch was the damage. And you're dead. Viper gets purged.
Dire's bottom tower
And you're dead.
At least they forced out 3 ultimates, right? That's a small victory, and they're catching more. The Mule is right here, and the Shackle connecting from Lord Grim, the Ogre Magi, Life Eye. You gotta give up this syndrome, my friend. We talked about this yesterday as well. Sometimes when you just want to go and assist your teammates, you end up dying time and time again and feeding more lives than necessary. And that's what Life Eye did now 2 times in a row.
Yeah, but it's just a sad life of an ogre to begin with. Like, support ogre nowadays just seems so... I guess calling it worthless is kind of mean, but
Okay,
ogre just
yeah.
doesn't do anything. You know? Compared to, like, your Shadow Demon or your Witch Doctor, ogre just kind of feels like dead weight.
You mad? 'Cause I am. Ha!
Coach, let me know. Are we calling it or not?
What are we calling?
GG's.
Ah, at this point, I mean, you probably won't call it because it's...
Oh, pops the card.
Well, it's not really an elimination game, but you know, like losing once here and then losing to South America, which is very likely.
South Africa, yes.
South Africa, that's right.
Wrong region, but I appreciate that, yeah.
Because we all know that South Africa is actually really strong. So,
But I mean,
yeah,
maybe
losing this might
Madagascar.
be... Nah, I mean, if they lose this, it's basically elimination though, right? Because we don't expect them to beat South Africa.
No, and maybe, like I said, maybe this is Madagascar making a statement that they are now the main contender for South Africa, right? And
Oh, yeah.
with this, especially with this game number 2, where they are completely dominating top to bottom, like from the beginning of the laning phase throughout this minute 16. There's, look at this, Blink Dagger, full confidence, Sharpshooter will keep you alive for a second longer, but in the end, Lapon will get another kill. That is the 7th death on Vical damages Hoodwink. He's got 0 assists, which, I mean, usually sounds awful, but they have a single kill, so, you know.
Yeah, I know. Time for Roche. Not really anything you can do about it. That thing is gone. And with that, maybe so your hopes of winning this game. Goodbye. Lipton takes it. Got a blink deck already as well. Super rich. Well, they're already rich. And where's your comeback? Comeback is in a big RP. 100 gold away from a blink dagger. It's gonna be the last fight. But even with a big RP, they don't have the damage to put into the RP. Need higher levels in Empower.
middle tower is under attack.
And need the Battle Fury up. Then there's some time for some magic. Some potential for some magic.
Where is your comeback? Well, according to Dota Plus, there really isn't one. It's 2%, right? Normally, I would say if Magnus maxed out the Empower, there's always the potential of an RP and Empowered Phantom Assassin to just get a couple of chain crits in a row. But he's just starting to scale that up. So the damage, the duration is just completely underwhelming. And Blitz will have a Battle Fury for the next, well, I guess high ground defense is the next time they should be trying to fight, right? But I like how the Shadow Demon Witch Doctor duo are not just ahead of the Magnus, but their lead is extending when it comes to net worth disparity between the 3 heroes.
Yeah. No, especially his Witch Doctor now. He farms so fast. I definitely want to see a core Witch Doctor at some point.
I'm
But
telling
then
you,
again,
that's the
why
way
would
to
you
go.
blame his core? Nah, the thing is, he's so strong as a support. He's like literally winning 1v2. It's crazy.
Are fortified. Dire's top
He's
tower
definitely very
is under
strong
attack.
as a core. Like, I can already see it.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember ever seeing in my entire life, and I've been playing Dota for
Radiant's
a hot
middle
minute now,
tower is under
a
attack.
Magnus going 2-0-4. Not even on a support Magnus.
Oh, 4,000 score. Yeah, it's very interesting.
No, that's a score. That's a skill build.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, I'm also not sure. Usually it's 1 level in score and you're happy.
Is under attack.
Because the range doesn't really increase all
Radiant's
that
bottom
much.
tower is under attack.
Very interesting.
Tower has fallen.
I guess this is the bright side, you could say, for Namibia. They have just lost their first tier 2, and now the Battle Fury has arrived for this Templar Assassin. But look at their rotate. They're smoking up. They want to get her. And Blitz does not have the game sense to realize that he's going to walk into their hands and will fall.
Radiant's bottom tower
Like,
is under
instantly. Her HP just melted away.
It's also an amplified damage on the Wind Ranger as well. This Ogre wants to build a Midas. This is
Oh, really? Wow.
wishful thinking at its finest.
It could be considered a win even if he gets it before the
Yeah.
game ends.
Minute 20, the score is 3-2-1. Well, 2-3-1, but it might as well be 3-2-1 after this. And amplified damage jumping in, Blink Dagger onto the Ogre Magi. It does not connect with the Shackle, but the damage flying in and the cast from the Witch Doctor Maledict will do the job. Even forces out the Death Ward. Okay, I mean, a lot of spells were committed to kill the most underfarmed hero in 20 minutes. I've seen it in a long time. 2.6k.
Dire's
Yeah,
middle
the
tower
life of an ogre.
Black. Even the Hoodwing himself is out farming the Magnus. This is such an unfortunate display coming in from Pora after he had a really solid offlane performance in that game number 1. Right now he is getting completely.
bottom tower is under
What is the best way of putting this? Like, he's getting completely.
Radiant's
Shut down.
is under attack.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I mean he says Blink Dagger now, but again, even if you find a decent RP, but the thing is you can't really RP now on just a single target because then they will just go high ground after he respawns. But in a team fight, even if you RP 2-3 heroes, there's no damage coming into it. Oi.
What are we watching? Oh, the Viper dying? Oh, Dr. OG, thanks. Thank you, Doctor. Goodbye, as another Shackle Shot connects. Live fight will fall, but the Templar Assassin Magnus are still here. We got the break onto the Ursa, who has the Aegis. The Acorn Shot doing a bit of damage. We got the Maelstrom and getting some procs, very good procs from the Hoodwing. Almost taking out the Aegis. It will also expire in 20 seconds, so it's not going to make any difference as the region is going to pump the Ursa back to full HP.
Yeah. And we now also have 550 gold already. I wonder when he's gonna start eating it. Because like a long-term investment, right? It appreciates in value over time.
I mean, do you need it? Do you need to eat it at this point?
No.
Exactly.
It's just it doesn't really get much value because he's never dying. Because I feel like if you play Witch Doctor, you actually want to die a lot now. And you want to make sure that you don't buy items before you die.
What, you don't buy items before you die? Oh yes, so you
Yeah.
save the money to. I get it. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because you want all the unreliable gold that you can, right? So you lose as much as possible. Well, you don't lose as much as possible. A little bit confusing, I guess. But yeah, it's actually perfect, right? You literally just run in because you want to die anyway, and
Sold it.
you're. Oh no.
Look at his net worth. He's completed Skyride. He sold it, and I think it makes sense now because he wants to have the full Guardian Greaves, I assume.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah.
sad.
I mean, this game is not gonna last much longer. There was a couple of seconds where the Viper was below the Shadow Demon. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, this net worth graph is not set up by team, but by, well, what do you call it?
Radiant's bottom
Amount of
tower
gold
is
everybody
under
has.
attack.
A 99 to 1%. Yesterday we had a 0% black. Papa Gaben still believes there is a way. And I think it will always show us that as long as there's a Magnus on the server, right? If you overstep, someone blinks forward, gets skewered in a fountain. All of these kills would be for nothing if Lapan goes for something completely crazy with his Ursa and gets punished.
Radiant are scared.
Yeah, as you said, there's always potential. Well, another Shackle. Easy peasy. Whenever there's a Magnus, there's always, shenanigans. Skewer back into the towers. reposition them. But as I said, even if that happens, do they have the damage to kill from there? Because
No.
Timber is mega tanky.
No, the answer
Ursa is
is
mega
no.
tanky.
The answer is no.
I think they can kill the Wind Ranger if Shadow Demon isn't in position. But he has a Blink Dagger.
Am I crazy to say that you should desperately buy the shard on the Phantom Assassin for the nice Orchid? No vision, Nether Strike.
Oh, nice
Nether
dodge.
Beautiful, turning in, using the Death Word Aghanim Shard as a puck. A shift, just like we were doing in our Podge Wars game earlier, and 3 heroes have fallen yet again, 31-1.
Yeah. Now it's time. Show us what you got.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Well,
attack.
you're no longer gonna have tier 3 towers because it's gonna melt to this Aghanim Shard of the Hood, Timber Saw plus the Focus Fire and Flamethrower
Dire's bottom
plus a few right clicks of the Ursa. Now they're playing this very nicely, focusing the range racks first. Obviously, if you get the melee racks in the current patch, that's when you reset your fortify, not like it was until this point. And look at Lapon, his couriers flying in a full Aghanim Scepter Black.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
Well, all hopes you had of RPing scoring him are now kind of gone. But of course, the axe allows you to use your ult at any time. It dispels the stun. Probably the hardest Magnus counter in the game. Let's see. Miracle defense. That's all I can hope for.
He's building a... okay, Halberd. Oh, RP jumping in onto the Witch Doctor and the Ursa. The Glider is coming in and the Ursa is turning around to getting the kill. The Witch Doctor is disjointing, but the Aegis will be protected by the disruption, and that is the last hurrah. But 2 of the players have fallen. There is no Aegis. They're trying to clean up house, and the Doctor OG is running closer and closer, but will fall to the BKB. Windrunner, Focus Fire, 1 more piece of damage will do it. We look at the Bullwhip slowing down the Phantom Assassin, and she just says, Blitz, I don't want to get your mid, I just want to kill you. And this is Keon still alive in the base of the opponents, getting a triple kill. Look at the burst damage of the whirling death.
Dire's middle tower is
Yeah, the fact that he gets his old axe upgrade for free. It's kind of crazy too with the double chakra. I mean, Timber Saw, if he has a free game like this, is just an absolutely amazing hero. And you can just see he was diving tier 4 towers. Doesn't give a damn. Now he actually has his real Aghanim's upgrade as well. Being able to activate the reactive armor into a big power nuke and shield. It's... I mean, they tried. You know, PA is still dealing a lot of damage. So, again, if she gets another 1 or 2 items, I think there's a tiny chance. Now let's look at that fight again. Finds a good RP on 2. Easy kill for the PA. But it takes us so much time to kill this Ursa. And from there, the Wind Ranger as well as the Timber Saw just cleaning up the back lines. Man, if they just got the kill on the Wind Ranger, maybe it would have been somewhat even. But the fact that they did manage to kill her, it's just heartbreaking. They take, what, 50 health? Not even.
They have been at 98-99% win rate for over 10 minutes. It's quite a sight to see, Black, as the fighting spirit of Namibia is actually, it's impressing me. I have to be honest. They are playing from so far behind, but they are staying true to themselves. Now we have Blitz. Aghanim Shard purchase. 4 stacks on the Desolator. We have seen him do some damage. Only a single set of racks have fallen. If they could somehow hold into this game until they get another 2-3 items on the Phantom Assassin, it could be the beginning of one of the most impressive comebacks in the history of Iesf Dota.
Yeah, we have seen crazy comebacks in Dota before, so there's definitely a possibility. But it really depends on Madagascar making huge misplays as well. Like at this point, when this far ahead, it always comes down to that. Do you allow the enemy to capitalize on your mistakes? Like, do you make big mistakes to begin with?
We have a Halberd now on the Magnus. Managed to get some more items for himself. Still second from the bottom, but it doesn't matter. They're now going for it, and now look at the blink. She's got an amplified damage. Li-Fi will not survive for much longer, but there's a lot of overtime damage getting this Wind Ranger lower and lower. What was she getting affected by? Did she get hit by a Viper? No.
No, just a bunch of tower hits. Windrun was on cooldown. Uyoyo PA, you're getting dangerously low.
Jump out, please. Okay, thank you, Blitzy. Orchid, Gleipnir, connecting onto the beefiest heroes on the Radiant side. The RP is still available. Magnus coming closer and closer. You don't really want to jump for that. Okay, that was an attempt at the shockwave, and now you will probably pay with your life. Skewer under the tower. Look at the Ursa jumping in onto the Phantom Assassin. Double RP onto 2, instantly dispelled by the Ursa. Bushwhack onto 2, but Blitzy is probably dying here to the Shadow Demon. Has to go back to base to reset. Keon jumping it forward. Twisted Chakram. This is unbelievable. They are zoning them out with a Witch Doctor. Now buyback after Lapon gets another kill. No Magnus 30 seconds. RP on cooldown for a minute and a half. And Black, I don't know. They're throwing them in the Viper Strike. They're trying to burst them down. This is no BKB on the Phantom Assassin. That was her last jump in as she falls for 50 seconds.
Yeah, man, Timbersaw is in very deep though. He still has the Agrams available as well. Oh, I say Timbersaw is in deep. Ursa is in even deeper. They have a Skewer as well.
Magnus.
This is the kind of mistake we were talking about, you know?
Okay. Missed sharpshooter, but this is gonna be it. The Skewer into the fountain. Hello? You're not supposed to be killing in the enemy. The fountain. And finally, Lapon is folding, and the melee rack still standing. The focus fire was used earlier to get a kill, and they don't have the facilities for the battle. Now, focus fire instantly resets and jumps to try to kill the Doctor. Now in behind the tier 4 towers, the BKB, the Wind Ranger, a bit too deep in over her head, but Keon is there to clean up Viper.
Yeah, gave her own life to kill the Viper because the Viper is pretty much the only hero that can really harm the Timbersaw right now. Except the activated, which means immortal hero. But I think it's time to disengage.
Dire's middle tower is under
Oh.
They want to get this
And his Witch Doctor can turn this fight around. He's very strong.
What? Hey, I think that was a disruption coming in time, and now jumping in, Timbersaw the backline, Phantom Assassin falls yet again. Eon, flamethrower around, killing the Magnus, and they really wanted to kill that Witch Doctor. In the end, they will pay with 2 of their lives. They are not mad, they are just struggling. 44-6, 50 kills, but more than a 10, I don't even know what it is, a 7 times advantage for the Radiant. And at least you could say they don't have the tower killers, and the respawn timers are rather fast for the Namibians.
Yeah, the gold advantage is steadily growing though. It's a big problem. Timbersaw is nearly 6-starred already. And he's so damn rich.
Yeah, he's also 12-0-6, by the way, on the Timbersaw. If you just wanted to bring that up.
It's he's having a pretty good game. Hard to have a better game than this.
top barracks are under attack.
Mid tower is also gonna fall.
Dying, yeah.
Yeah, they're just pushing on all sides basically.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Bot lane has been destroyed before. Now, do they want to force the issue or do they want to play it safe? There's still some risk. RP's back up. Alright, top rank's gone.
In one of the weirdest sentences I thought I'll ever say, in this game, I feel like the reverse polarity would have worked out. Because if you get a Skewer behind the tier 4s, you then reverse polarity and push them into your fountain.
Yeah, you need something like that for sure. This kind of game. Keon has no cares. Literally doesn't give a crap.
I think Keon cares about not losing his perfect streak, honestly. He really wants to get our MVP. Look at the Witch Doctor though, Zodi. I mean, it's gonna be a hard choice to decide who gets the MVP, the Timbersaw or the Witch Doctor Black, but let's see. Everybody's still alive for the Dire side. Namibia still trying to like Iesf, Lord Grim jumping in, focus fire, BKB, but Bora managed to get away, and now the Viper Strike getting the Wind Ranger lower and lower as the BKB runs out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now, there isn't really anything to gain here. They don't need to stick around if they don't want to. RP on 2.
Can he get it? It was a 1-1 illusion, but now the Timbersaw jumps in front of it. Do you have the damage? Blitz does not have a BKB, it just jumps into his death. And look at the overwhelming presence of the Radiant heroes. The Dr. OG does manage to finally slay a support into the backline, but in the end will also fall as we have another Shackle and a Focus Fire flying out onto the Magnus. 2 tier 4s standing. Timbersaw jumping forward, pops the Aghanims into the fountain. He will be more than fine. The armor from the Aghanim is overwhelming, not sufficient lock for them to break it with the Sharpshooter. Only one more tier 4 stands, and this Focus Fire keeps going, but the Halberd from Pora keeps himself alive. 20 seconds until Phantom Assassin responds.
Yeah, 10 seconds to go. I don't think they have enough damage to actually kill the throne in time. Or do they? There's no glyph. Well, they just want to farm the heroes anyway. Are we going to see a fountain dive as well?
I mean, another one.
Of course we are.
They're going for it. It's going to be the first kill. Now Blitzy tries to get something using the Sea of Nice, but it will be game, set, match for Madagascar.
Yeah. Namibia. Well, it was a rough series for them, honestly. And knowing that they're still up against South Africa as well, must be feeling tough for them. You know, because last year, as you mentioned, they were in the final against them. Now, they're almost guaranteed to be out. I mean, there is a chance that they can win 2 games and South Africa loses to another team, and there's like a huge tiebreaker. But, you know, if you want to beat South Africa, you will have to show a completely different side of yourself. Because what we've seen here in game 2 looked very deflated, not like the team that we've seen in game 1 at all.
I'm looking at like the potential ways of turning this one around, and it would have to be quite a hard one, as they would need Kenya to defeat Namibia, Namibia to defeat South Africa, and then Madagascar to also beat South Africa. This doesn't sound easy.
Nope, doesn't sound easy. But it's basically, well, it's not completely out of their hands yet. They still have to play South Africa, as we said. And if they beat them, they're still alive. But can they beat them?
I think, Black, at this moment in time, the main question I have for, well, you, for me, and for the viewers at home, Madagascar, with this performance, do you think they have what it takes to battle versus South Africa?
I think that highly depends on what shape South Africa are in. But if they're anywhere as good as they were last year, or even better, hopefully, then it's going to be tough. I put them probably on par with Egypt almost. And Egypt was just steamrolling everything.
Yep.
You know, so we'll see. Maybe there's some pleasant surprises, but as I always say, if you're not a lot better than you were last year, you have done something terribly wrong. Because improvement is something we should always strive for. And we haven't improved in over a year. Well, yeah, there's some issues with that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask you all to wait, as we will be joined by none other than the position 4 Lemuel, the Shadow Demon in this game, and the star player of the Rubik match on that game number 1, Black. He will be coming up for a winner's interview, and we will be getting the opportunities to get his thoughts on their performance in this game versus Namibia, but of course what we can expect from them when they're playing South Africa later on this week. And I'm looking at the matchup. We're going to be very fortunate, my friend, as that will be South Africa versus Madagascar is going to be taking place on Saturday. So it will be the equivalent of our grand finals, I assume.
Yeah. Surely it sounds the way for now. I mean, Madagascar looked pretty good in the second game, especially. Like, what can you even say? Such a dominating victory. A little bit less dominant than what Egypt showed, but pretty much on par with that. Very scary.
This is the roster of stars: Zodi, Kion, Lord Grim, Lapon, and Lemuel. The 5 players making their nation, I would say, more than proud with that performance, as we also had quite a lot of viewers coming in the chat and cheering for both squads. And it's a sad way to see Namibia fall, right? Especially that game number 2, as we've been hammering on that. But I also hope they have a bit of a better showing when they were playing Kenya, I believe tomorrow, as Kenya seems to be, from the current results, they, I don't want to say the easiest team to face, as they lost by forfeit. They couldn't complete a roster, sadly for them. But if you get a confidence boost victory versus the likes of Kenya, like we said, 3-way tiebreaker. There's a lot of ifs that need to take place for them to be back into contention for this. But wilder things have happened.
Yeah, and the good news for them is it's still in their hands as well. So if they
Yes.
beat South Africa, they have a chance. So it's all up to what they do next. And then, of course, if that happens, they still have to hope that Madagascar loses to South Africa. Lots of ifs, as you said, but that's step 1. You got to beat South Africa or you're done.
Well, while we wait for the winner's interview of the second series of the day, I want to remind everybody at home to please go and check out iesf.gg, the website with all of the information you can get related to all of the tournaments, the schedules organized by the International Esports Federation, including updates about the Dota 2 matches, the Counter-Strike, and all of the other games, qualifiers, and what you can expect from Iesf this 2024 season. I'm more than excited to be here alongside you, Black. And we see some of these players fighting with the national pride at the forefront of what they display on the server, right? That's why we got no GG from Namibia, despite how far behind they were in that second map. I don't think it was a disrespect thing. Normally, when you're playing like in a org, in a team, and you don't really fight for national pride, you GG out, you move on to your next game. But I think Namibia made a statement of they still believe in themselves, and that's something I can really have to say I respect, as we are noticing the development and growth of esports in Africa, and with performances from teams like Egypt, like South Africa, and now maybe the likes of Madagascar, the region is definitely starting to thrive and show us more and more on the international stage.
Yeah, and that's also very important for a region in general, that the players themselves get more international exposure, because they can bring that international experience and the international skill back to your own region. Then it can be incorporated into the other teams and the other players. And that's how new talent is nurtured ultimately.
Yeah.
So even if you're whatever team beat you, like Egypt is probably gonna go, all of them should heavily be rooting for Egypt as well, because Egypt's success will make the region stronger as a whole. So I really hope that no matter what team wins or ends up winning, gets all the support of the region, because, as I said, ultimately they're fighting for everybody there.
Absolutely. And that's why we have the, North and South African regions, that 2 slots in total, right, Black? It's much better than having both sides of the continent fight for their single slot to qualify. And maybe then that's when we might see that matchup of Egypt versus South Africa, or Egypt versus Madagascar, whoever will qualify from the southern region. And I think that would be quite an interesting game to cast alongside you, Black, as it's lovely to see and follow the stories from the get-go, especially with grassroots regions such as Africa. I am just checking if yes. Okay, so we do have the interview confirmed. I just want to remind everybody at home. Do you have any questions you'd like to ask about this game number 2 to Lemuel, or do you want to go back to the Rubik in game 1?
I would definitely want to know about the Rubik, how he felt about that game. He just had a stand-up performance. His positioning was great. His spell usage was great. I guess what I really want to know is Rubik his best hero or not? Because his Shadow was really good,
Yeah.
but his Rubik was a level above.
I think it's safe to say that I don't think he will disclose that to us until they completely qualify. Just a wild guess, Black. Just a wild guess.
Or maybe they will say it, so people ban it more, and then his real trump card is still in his pocket.
I love that. I love that. As we await for the winner's interview of the Madagascar squad, can we take a quick look of the matchups that we will have here on the Iesf Dota 2 stream tomorrow? As of course, it will be one match from the North African cone and one from the South African one. And the second one of the day, I believe, will be the rematch from last year's grand finals. Black, that's the one I said I was so keen to see. Namibia versus South Africa. Hopefully they can bounce back. But tell me a bit about the first matchup tomorrow.
Well, it's two unknowns to us, which makes it again very fun. I always love casting these new teams. Could always be pleasant surprises, like Madagascar just now. They really surprised me. Well, they didn't really surprise me. They had lots of enemy pictures, so it made complete sense that they were dominating. We'll see how many anime pictures do they have. What are their favorite heroes? It's very important. It's very important.
Did we see? Correct me if I'm wrong, but did we see Libya yesterday?
Libya. I don't think we did.
Yeah, we did. They
did
played Egypt. They played Egypt.
Oh, you're right. Yeah,
it was the Egypt game. The game with the shadow. No, what was it? Storm Spirit, not a Shadow Fiend. Storm Spirit Eraser, and that was the game. I remember that.
Correct.
But again, we can't make that much of their performance when they lost to the best team. But Cote d'Ivoire, like you said, it's going to be an unknown quantity, and I feel like both Libya and I keep calling them Cote d'Ivoire. Sorry, the Ivory Coast. We'll actually want to put in a hell of a battle for tomorrow, because they chances of qualifying are quite low unless Egypt loses somewhere. But if you get the second place, you get the national pride. You go back to your federation and you tell them, look, we're better than at least 3 of the other teams. We've only fallen to the favorites, and that's quite a big takeaway, I believe. In traditional sports, we often talk about the national pride and how valuable it is to win the Football World Cup or the Olympics in basketball or the Olympics for your tennis team, right? It's sort of that type of reward that you feel for yourself or within yourself. And the more esports grows, you want to have a solid base.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's what everyone is working towards too, right? Which is why, again, international exposure is just so important. So you get to meet all the really good players. Maybe can make some new connections as well. It's a big part of growth. And I'm hoping that whoever gets to go can really, nourish from that, and then bring that back to the region, make it an even stronger region, and that year by year, they might become a stronger and more internationally represented sort of region.
We've actually covered a little bit about this entire journey of the teams that have to qualify for the World Esports Championships, and I would go as far as saying, Black, and let me know if you think that's kind of wrong. Making it through the online Dota qualifier is a lot easier than some of the other regions that have to not just qualify to a regional LAN, but also get a good placement over there.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Do we have our interviewee here? Hello.
We're going for a test. I can hear voices, and I hope that's not just me. I hope you can hear the voices too, Black.
I can hear the voices, yeah.
Oh, thank God.
And it's not yours.
I think, shall I get a piece of paper so I can show the questions? We are... Hello, Emil. Can you hear us? Are we coming through? Can you see us at least? Hello.
Are we alive? Are you alive? Oh, that's why they played so well. They're not actually humans.
This is exceptional.
that's funny.
I think we will sort that issue in a second. But yes, the regions, right? You win an online qualifier, you made it to the World Championships. Whereas I believe China has to qualify through LAN and then get a good placement over there. So fighting in this group stage is going to be much more facile for the North and South African regions.
Yeah, 100%. I really like what China does, though. It
Yes.
always makes it very grand. When I played my TI qualifiers over there,
Mm-hmm.
it just feels so different.
Okay.
Because it's a huge LAN qualifier where most other countries or regions have their qualifiers online,
Yeah.
and just like the sense of urgency is just very different.
Grander.
Like you see all these people, you do like all these video shoots, these interviews, and it just felt really epic qualifying through that rather than online. So I hope down the line at some point we can have that for every region. I would absolutely love that.
Yeah, so would I. At the same time, let's talk about. So we covered a bit of China, we covered a bit of Africa. We also have Europe, not that far off from now. I think in just about a month and a half or so, there will be the European qualifiers. Do you have any teams that you are, actually looking at and thinking, oh yeah, I really like that one? I mean, it could be the likes of Bulgaria that they have listed Mind Control, BZM and Lil Pleb. It could be Romania, my own squad with Cancel and Bo7. They actually won the Romanian qualifier, defeating I believe Weha's team. So yeah, have you had the chance to take a look at either of those?
I haven't really seen all the names of those teams, but I mean, Europe has, as we all know, the amount of talents there is insane. Just the same as Asia.
Yeah.
So no offense to any of the other two regions, but Asia and Europe's talent pool is immense. It's just massive. When you compare it to America's region or Africa's region, like, they just have an insurmountable amount of talent. And it's going to be very fun to see who actually makes it through in the end, because as you said, there's some all-star names on that list currently in a lot of different teams. I'm personally just really sad we don't have a German team anymore.
I'm going to be telling you, Black, I think the team that will probably shock a lot of people in these qualifiers will be Greece, because they've got Thug, Skylar, Desire, Spartan. It's essentially the old Ad Finem squad.
Wow. Okay. It's basically a whole team then. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always very exciting to see that, what it can make happen. They're also good friends of mine. They just have a very positive outlook on life and a very positive attitude in Dota as well. They're cool guys. I would love it I would love to meet them again over there at the finals. Why not?
If they can make it. Of course, Europe has plenty of slots, as they have multiple teams. Top 5 will qualify to the World Esports Championships. But let's stop talking about other regions, because they're still a long way off from now. We are in Africa, and sadly, ladies and gentlemen, due to connection issues, we will not be able to bring you a winner's interview from Madagascar. But hey, Black, if they keep playing like the rate they have, I'm certainly, maybe if not tomorrow, the day after, they will have the pleasure of joining us in the post-game victory interview. So with that being said, do you have any final words to say to our stream before we close it off for the day?
Well, just that I'm very positively surprised with Madagascar. I didn't expect to see another game like we did today in the Egypt series, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because especially after that game 1, they looked so, evenly matched. So they must have really tapped into some of their special power, maybe had some nice coffee, some nice energy drinks, I don't know. But the performance in game 2 was really inspiring. And if they show up like that against South Africa, there might be some spice in here. Might be some big spice in here. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Well, let's see how you like your food season, as this is going to be the end of the stream for Day 2 Dota 2 North and South African qualifiers. As always, it was a pleasure for me to be joined by Black. Please go give him a follow, find his socials and all of that. He deserves it for all of the great knowledge and entertainment he provides for our stream. I was your co-caster, Waxon, and it was a pleasure to join you here for some more action. But we will see you tomorrow for more Iesf African qualifiers. Stay hydrated.